Lunny picks up one, Septic will fall as well. And with 4 seconds left, Lunny's desperately trying to get a touch on that flag. 3 players fall towards him, and Quad deals with the ball!
A triple kill to end it. There he is, standing up on the stage.
Really defending B, but for now, it looks like the move is coming to C. And here's Nurix. Hey, we talked about SOG, we talked about G. How about Nurix?
Of course, here from Nurix. Game number 3. The man's not done yet.
The lack of contesting that's been going down. Wow, what a grapple play this is from Cristala! My word, the killing spree!
He connects the body and then the head of Quadios.
Information out for him. Buck stays alive. But now, that'll be nice, that'll be good.
Should that be on me? I'm going to Jim's me one as well.
He can wisely pre-nades the flag, but oh my god, Septic, this is a huge kill! If he gets it on some extra shots in the body as well. The respawner's very happy, he's not going to make him comfortable, he's going to apply pressure. Finds 2, he's behind enemy lines. I've seen this move, he's overkill! Jim, let him know!
Series number 6 when Ascend beat Na'Vi 250 to 20 as they take over to 130.
And I tell you what, we were having a discussion. This Sentinel beam hits so hard on land.
That kill time, watch this thing, it's just gonna spread. It's just gonna melt the kill on garbage before pushing in. Now stays alive, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. It's a late game triple kill for Nurix.
Could he possibly get the win here? But he's dropped the ball. Quadrant have the hands on it. They're desperate in it. And Quadrant tie up this oddball game.
It's Ram, and now Jimbo kind of looks like out of place.
Well, Mighty decided to drop the ball.
He ends the round himself. On the back of Mighty's hitting some incredible shots, winning a 1v2.
A hill time, the long fight does come in and it's effective here for Septic. They get all 4 dead. Those players coming off free spawn.
Glory's going to be 1, and it's a triple. He's the only player alive now.
It is a sweep here on the main stage.
They're looking a little bit scared. Rockets are up.
These next set of rockets are huge, but Shad's gone down, and Kick could be there to join them. The trade comes, and Ascend win game 7, and they secure the championship.
Months of domination online. Questions were asked, can they do it on land? They were pushed to the very brink, but they get the job done. A fantastic effort from Quadrant. But it's the same old story. Ascend, dominate Europe.
This is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could just incredible. He misses the beat down, he snaps it. Wobbling them wings is an overkill.
We'll get to the floor now as a reward.
Hello, Halo fans, and welcome back to another day in Florida, but more importantly, another day at the HCS Orlando Major.
From a distance, he could be the one to create that opening, but he finally goes down, and that is going to be bad news for Fnatic, because he was going to be the reason as a member of FaZe to just put this one home and make this 5-1 and make this a 3-0 sweep. It's going to be King Nick who picks it up off the back of the double kill. FaZe Clan make it 3-0.
If your teammate has the advantage, you go for the cutoff in that series. If your teammate is at the disadvantage, you try to beat up with your teammate and then take their place.
Another great point here is how do you break this setup, especially when you have Formal with a heat wave and a sniper. I mean, he's just got all the toys available to him.
Fires in
Top center. They're going to force him out of the yellow util position, but hey, it still stands, right? Trying to push that area and kind of nullifying, or you would think he would nullify it, but it does not work out that way.
Fall for Oxygen, shock in the hands of Trippy, more importantly, Fall is in the hands of Formal.
Oh gosh, Formal in the pipe with the shock rifle, that's who done it. 80 points on the board for Optic, 3 dead for Oxygen.
In those clutch moments, 62 today, 9, it's another one for Formal. 5 in a row for him. Bomex, don't show you're going to go to the death screen.
Oh boy, of course, harassed by the BRs of Optic Gaming. One last repulse. Wait a second.
Where's Plank, Brian? You know? I don't know. Let's fight this guy. I'm grappling. Deals. Wait a minute. Last two. No, I'm going to go. Where the pipes half. There's a guy back in. Go pipe to me, guys.
Two players trap back elevator. Stellar wants the kill.
Oh my God, Stellar!
Matt with shock rifle in hand. He grapples back up. Miko stood still. A patient play for Miko is rewarded. At least you got the shock out of Royal 2's hands. Unfortunately, you know the damage Lisa can do. The double comes through. A wise back down. Oh my God! Proves to be too strong once again. The setup is broken, and now 15 seconds is all Cloud9 need to buy in order to win game 1. Oh! Stellar!
Found with the flank, picks up one, picks up two, nice double kill, gets the soccer rifle looking for the triple! Oh! Perfect shots out of bound for the triple kill on Lethal. Game number 2.
Ego's got the rockets. He wants to end this one here and now. He knows things might see it. It's going to be 49. 50's back PD. Goodbye.
Love this from Rami as well. Knowing that he's cleared out his base, he takes the quickest A to B route to get in position to help his teammate Tony, who was furthest across the map. Now he's being so much pressure on. Rami picks up one, turning into two. A killing spree for him. Snipe drone, you've been missing a few shots. And Rami is not missing. The B is the play for Team War. They're inside a B and they flip it in their favor.
It's a long distance Hail Mary grenade as well. Envor versus Respectful 1v1 for just a moment.
But they need to get inside of this hill. Respectful challenging. Envor puts him on his back. The camo's up. Seeker needs to get inside a B. 247, 248. Team War surely going to Worlds.
It 1v1. And Formal who loses out, but it's not for long. A killing frenzy for Trippy. The ball has been reset. 3 members of E United are over in position. They scooped up the ball, but it's food and drink for the green wall. And Suspector's in big trouble. 4 dead. 3-1 the series score. And Optic Gaming.
Best Slayer teams. You've got to prove it now here. It would be so huge. But unfortunately, Rhino goes down, and it means it's another 4-kill gap, making a 5-kill gap. Formal's on attack.
And just like that, no! Formal almost gets himself an overkill.
I think that flag didn't recom, and FaZe have an opportunity for a counter cap of their own. In fact, Renegade's already out in the center of the market, trying to sweep out his old teammates.
Yeah, this is a big difference. When FaZe is grabbing this flag and running it, look how many kills Renegade's been able to get. He's already killed 3. Bound's the last player alive. Renegade finds a 4th. There's another player his side, Rockets. Renegade's gonna kill 5 players while this flag is being ran. It's a triple kill. Killing spree for Renegade. He's got another one in front of him. This is absolutely absurd what he's doing. 7-1-2 and guarantees his team the lead.
The HCS Orlando Major is presented by AMD, Astro Gaming, Dolby, the Marines, and Zowie.
Back, and that's why FaZe do not want to allow Opti to get possession of this. 49, and that's the last one. And the pop off there from Sparty. It's something in the water. Oh my God! Give it to him! Give it to him!
Hello and welcome to the HCS Orlando Major. It is day 3, and folks, you know what that means. It's Championship Sunday. We already have had 2 long and exciting days working out who is going to Worlds and also who is making a run for a major title. And the Orange County Convention Center is filled to the brim with Halo merch and booths, and including a life-size Warthog to drive your love for the game even more. But to talk us through all of the action today, I do have an exceptional expert desk. And you see that main stage? All the action is going down there, but all the talking about it is going on up here. I have Tony, I have Clutch, and I've got Goofy. Fellas, welcome to day 3 of Orlando. And my goodness me, what a first couple of days we've had, Tony. It has been absolutely filled to the brim with action. So much has been happening. Upsets, roller coaster rides for teams, also Cinderella stories too. How have the first 2 days been for you?
They've been amazing. We've been talking about it literally all weekend long. The competition has not been tighter. We've seen some incredible upsets, and I'm ready to see some more. The storylines simply tell themselves.
Tony's loving the drama, people. He's loving the upsets, the drama. Clutch, what have you been loving?
Yeah, I think the high-level competition, everyone's stepping up and bringing their best. I think when you think of Halo Infinite right now, it was Cloud9, it was Sentinels all year. Well, both of those teams are already in the elimination bracket. Sentinels is in a Game 5 right now, and I mean, it's new faces that we're going to see in the grand finals. It's new faces that we're going to see in the winners bracket later on. You love to see just other teams competing for the titles, because once Worlds come around, I want it to be absolute chaos when it comes to who can win the whole thing.
Indeed, there's a lot of pressure on the plate right now. And Goofy, in terms of who's stepping up to the mark, who are you most impressed with currently out of all of our teams that are competing?
I gotta go with FaZe. I know on Friday they had that close Game 5 loss to Optic, but since then this team has been on an absolute tear. Last night securing their spot in the winners bracket finals against Optic Gaming, and I absolutely cannot wait for that match later on.
Faisal's never been right. He's been on the Optic Gaming train the entire year. He jumps off now. You got to favor Optic after that.
I didn't say they're going to beat Optic. I'm saying I'm surprised that they made it to the winners bracket finals. We'll get to that series when we get there.
I heard you.
Don't curse Optic again.
Tony, you love the drama. Welcome to the desk. This is exactly where it all goes down. I'll tell you what though, yesterday was dramatic because we did have Worlds qualifications happening. And I tell you what, some of the teams that managed to get there, we've got to talk about Na'Vi because they've reclaimed that European throne. They have done what two of the other top European teams couldn't do. Tony, what do you make of this kind of European disaster? But Na'Vi, they've extended their kind of lead above the rest.
Going into this weekend, we've been talking about Ascend. We've been talking about Quadrant. We know how great they are, we really do. But we also know how amazing Na'Vi are on land. They just hit another level, and honestly, really proud of the boys. I always watch Jimbo's stream. I'm a huge fan. The man absolutely goes off, and we should not be surprised.
Yeah, we shouldn't be surprised at all. But something I am surprised at, and Clutch, I'm sure you are, Ascend and Quadrant. What happened there?
Let's be honest. All of Europe disappointed after this event. Top 12 is not what any of those guys came over here to get. The job did not get done by Quadrant and Ascend. They're going to have an opportunity in the qualifier for Worlds right before. But that's not where they wanted to be. That is not where we expected them to be either. Disappointment all around. And although we call Na'Vi the kings of Europe, once again, it's not with a great title or a heavy crown, because that is not where any of them, including Na'Vi, wanted to be at the end of this weekend.
Now let's talk about our open bracket beasts. We've had 3 teams qualify for Worlds through the open bracket. They have snuck through, but my goodness me, have they earned it. We do have Oxygen, TSS, and Team War. And Goofy, who for you has really stood out?
For me, it's gotta be Team War, and maybe Lottie, I'm a little bit biased because we saw them on main stage in back-to-back series yesterday, just talking about it, taking down Quadrant, taking down Ascend after taking down, I couldn't believe my eyes, and they were playing absolutely phenomenal. We saw the interviews, Hysteria, Rami kind of taking some shots at the previous teams, previous orgs, but you love to see it. Unfortunately, they ran into a steaming hot G2 and got the, the sweep, but Team War played absolutely fantastic and earned their spot at the Halo World Championship.
I will say I'm a big fan of Team War. I think we all became fans of Team War with the passion Tony put on display with Envoy as well, but I also want to shout out Oxygen Esports. I think Oxygen Esports will really surprise you. You have a good team that started off early in the season. You change out a player last minute going up into this weekend, bring in Collect, and this team is starting to look a bit different.
Yeah, we talked about Oxygen. Well, I mean, when you talked about Team War and how great they looked until they ran into G2, well, Oxygen's actually in a Game 5 with G2 right now. If Oxygen win that series, they're by far the favorite for the open bracket team. I mean, that would be a top 6 performance from them. They are the team to watch. The pickup of Collect, like you said, Tony, he's a superstar in the making. Very young in his career, but he's got a lot of skill, and he's given that team every bit of what they needed to get into the top 8, and it looks like they could go further.
He really has, and he came into his own yesterday, so I'm excited to see the result of that one for sure. Let's take a look at the prize pool, though, and see what is on the line. Of course, World Championship Sunday, $350,000 is up for grabs, $140K for first place. That is an awful lot of money, and thanks so much to crowdfunding. The Halo community, they really are the beasts here. They've pushed through 100K further. I mean, Tony, that's an awful lot of cash to go up against, isn't it?
Yeah, back in the day, I remember World Championships were played for $140,000. Now first place gets it alone. I love where esports has gone as a whole, especially here in Halo. $350,000, I might have to pick up a controller.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're not tuning in for the action, then you got to be tuning in for these, because we do have Twitch drops coming your way. If you have been watching the weekend, just got to watch for 2 hours today, folks. Diamond Weapon Charm available. Gladiator's Edge Sidekick also available, and our Grand Finals drop. Watch for an hour Gladiator's Edge Commando, as well as our co-streamers. If you want to tune in, open the tabs. We've got the Ordnance Disposal, nameplate and emblem. We've got the HCS launch coating as well for you guys, so make sure you are tuning in today. We do have a schedule, though, to find out what is coming your way. We do have all of our action happening. Elimination quarterfinal, Optic versus FaZe, the winners finals happening on that main stage. Elimination final shortly after, and then, of course, the grand finals. Who is going to be that major champion? We don't know, but we will certainly be finding out. You may have noticed, coming up first, though, we have Triggers Down versus Instincts. We do have our Throwback, Throwdown to get through, and my goodness me, I'm very excited about this, because this day marks the 15th anniversary of Halo 3, and what more could you want? You know, I mean, this is just ridiculous. Triggers Down versus Instinct, these names on our screen. When you look at these OGs, these legends, Tony, what goes through your mind?
I think I have the most interesting perspective on here because, you know, Wes, while you were winning national championships, Goofy, while you were pulling off crazy upsets and screaming warriors, I was sitting with my pizza and my crazy bread, and I was enjoying every last minute. You could not get my eyes off of the TV all weekend long. This brings me back to when I was, we'll call it 19, 20 years old, but honestly, probably a little younger.
I know you're young, Tony. You don't have to worry about the numbers.
I want to be older.
Oh, you want to be older. We want some maturity, huh?
It'll happen fast, trust me.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm not going to bring out your age into this, but I've got to say some of the memories that, you know, go through your minds in terms of Halo 3. I mean, Clutch, Halo 3 is your bread and butter. Talk to me about some of the memories you have playing the game.
Man, so many memories, but when I step back and I try and think of what Halo 3 actually gave me in my short life so far is friends, family, loved ones, great times, great memories, a career, everything that I could have asked for, accomplished some goals along the way. But I mean, an absolutely massive thing just happened on the side station, it sounds. Sentinels wins a game 5. Elim round 5, sorry. But yeah, Halo 3 is great, but so is Sentinels.
Clutch Kings, there you go. Anyway, I can breathe. So let's continue with some of these memories, because I want to hear, you know, what has been going on as well. And Goofy, you've talked to me before, Halo 3. Your favorite Halo game, is that true?
Yeah, Lottie, Halo 3, just similar to Clutch, it really kind of has a special place in my heart. So many fantastic memories, the late nights, the grind. That's where it all began for me. The love for competition, the love for esports, the love for Halo really is where it all started for me. And I couldn't be more excited. 15 years, where did the time go? And now, thanks to the game, Halo 3, I'm probably standing here today. So I couldn't be more excited to watch some of my favorite teams of all time. Triggers Down, Instinct, this is going to be a blast.
Now, Clutch, in terms of Halo 3, obviously this is where, you know, your competition as a pro, as a coach, really started to push through, right? Your knowledge extends there, you know. Come on, it's extensive knowledge on it.
I was wondering where you were going.
What makes it so special for you? Why is this game so important, you know, to a lot of the community? People love Halo 3.
I think the sandbox and everything was so special about Halo 3, but like to me, it's where I learned so much about myself as an individual, where I learned to really find that next level of Halo, what goes into being the best in the world, where you have to eat, sleep, and breathe it. You dedicated your entire life to it at that time, and that's taught me such valuable lessons along the way of what it means to find success, what it takes to find success. And I think a lot of players and a lot of pro players from that time period will look back on that time and say how much we actually did grow together in those adverse situations where, I mean, you're playing against the best in the world. You got to figure it out and find a way to beat them. That's what competition's all about. That's what competitive esports is all about, and that's what Halo really is, and that's just the time period that I was able to live through.
Indeed. And now, Tony, I'm going to put you on the spot here, but as talent members, Walshy or Bravo?
That ain't right. That ain't right. I love me some Bravo, but when I first started watching competitive Halo, it was about Walshy. Give me Walshy all day, and Bravo, he's gonna beat me up in the back. I'm gonna have to hide.
He certainly won't. I'll tell you what he'll say. He'll say no hard feelings, and then as soon as potentially, you never know, but if he wins, he'll 100% make sure that you know that he won, without a doubt. There's no doubt about that. But when it comes to these two teams, you know, they're just legends, right, in their own right. And Goofy, talk to me about all of these figures, you know, on these rosters, because they're coming back, they're playing together. You know, it means a lot to them to go back onto a main stage and kind of, you know, repeat history once again.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously the players on the side of Triggers Down, two of them are competing. Two of them obviously will be seen at the Halo World Championship. Hysteria, we're talking about Team War, having a fantastic day yesterday. Snipe Down, of course, the newest member of E United. So, you know, on the side of Instincts, just having the Elamite Warrior, Lunchbox, it's just legends all spread across that stage today, and I couldn't be more excited to witness some more greatness.
All right, and when we get into it here, in terms of the gameplay, we can't reveal too much yet, but Clutch, you know, who are you expecting to be performing?
I mean, there's a couple players on that stage that are still in the tournament. I'm going to expect Snipe Down to bully Walsh, and that's going to be the moral of the story. I told Dave backstage, I said, just make sure you get a kill.
Just make sure you get a kill. Oh my goodness me, the disrespect. But to be fair, he did say that he hasn't warmed up and that, you know, his thumbs are a little bit rusty, etc., etc.
No disrespect, but everybody knows who's still in their prime on that stage and who's still trying to figure out the rest of life after the pro player career. So as fun as it is still heavily one-sided, I would say. I like Triggers Down's roster.
In terms of the heavily one-sided, let's talk about some of the accolades that both of these teams have managed to accomplish. I mean, Clutch, talk us through, you know, why these guys are so legendary for maybe new viewers coming in only in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, I mean, where do you want me to start? We can start with Dave Walsh, where everyone knows his history, how many career championships he has. I don't think we still have a count of that, but I mean, when you look at Elamite, the most winning player in Halo 3, absolutely belongs up there. Hysteria was an absolute problem for my career in Halo 3. He knocked me out of so many tournaments, I think. Hines, best player 2009, I believe. So an absolute gem up there. Best Man was probably the most underrated player on the stage in his Halo 3 career. When Best Man at the end of 2010, let me tell you, like, there was nobody that I liked playing like less than Hysteria and Bestman together, because Hysteria is not missing in top, middle, on arrows, but Bestman is like your power-up, creating absolute chaos.
And you had Neighbor as well, running around.
Yeah, I'm messing with you. Neighbor's a problem as well. There's so much talent, so much history on that stage just alone. I mean, the accolades would break the stage if the medals and the trophies were on there with him.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say there is a lot of success on that stage, to say the least, right now, going up against one another. And when we look at Halo 3, you mentioned the sandbox. You know, in particular, you know, what is kind of resonating with Halo 3 in terms of your favorite maps, maybe Goofy, some of the sandbox, some of the weapons. You know, what really takes you back when you do manage to get back on the game?
Halo 3, I mean, it's just a plate like that classic Halo playstyle. I've always enjoyed that. I've always enjoyed that classic Halo feel. Halo 3, again, it's more so nostalgic for me, Lottie. Because I grew up on that game, because I put in so many hours, naturally, I'm inclined to that, you know, play style. That kind of, the mechanics of Halo 3 always were very appealing to me. So, you know, obviously the game has evolved and the movement and all, like, so much has changed over time. But anytime I go back to Halo 3, it's a good time.
To me, it's the projectiles. What the BR in Halo 3 was able to provide was such a large skill gap due to the fact that you had to lead your shots in so many different situations. Reticle placement meant more in Halo 3 with the less aim assist and magnetism than any other Halo, I would say. And at 30 frames per second, you were even more tested back then. Obviously, we didn't know what we were missing, but it was just like the individual skill in the battle rifle itself gave that game so much opportunity, and you saw players like Roy take over.
Yeah, indeed. You certainly did. And also the setups back then were way different, right? You know, you go to big events and things were very different. It kind of reminded you of the open bracket, really. You know, you're watching over screens. There's a lot of kind of like community huddles happening around massive, massive games. And Tony, you said, you know, you were kind of watching that unfold before you as a viewer. What was it like to go back to that time? And if you think about it, you know, did that really start to push your passion for this game?
Yeah, I mean, not only was I probably the biggest viewer on the stage right now, but I probably sound the best Halo 3 player out of everybody so far on here. By leaps and bounds. I'm just saying, old and busted, new hotness. You guys already know.
Old and busted, new hotness, stuck in diamond.
But from a viewer standpoint, you got to really just watch the fundamentals. When it came to competitive Halo 3, that's what I loved watching, that ultimate team game. Watch them have to earn every single inch on the map. that was my favorite thing about Halo 3 competitive.
I love that. I tell you what, we could talk all day about our favorite memories, about the game, but it is about time we get to know our teams a little bit better. Let's toss it down to the stage right now with Blaze and Golden Boy.
Golden Boy, come on now.
All right, what's up, Orlando? You guys ready to get this HCS Throwback Throwdown started?
Wow.
Ha-ha!
People showed up. That's cool. I'll remember this when you don't show up for my big team battle bonanza win the next time.
Oh, you can't still be salty with them. We got a treat for you guys on the main stage. As it's lit up in red and green, it's like Christmas here.
Yeah.
Where we got the Halo 3 anniversary.
Yeah, I know, it's nuts. 15 years of Halo 3. Now I feel really old, which unfortunately isn't fair. Who's their midnight release Halo 3? Yeah! That's right, that's right. Yeah, no, it was good times, good memories, and of course, obviously all the old MLG events back in the day. That was like the icing on a delicious cake. It's been a great time.
It was a great time, and we had so many amazing players playing in that era, and it's time to bring them to the stage right now. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Instinct! We got two-time champion and one of the best snipers of all time. Give it up for Neighbor! The most winningest player of Halo 3, make some noise for Elimination. X Games gold medalist and 14-time champion, we got Lunchbox. And now, 30-time champion, 3-time national champion, Walshy. And lastly, 14-time champion, we got Coach Towie in the building. Give it up for Instinct!
All right. Look, everyone on that side of stage, great, except for Walshy. But everyone, fantastic. But they need some opponents, and who better to welcome them to the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Triggers Down! First up, it's the guy who set this whole thing up so he could play on the main stage, Richie Hines. It's the best guy to get the job done. It's Best Man. Somehow, some way, we found him here from his card-selling streams. Hysteria. And last but certainly not least, looking to bring another chip to Orlando, Snipe Down. And last but not least, oh my God, he's turned back time. Coach Bravo with the long hair.
What? Orlando, one more
Once
time.
again, give it up for Triggers Down.
Man, I am so excited to get this Halo 3 showdown started.
That's right. I mean, it's Halo 3 showdown, but we're going to be playing on Halo Infinite, so
No, we got the best Halo 3 players of all time on stage.
Yeah,
we got to be playing Halo 3.
No. We're actually going to be playing Halo Infinite, but I have a little surprise for everyone.
What's happening?
Go ahead, roll the tape.
I don't know about you guys right now, but I have chills going across my body because I recognize a little flash at the end of that, and that map I recognize for sure, but I am so excited right now to welcome to the desk Forge lead designer Michael Shaw to talk to us about what we just witnessed. Michael, please enlighten everybody. What on earth was that video about?
Thanks, Lottie. So what you saw, maybe you recognize it, that's the pit from Halo 3, completely remade in the new Halo Infinite Forge.
Wow, that's absolutely incredible. Can you tell us a little bit more about this map?
Yeah, so obviously this is a fan favorite, both from the social and the competitive side. and we're super happy to see people playing it today.
So, Michael, as a longtime fan of Halo 3, my favorite Halo game, really where I came up, I gotta ask, how does this new map compare to the original one?
It's pretty faithful. We have scaled the map to accommodate the new infinite movement and stuff. We've updated the weapon and equipment placements to make sure that it feels like Halo 3, but with the new sandbox. A couple of the ramps have been rotated to accommodate the slides that we have in Infinite. If you remember the fence from the original, the setting for this is actually now a skyscraper, right? So we removed the fence. So now on that side, there's opportunities for repulsor play to send people to their death. So that'll be super fun. You know, when you're playing in Fiesta, maybe there's some fun grapple plays off the side of the map, and also, you know, where the overshield is, maybe some good sniper battles there. And then near the sword room, there's a drop down to go to the overshield, and there's some good place for ambushes there, and maybe a repulsor jumps back up.
Love all of it, and I gotta say, I'm sure everyone at home and the crowd can agree with me when I say this is absolutely stunning. The pit is a fan favorite, a competitive favorite from Halo 3, so to see it in that way is just mind-blowing. I mean, it's gorgeous. The lighting, the colors, the sky. Did you see the sky, folks? Oh my goodness me. It's absolutely amazing. So, Michael, talk to me about what really went into creating this, the look, the aesthetics, but more importantly, the play as well.
Yeah, so again, everything was done in Forge. It's still work in progress, but you know, we started with a rough block out. We got the weapon placements and equipment placements in it and just started playtesting it internally, both with the devs and the competitive insights team, right? Once we got that honed, we started working on materials and coloring. We got really good concepts from art. I mean, this theme is just amazing. It's super colorful, super vibrant. Then we did a basic lighting pass to bring it here. There's still a lot more to polish, but we're super proud to show it off here and see what these teams do in it.
All right, Michael, let's cut to the important question, the one everyone now is thinking of. When can the fans expect to play this?
Yeah, so first thing we got to do is launch Forge, and that's going to be part of the winter update on November 8th. And then as soon as it's ready after that, we will release.
Incredible stuff.
Yep.
So you guys at home, yes, you will be able to get into this pit remake. It is absolutely incredible. I love all of it. And I got to say, you know, we've got Goofy, we got Clutch on the desk who have, you know, really made a statement in Halo 5 and Halo 3, excuse me, and both, I suppose. But, you know, they have a lot of love for H3. So I want to know from you two, what does it kind of do for you guys? I mean, how excited are you to get onto this map?
I'm extremely excited, Lottie. Halo 3 and the pit specifically helped me shape my career. I had a few, you know, a couple snipes.
You had one snipe.
I had a snipe that you may have heard of it. You may have seen the snipe.
It was a good snipe.
It was a great time, and the pit is an iconic map. You can ask any Halo fan, the pit will be in the conversation. And, you know, I just love everything about it. The dual snipers, the symmetry, the hallways. It's just the classic Halo map. Everything you love about Halo compiled into the pit, and I cannot be more excited to watch a couple of legendary teams duke it out.
Yeah, this one hits close to home for me. I'm so envious of the boys that are on the stage. Fellow competitors of mine, but I mean, everybody on that stage knows I had a second alias that I would grind matchmaking on, and it was a PhD. It was Professor Pitt is what I used to call myself, and prided myself on my pit gameplay. Had a lot of success on the map, and can't wait to see these guys once again showcase the 2S7 duels and everything, the flanks through long haul. I can't wait to see the plays that are just so memorable that I saw them make years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely incredible. And Michael, you guys must be so proud of this, especially as this is a work in progress. I mean, absolutely insane. And just seeing what Forge can do, I mean, what can, you know, the rest of the public expect from Forge? This is just a little snippet, folks, of what is going to be available and what's to come.
Yeah.
It's going to be absolutely incredible.
I can't wait.
I've got to ask you as well, Clutch, Professor Pitt, was that what you said?
I used to tell everyone I had a PhD on the map.
Professor Pitt, okay.
Professor.
Why?
Because it was actually Gus Ayame had the first gamer tag of Dr. Construct, and we would always play until like my 7 a.m. chemistry class, like throughout the night. And so I had to make a second tag, and I just made it Professor Pit to play out Dr. Construct. So we were just a couple of PhD players.
Shout out Ghost Army.
Shout out Ghost Army.
Absolutely, that takes us back as well. Tell you what though, thank you so much, Michael, for joining us and witnessing this creation here. It's absolutely incredible. So excited to see both of our teams duke it out on this new remake of the Pit. So thanks so much. I'll tell you what, folks. 15 years to the day it has been for Halo 3. Absolutely incredible stuff. We have the OGs on there. We've got a Pit remake to play. And now it's time to get into the action. We're going to head on over to our casters for the world premiere. We have Gaskin and Onset on the mics. Gents, it's over to you.
Thank you, Lottie, and I've got to say, this is an absolute honor and a privilege to be part of this. Dan and I both grew up in the region, in the time when we were watching these guys play, do what they do best, and now we get to relive it a little bit. But instead of watching down, we're part of it. We're here calling the action.
Back in the days when Mark had hair, I was about this big. I was still that same height, but it doesn't matter. I'm still here. And what a moment this is with some of these guys getting to play on main stage. I mean, it's just reliving memories for them, right? I think they are going to be so excited. The Pit in Halo Infinite as well. I cannot wait. Personally, I'm so jealous they get to play it. But this is going to be just bringing back all those good times for these guys.
I mean, what I'm most excited for, we've got 2 snipers on the map. Finally, in Halo Infinite, we get to see some sniper battles going down, which is what we love to see, right? We love to see those little D-scope battles. We like to see a nice cross-map headshot, and of course, there's a couple of players on here on our stage right now who know all about those battles. You're looking at B-Man right now, best man. He's just got the battle rifle in his hand, but I'm excited to see maybe some of the creative things we see now on the Pit. A few new pieces of equipment been added. You've got a drop ball, you've got a repulsor knocking about as well. And I'm kind of looking over at one certain side of the stage for a man who was always a little bit creative when it came to Halo. It's going to be David Walsh.
David Walsh. I'm sure he's going to find a way to repulse someone off the map. You might have heard them talking about it on the desk. There's an open area now over towards kind of the S1 where the fences used to be, and also that overshield area. You're going to see people getting flung off that map by the repulsor, and I wouldn't be surprised if Walshy throws a couple of plasmas there as well. Maybe an insta-splode here or there to try and just bring back those memories once more.
I'm pretty sure there's a needler on the map as well.
I believe there is.
I'm pretty sure there is a needler on the map, so we'll look for Walsh to maybe look to spread the pink mist a little bit here on Pit. But I want to talk about these lineups because, I mean, the amount of championships, the amount of iconic moments that all of these players have been involved with. Let me tell you this, even though obviously we're here to have fun, to showcase the Pit, let me tell you, these guys are taking it seriously. I've never seen Bravo so active backstage. Like, he's running around, the serious look on his face. I mean, this guy's taking it seriously.
Yeah, Bravo was going through statistics from all the other players, how much Halo Infinite they've been playing.
Really has.
Are they actually going to be able to compete with his TD squad? But look at Instinct, some of the biggest and best names throughout Halo's history. And boy, do they want to make it count.
Look at Walsh, he's showing all those teeth. That's not a smile anymore, that's a growl. Walsh is ready to go to war.
Is Walshy like squishing a TD jersey or something there?
I'm pretty sure he is. That's some classic Walsh. It's not even trash talk anymore. Walsh is kind of transitioned trash talk into still form. He's a master.
It's such a difficult time for Walshy because he goes from show matches competing against Golden Boy to now playing against genuine players on the other side of the stage. But the worrying thing is he couldn't even beat Golden Boy.
That's true.
So can he get the job done here now in front of all of these thousands of people?
I mean, this is the Walshy redemption arc for sure, and I'm sure that Golden Boy will be quaking in his boots if the Instinct come out on top here. But, I mean, on the other side of the stage, Richie Hines is, of course, there. He's getting ready to get into the action, and it looks like we're pretty much ready to get into the action as well. The beautiful new neons of the Pit are ready to go, and everybody here in Orlando at home, good news for you, it's capture the flag as well.
I cannot wait, and we are underway onto the Pit. It's like taking me back to 2010 Orlando, and already nades being thrown across the map and that overshield being contested.
This is one of those new areas we were talking about, right? Snipedown's got the sniper rifle. Neighbor's also got it on the other side, so maybe we're going to see our first sniper battle of the day. Neighbor just peeking around S2 at the moment, snipe down on the training, and Dan, I'm going to beat you to it. We had a little bet on this. I'm going to say it. He might think about jumping up top banana. I got it in first. There we go.
Doesn't count as a banana anymore.
It's banana, man.
It needs to change, as there we go. Already the sniper making a big difference, and Snipedown just checking to see no one's going to be contesting it from S2.
Look at that, Hysteria with a repulsor jump up, but Snipedown just looks at home. Not just at this event, we talked about his performance on E United, but on this map, the man knows every single angle to take with his sniper rifle.
Richie Hines did get the rockets though. You've got to imagine that Hines is going to have a big advantage playing this. He's probably been testing it for God knows how long.
8,000 hours.
Too many hours, some might say. But already you can see that flag is moving, and Snipedown just trying to watch over the spawns.
Well, she put some pressure onto him, but that flag is all the way across the map at the moment. You can see maybe a little bit of a barrel kill coming in as well. Snipedown just trying to shut up at this one home, and at the moment, it's looking like this might be first strike going to Triggers Down. They're up by 1.
2 players still without a kill. One of them is Walshy, and boy, am I going to be watching that one closely, because if Walshy gooses, you know full well we'll never let him forget it, as he's trying to escape Snipedown's block just 1 spawn.
Stays alive just long enough, but here's Snipedown. He picks up another. That's a killing spree for him, but look at David Walsh. He's got a drop shield. Respect between the elders here. Respect your elders at all times.
Drop shield's falling over towards Long Hill at the moment, and that's going to create for some very interesting plays, just like the one you saw. I think with all the equipment that's added in Halo Infinite, we're going to see so many exciting things that are tried and tested.
Snipedown currently sat at 5-0, by the way, hitting bodies as the overshield comes up as well. Elamite's going to be in position maybe to grab this one. He's going to pop it. He's going to lock it down, and now that might be the first death for Snipedown. Oh my God, Elamite's toenails long enough to keep him on the map there.
So close to being just propelled off the map, but that's what you've got to know. You've got to know surroundings. Hysteria, though, running a second flag here for Triggers Down. It's as easy as that. 2-0.
2-0 uses the drop shield, and good news, everybody. Can we get a round of applause here in Orlando? Because Walshy's got a couple of kills at least, and he's got the rockets.
That's probably the reason why he's got kills. He had to pick up a projectile to do so. But now we're seeing Instinct finally getting a flag on the move. They are going down long haul. They do have the cover at the moment. Surely this should be a cap, but no. There is going to be a lot of challenging happening over here.
Lunchbox has got work to do. The pressure's going to come in from training, as we all know, and we've all seen throughout the years. But for now, Lunchbox playing it perfectly, working with Elamite, the objective duo from the 08 to 2010 seasons of the MLG circuit, and now working together once more. But Neighbor's going to be there to slow things down, and B-Man is going to work with a teammate to get that return. Unfortunately for Instinct, that one ain't going home.
2-0 in the moment. The last time these two teams matched up in 2010 Orlando, Instinct 3-0. So maybe Triggers Down are looking for some revenge. And it's with great pleasure that we can go to a Triggers Down listen-in here with Astro.
Watch out, Eric. One shot. One shot needles. One shot needles right now. He's challenging you. He's challenging you.
They have numbers. On green.
Eric still needles. He's going long way now. Long way now, Eric. Pushing you.
Sniping on bridge. Lunchbox. Sniping on bridge.
Shot it. Nice. Green right now.
On green.
2 shots green. 2 shots
sniping. Banana sniping.
Sorry, it's one person.
Overshield now.
Rockets.
Overshield now and rocks. Green sniping 2 of them.
3 green. One shot.
We can green. Can we get Obi? Can we get Obi? We have Obi.
Box last guy.
Nice job.
I'm under bridge. Wait.
You guys are together. We have Obi. You guys are together. Look our train. Look mid-bridge up and out. Let's fucking go. Lit up.
Flat right now?
Their hallway. And their needles one hit Walshy.
They're top tower right now.
One shot.
Top turret. Elamite trolling. He's getting nuked. There we go.
Pushing cuts right now.
Bravo, chill, man. Come on, Bravo is screaming at his team, directing traffic, and at the moment it's working. Another flag now moving for Triggers Down.
Oh, Bravo's been waiting for this moment for a decade, it would seem, taking everything seriously. Hines gets another kill, and it does seem like Instinct are really struggling with the pressure at the moment. Triggers Down, all the goodies, the rockets, the overshield, everything's perfect for them.
And Instinct currently, well, she's dragging him through this, at 9 and 8 on the stats. Now comes the flood from Instinct, though. This is looking like Triggers Down gonna have to work very carefully if they want to have an opportunity of moving this flag a little bit longer. It does get returned. Snipedown has the rockets, but there's the teamwork. Elamite and Walshy will not die.
I did see Walshy warming up backstage. I think the only player actually warmed up before this series. He had to just make sure arthritis in the fingers wasn't happening, get that claw ready. And I tell you what, even though he started slow, he seems to be heating up the further we get into this game.
First player on Instinct to break the double digits on the kills. Now once again, just rotating back through green box here and trying to help Lunchbox, who has managed to pick up those rockets. 1v1 with Hines. Again, respect shown by Walsh. Now spikes out that mid-bridge. Little battle going on. Banana. Lunchbox going to win that one. I hear the Needler in the background as well. 2 dead here for Triggers Down.
Can't tell if it's respect or just fear from Walshy at times. He just seems to be backing out of these fights that maybe are going to be too much, but eventually gets shut down. A good passage of play, though, from Instinct in the moment. They just need to get some flags on the go, and maybe Neighbor can lead the charge. Overshield also coming up.
Here is Mason Cobb. Hysteria going to be challenging him. And that's going to allow Instinct now to pick up that overshield. Hysteria also picks up another one, but will he be able to escape? He just about manages to put on the sneakers and get around that corner, but she was there to clean things up. There's the end of the overshield, though, because Heinz locks down those rockets.
Heinz has done so well to keep getting these rockets time and time again. Maybe Instinct are going to have to call for some reinforcements. Maybe Lunchbox will be getting on the phone to Roy, and we'll see that duo come back into the equation to try and take down TD at the moment, because they look unstoppable.
We've heard from the side of Triggers Down. I think it's only right that we hear what Instinct have to say for themselves. Let's jump into an Astro listening with Instinct.
Under bridge, maybe? He's got a drop shield.
Yeah, this is weak in middle, in our grid.
Is he pushing me?
Our cuts are flying. I got one.
Our plant's one shot. I'm Mauler with sniper. You guys are needles. We gotta get to the base. We gotta just start all over their base.
100%.
Gotta get sniper in their base.
I'm coming under the bridge.
Where's the... Our plat and our trying to push our flag.
Our plat and first.
Going there green, I think.
Our plat and needle pit. There's 2 or 3 there. Just in case.
One shot.
Green and
Needle pit,
Cal. The first.
Shoot that. Let's get
on our flag.
I'm with the guy. Sorry.
Run it first.
Oh, it's BR.
You gotta BR. Nice. I live here.
Oh my god,
this is job.
The first cuts.
They're cuts. One shot, they're cuts. I'm trying to look. Other flag grand point. First BR now.
And on point.
One was their first BR. Where are they going?
I got the stop of the flag
right now. You guys on ready?
Probably gonna be long haul.
Coming all the way. Yep.
I'm helping long, Jason. I hit him, I think.
Yeah, I'm pushing it.
I'm pushing through long, Jason.
Got one. No,
go flag.
No, it's sword.
In sword, yeah. Let's get one shot.
The training pit?
Yeah. In bridge and sword. After the training pit. I got naded. There. One mid bridge.
Back up, Eric!
Two dead.
Top turret. Quick cut. So. I'm going for Roxanne.
They're plat.
They don't have it yet, but they just got it.
As we jump back into game, we are left with ringing eardrums as Elamite tells someone to back their asses up in that battle. Walshy's still on the flank though, and you can hear from the comms that Instinct need to OE. They know they need some flag caps. Only 3 minutes and 40 seconds left on that game clock.
Yeah, they've just been letting Triggers Down just dominate so many areas of the map, and they haven't got any flags on the move, but finally, Walshy now will be able to get one down long haul. And as long as there's support, this could be a cap.
Walshy gets it down long haul. Turns to fight Hysteria. Hysteria versus Walshy. Hysteria comes out on top. But what's happening elsewhere? 2-4 for Triggers Down. Might be an opportunity to get a touch on that flag. Hysteria. 2 players, no shields. Snipedown's there to help him out as well.
Oh, some dodgy rockets from Hysteria means Instinct can still keep this one alive. Neighbor does get a touch. Snipedown's going to try and stay alive at the same time, but good grenades. Okay, bad grenades. It goes from amazing to then very bad.
Neighbor just puts his hand to his head as well. Oh, poor Mason. We all saw it, unfortunately. Lunchbox now up on top tower, trying to clear the way. Finds one, doesn't get the second though. B-Man's coming after him. Walshy trying to rotate back to the base. It looks like that flag did get sent home as well. So Instinct more work to do for them. B-Man trying to flick a couple of shots towards his head, but at the moment Walshy's surviving. Finally Neighbor in to clean things up.
21 kills for Heinz at the moment, by the way. I think it's cheating he was even allowed to be involved. I think he set up this show match, yet he's still playing.
GB exposed him. He said it's exactly what happened.
Just wanted to be on that main stage once more. And he is going to be running another flag here, but with only 2 minutes left on the clock, Instinct need to get something moving.
Triggers down though, they've got 2 dead. And it looks like Instinct might be going down 3-0. Fritchie Heinz can force this one through the long haul. Nice little back nade, but there is Lunchbox.
Crazy to see these 2 teams competing against each other once more here in 2022 as Hysteria puts in the third. And you'd have to imagine that's going to be too big a deficit now for Instinct. So many times you've seen these 2 teams go up against each other as second, third seeds, first, fourth seeds. They constantly clashed back in 2008 to 2010. And the fact we get to witness it once more is just incredible.
Well, Elamite's last alive here. He's got a little bit of overshield to work with, but unfortunately for Instinct, 3-0 is the deficit. With just 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. There's Snipedown as well. Elamite eliminated. As Snipedown currently sits at 17 and 13 with 16 assists as well.
Gotta say, it feels a little bit unfair. You've got 2 players on Triggers Down who are genuinely competing in this tournament. No one from Instinct. You've got 2 coaches, and you've got the oldest man in the building. You've got Walshy there as well.
We've also got Bravo, probably, who's taking this more seriously than his tax returns at the moment. Like, he's living through this moment. Snipedown just putting more damage down at the moment, but 60 seconds left on the clock. This has been so much fun, man.
I mean, I saw it on social media, Towie and Bravo going back and forth about West and East Coast matches that they were coaching. Now they get the chance to coach against each other once more, and it looks like Bravo's going to have the last laugh.
Certainly is. Walshy versus Snipedown. Snipedown adds another perfect to the collection. It looks like Triggers Down, even with 40 seconds left on this game clock, aren't quite finished yet. They want to get a 4th flag on the board.
Yeah, they just want to add insult to injury here. Snipedown's going to escort this one. Elimite's going to do his best to try and stop it.
Oh, B-Man! B-Man with the meat wave, not the heat wave, onto the body. Snipedown just locking down the green box as well. This will be 4-0. The only question now is there time for Triggers Down to make it a perfect 5?
We want 5. We want 5. Come on, get pushed. Let's get it. Double kill for Snipedown. And now it's whether they want to go for it. With 2 members going down, Snipedown being smart about it. He's playing stats instead. 3 seconds left. And that's going to be game. Triggers Down. 4-0. And how much does it come down to Bravo?
Look how happy he is, man. I've never seen Bravo so happy. Also, I don't know how quick the flights are to Turkey and back to get that hair transplant, but I need to hit Bravo off about how he's managed to pull that one off. But Triggers Down with the win. A happy birthday, of course, to Halo 3. Such a huge influence on not only the people who love Halo, but across the esports industry as well. And of course, the first time that we see the pit in Halo Infinite. You got to say the bragging rights are only going one way here. Triggers Down with the win.
And to see Halo Infinite, to see Forge, to see the pit, makes me very excited as to what else could be built, what else we're in store for when Forge gets released. But I'm very excited personally to be able to play some of the classic Halo maps. 15 years ago, as you say, Halo 3 was released. As for Triggers Down and as for Instinct, I mean, that was a very one-sided affair, unfortunately. Maybe Instinct might need to make a couple of team changes here or there.
I was going to say, maybe there's going to be a couple of conversations that finish with, I'm sorry, it's just business, as we used to have back in the day. But I got to be honest, I think Walsh was the standout player there on Instinct. Walshy has still got it, everybody. Don't worry. And I'm sure that with those kind of stats, that kind of performance, he's looking across the stage at GB and thinking in the future, maybe that belt's going to be mine.
Maybe they're just not a CTF team. You know, you've got to look, yeah, might be more of a Slayer team and all of that jazz.
Well, it is time for us to wrap it up here from the caster's booth. But down on the stage, Golden Boy is ready with an interview with the winning team.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the better team. It's Triggers Down. We go ahead and grab some of the boys here. Snipedown, man. It was great to see you holding a sniper rifle on pit again. How'd it feel to play the map?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good throwback. Happy to be here and get some pit games in on a new Forge mode.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's happy to be here. Snipedown, everybody. Round of applause for Snipedown. Moving on, the man who orchestrated this whole thing, the master manipulator himself, Richie Hines. Hines, man, you look good out there. How did it feel to be back on the main stage where you belong?
Yeah, I feel like I do belong here, actually. Thanks. It's weird. I'm 30 years old, but I feel 16 right now. I hope my mom's enjoying this. Hi, Mom. Love you. Yeah, it's great.
Is that the cutest thing you've ever heard? Next up, this guy. How did you do it? I don't know how you did it, because I could barely grow my hair back. What's your strategy?
It's two things. It's a key combination of specialty products and nostalgia, and this thing just came out.
How did it feel?
I mean, 15 years of Halo 3. I woke up, I looked at the calendar, it said September 25th, and I just saw this all of a sudden in the mirror. It was wild.
Wow. Unbelievable. The man is a magician, everyone. Move over, Pistola. We have a new wizard in town. All right, of course, we have... Well, you know what I mean, because of the freaking hair.
Yeah, hold on, this is Triggers Down on stage. You can't say something like that. We love you, Ola. We miss you, buddy.
Oh, I love you, Pistola. I love Pistola. I love Pistola. That's my boy. Best man, my man. You were looking like a demon out there. How did it feel to just destroy Walshy?
Oh, I mean, Walshy's always going to be super easy to destroy. It's always nice to destroy it. It's always nice to play against Elimite and Neighbor, though. They're super easy to play against.
Yeah, super easy. Super easy. Matchmaking, doesn't matter, no matter where it is. Hysteria, it's good to see you up here, man. I'm glad we were able to get you from your streams. You know, you seem to be very busy as of late, but want to get your thoughts on playing Pit again with these boys.
Everyone knows that I love the Pit. It's just my favorite map ever. And I'm so glad they brought it back.
It's totally 100% his favorite map ever. Give it up for Hysteria. And one more time, give it up for Triggers Down. But let's send it over to Blaze, who's, with the other team.
with the other team. You don't talk bad about these legends on this side of the stage. As neighbor, as you just got it done playing the pit for the first time. How did you feel about that? And why best man talking like he's still good?
What'd he say?
Did it even matter? Did it even matter? He said that, hey, you know what? It's always easy playing against you.
You know, the thing is this is just a great experience. I'm very happy that we get to play against these guys. And I miss Hysteria very much because the montage that we made was very special to me. And that's all I'm thinking about right now.
It was a good montage, everybody, okay? As I move on over to the most winningest Halo 3 player of all time, Elamite, how did it feel to be back on the pit?
I mean, it's a really fun map, and that was a lot of fun. I think Richie and them have been preparing for this for a long time, probably had a little early access, and it definitely showed this time around.
It definitely did. Now, I called him a 14-time champion, but he really was a 17-time champion with Coach Towie. How did it feel to be coaching this Instinct team once again and go back to the past?
Well, we learned about halfway through the game that my team couldn't hear me. So hopefully game 2 goes better, I would say. Game 2 could be better.
Game 2? Yo, do we want a game 2 out here? Woo! Lunchbox, how did it feel to be back on the pit and play against some old competitors?
It felt good until Dave shot the barrel and blew me up immediately. And it turns out that our strats are about 15 years old. They don't work anymore.
Well, I already know you're cooking up something new here with Towie. Walsh, you started off slow, but once you got going, it looked like you was back in your 20s again.
I don't know whose ankle I broke over there, but I heard some shots fired, and I'm keeping it going. So let's see, Snipe down. His name holds true, because when I had Snipe on training, he had Snipe on the tower, he backed down. Hines, just like the condiment, you need someone else supporting you. You're not good on your own. Best man, you forget to give your whole name. It's called mediocre at best man. That's your whole name. Hysteria, we're cool, man. We're cool. And Golden Boy, I'm not even gonna waste my breath. Everyone has this like random rivalry between us. We have never played a single match. I never had to play losers bracket round 1 in an open tournament. Get them out of here. Give me a rematch.
You want a rematch? Y'all want a rematch? We're gonna have a rematch here on the stage.
Let's do this. I'm saying you can't spoil this surprise.
I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm in shock. I did not expect that, to be honest with you. But the rematch, well, apparently that's what we're going to have. So we're going to have to see if Instinct can retaliate. And that's mean, speaking of retaliation, I think Walsh was warming up, but he was also writing some lines because poor old TD, they must be reeling right now.
I just feel bad for Mark. He was told the whole time, we're only playing Capture the Flag pit. We just do the one game. No, we got a Slayer, Mark. I knew this whole time, my little sly secret. And this is going to be a good one. I'm very excited. I think the last time we saw these two teams compete against each other on the pit Slayer was Dallas 2010. Instinct won 50-42.
Stop being the stats man. It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter anymore, but it looks like we're running it back, everyone. TD versus Instinct. The question here is, can Instinct salvage some pride? Can they tie up the series at 1-1?
I saw enough individual skill from Walshy to suggest, yes, they can get the kills, they can win this Slayer, they can tie this up 1-1. Already he's got the boomsticks. Oh, misses one.
Oh! I tell you what, I know it's been a while, but I'm just hearing murmurings of a Walshy chant starting somewhere in the arena. There it is, just when you want it. Rockets in the hands, though. Look how slow this is, by the way. As if you needed something to add a little bit more spice to it, a little bit of trash talk. All of a sudden, the two teams playing very, very differently.
I mean, they're taking this more seriously than the guys playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars this weekend, it would seem. Good shots, though. Again, very slow, back and forth. Walshy not able to get that rocket out, though.
Walshy seemed to have 17 rockets in that thing. I'm not sure how we managed to do that, but only Dave Walsh things. But 5-3 is the score. Trigger's down with a narrow lead at the moment. Neighbors going down. Richie Hines, a.k.a. the Condiment, now going down in the runway to see if he can maybe make a little flank on Elamite, who's been playing with that sniper.
We heard what Lunchbox said as well. It feels like our strategies are maybe 15 years old. Can you come up with new strategies? You gotta imagine he knows enough from coaching Optic so far this tournament, but I tell you what, Instinct doing very well to come back into this. 7-6 now.
Here is Papa Walsh. Sniper rifle on training. That one dare show. No one dares even peek. Elamite's also got a sniper rifle, it seems. So it looks like both sniper rifles on the map at the moment are in the hands of Instinct. Elamite's kind of going to work here. Snipe down, sit down, Walsh with a snipe.
Roll back the years, push up to top tower. Make sure you just dominate their spawn, because you've got both snipers in the moment, but Walshy needs to back down and all that smart. Waste the sniper, get it out of their hands.
Back on board with Elamite. Very good start for him at the moment. Currently sat at 3-0. The battle for the overshield is everything. Hines needs to win this, but he cannot win this. Elamite lets him know, but he doesn't get the pop.
He lets him know, but then he goes down. Hysteria will pick it up. He wants more as well. And Lunchbox unfortunately falls. Instinct starting to lose players like flies. I think it'll be the perfect time to jump into an Instinct Astro Listen.
Oh, he's got rockets already. That's two. Rockets already.
So many
green guys. You got the green guys. Got to push through if you can. Two guys green. Come through. We're all to your last one.
Our needle, Kyle, weak was needle weak. Not anymore though.
Fun under mid bridge.
Our green and our training.
Looking at our training. Try and live.
Rockets are turret.
Stop turret still, guys.
Get off me now! What is on my screen?
Our S1.
I'm pushing.
Our sniper's up soon. I'm gonna try to help with training.
They're gonna for sure be watching this. Where are they?
Weak our courtyard.
And bridge. I'll get our courtyard.
Our sword window.
Our sword weak.
Sword. Guys, do it, guys.
Under mid bridge sniping.
I think they're green is my guess.
Tower?
There was one in our court a while back.
I killed them, Dave.
First wave with sniper. Oh my god.
Shot the courtyard. Sword and push out snipe, you guys.
Gonna be on sword.
Training and sword.
Our green.
Under bridge, one shot.
Our green, our green.
Two at OS. One's one shot.
Trying to watch this. They're gonna fight me. I need somebody to watch my back.
One's coming runway to soon.
He's at OS.
Can't help you.
No! He's gonna be a dark. He's gonna be our sword.
Damn it.
And repulsor base.
On bridge and our sword.
Nice. Our green. After our green, our training.
Our sword.
Two guys sword.
Last two sword, right?
Guys, OS and two guys.
He's waiting in the window. We should push this if we can.
OS guys, OS, we're playing this.
We have 5 seconds.
Helping sword.
Very weak. One shot side sword.
I got him.
I was in here. Weak.
Well, back in, it's a 5-kill difference between the two teams, but Elamite, it just shows sometimes you got to be careful with the trash talk. It looks good if you pick up the kill, but then you get embarrassed a few minutes later.
I mean, the years and years of rivalries between these players, it still echoes as Elamite goes up. He tries to get some shots, but Snipe Down adds a couple extra as he falls.
It's the first anti-gravity shots to the body we've ever seen. Walshy now trying to survive, Snipe Down trying to make the push. He kills the difference between the two teams, but one thing we've noticed, I think the players have noticed as well, how many rockets do you get at the moment?
Seems to be like the good old days, plenty of rockets to work with. I will say the open area of the map down by OV means it's very difficult to try and push and flank round if there's a repulsor. Best man gets a killing spree, but will immediately be shut down, but 35-23 triggers down a pummeling Instinct.
Walsh did everything he could just to maybe try and get that psychological advantage. Maybe just fired up triggers down even more, as if they needed it with Bravo stood behind them, barking at them. Every single moment of the first game behind. He's just been a nuisance in the cuts at the moment. You can see that Instinct trying to overextend. It looks like they might have sniffed things out here. All trapped in sword, though.
He's got the turret.
TD might have an opportunity to collapse on them here and pitch.
I just heard a turret get ripped off, and the turret starts to pile down. Snipe Down says, you know what? This is so easy. Let's make it even more fun.
It's turret down. Forget about Snipe Down. We got a few moments left in this game. Let's jump into a listening now with triggers down.
Our court. I'm flying at him.
Our green and our long haul. We're both weak. I'm back.
Him, right? I got him.
We got us one dead.
Our needle pit. Our green.
One shot our BR pit. Our BR pit.
Overshield and rocks in 10.
Richie, behind you, Richie.
It's a trade. Overshield and rocks in 10. Rona's about to pop off on him.
Beacon green.
I'm with
What's
you.
our flag?
Rona's got this wacky turret there.
We better be on Eric right now.
3 seconds on OB and rocks.
Under bridge. Right, gone for OB. Oh, fuck. He's one shot our court. Or
shot
under
B.
bridge, maybe? No, never mind.
Let's go.
I mean, you gotta respect it, right? You gotta respect it when you're up by that much. The BM of the turret. I mean, things look pretty strong, to be fair, but at least Elamite managed to come out on top of that one.
It looks like a shield cracker. You just need someone to clean up afterwards. 47. We're gonna tick over to 50 very shortly, it seems, because Hines, he's got another overshield.
Maybe a sniper rifle at the end of this as well. Rockets for sure. There's that sniper rifle. Grab it, Richie. Grab it. Get the shot. 2 more to go. Elamite's pushing him, but he's got the rockets. Richie Hines picks up 1 for 49. 1 more kill to go here for Triggers Down to put a punctuation mark on this series. Capture the flag on the pit was theirs. Will the Slayer game type go that way as well?
Instinct are hiding. They're cowering. They know how close this is. They want to just have
Three-man push.
1 last second on the pit.
Send in the cavalry. Elamite, it might be you. Here's the victim, but there's the crossfire. Instinct stay alive here. They pick up 2.
Somehow they're still doing it. They know they have to play perfect Halo at this point.
Instinct another one. Goes for the ninja. Elamite keeps him in the game.
Triggers Down want to make this flashy. They don't want this 50th kill to be some measly poxy VR kill. They want a ninja. They want a snipe. They want something to scream and shout about.
Instinct win this, by the way. We will never hear the end of it.
Never.
Snipe Down just trying to do some damage. Walshy's sending it. Walshy wants to have a lay down, I think, in the back. He tries to make the play. Walshy, I think, has got somewhere else to be, but the 50th kill goes down to Triggers Down, and they win the Throwback Throwdown 2-0.
Walshy said it's
unless you're going to surprise me, by the way, with another game.
We might.
Yeah.
Best of 5. Walshy says it's Championship Sunday. We've got other games to play, guys. Come on, get it done. But Triggers Down will win 2-0. What an incredible show match between some of the greatest Halo players of all time. An absolute pleasure to be able to commentate over it. And I'm sure there's going to be even more choice words from these guys. Let's not interview them. I don't want to hear what Walshy has to say next, because that's just going to be scary.
But one thing I do want to do is give everybody on that main stage a round of applause. Orlando, give it up for both Triggers Down and Instinct, legends of the game. Putting on an absolute show for you here on the main stage. You get to see the pit. It's been a lot of fun. And I've got to be honest, I'm jumping into the playlist as soon as that thing drops.
I mean, Triggers Down versus Instinct now. Maybe in 10 years' time, we'll have an Optic versus FaZe showdown. And it's going to be a new era of legends, because we are seeing some of the best players now come through in Halo Infinite. And I'm sure they can't wait to get their hands on the pit as well. How is that going to change the HCS next year? It's going to be so exciting to see some of the biggest and best players playing on the old classic maps. But look, they're all friends, really. Some of them even played on Instinct when they were on Triggers Down, and the other flip-flop. So I tell you what, it's amazing to see them all up there once more.
I'm sure the players who are on Instinct who did play on Triggers Down will be claiming that as a win for themselves as well. That's certainly how they are probably thinking about it working. But for some of these players, of course, the job not done yet. Like to Snipe Down, he's still got some games to play today for E United. And I tell you what, the fans were certainly getting behind him yesterday and on day number 1. Snipe Down, always a crowd favorite, and certainly putting in performances as well.
As when I spoke to E United the other day, they were like, oh, you know, Snipe Down's going to be playing in a show match. He's not going to be warmed up playing Halo 3. And I was like, oh, he'll be all right. And he will be all right. It's a nice warm-up. It's on Halo Infinite, and I'm sure he's going to have an incredible time.
All right, it's done now, officially, from the caster's booth. That is the Throwback Throwdown finished. Congratulations to Triggers Down, a 2-0 win for them. Down to the main stage now for an interview with TDGB. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Onset and Gaskin. Guys, give it up for Triggers Down! Now, before the game started, David Elizabeth Walsh was out there just saying all sorts of things. By the way, we got to make sure we get a camera on Dave so we can see the salt. Anyway, best man, I want to just get some choice words for Dave here. Just go ahead and direct it at him and only him and only him.
I mean, it's hard talking trash to Dave. You know, he teamed with me in Halo 3. You know, he helped me get a good placing. He was on the downside of his career a little bit, but we had some good times. You know, we had some unfortunate events. You know, it's all love. I appreciate Dave and everything he's done for me. So, no bad blood.
Yeah. Just that one subtle jab. Yeah. Richie, my man. Back here again, you look great. You said that you felt like you were back in your prime, so when are you going to just come back and compete again?
Oh, I'll talk to Tachi about that, see if I can make some moves. But yeah, Dave, I've never lost to him. Glad to continue that. But I will say, before I was a pro, Dave is the #1 pro I looked up to. Had a really good conversation with him at my first event, encouraging me to continue to go to events, and I kept that in mind. And thank you, Dave. #1 fan right here.
Yeah. Walshy love on the stage. I know you don't like it, G, but it's okay.
Just
Brav.
come on.
How did it feel to be back on the stage with the hair flowing? We got a chance to listen in on the comms a bit, and man, you were locked in. It was intense.
I was, man. It was kind of crazy putting this jersey on again, looking in a hotel room mirror and putting a Triggers Down jersey on in the morning, and to be behind these guys, yeah, it was a blast. And it's crazy that the 15-year anniversary of Halo 3 falls on a championship Sunday to the day. It's kind of wild. So just big shout out to everybody here supporting the game, and I know everybody's been doing it for a long time, so yeah, it was a blast.
It is a blast, and that is a special moment here on Championship Sunday in Hysteria. How does it feel to be back on the stage, playing the pit, going to Worlds, and just having, you know, your Halo career come full circle?
Oh, I mean, it's been a crazy weekend, and I couldn't have expected it to go any better, honestly.
Nice, nice, nice.
Hold on 1 second. I just wanted to get one last player here.
Yeah.
Wanted to get, because, you know, awkward reach around wouldn't have worked out too well. Oh, that's a word for use. Anyway, Snipe Down. Finally, good to see you back doing your thing on the pit. What you got to say to Dave?
Yeah, I mean, I love the man. He was at my wedding, like, you know, about a month ago, and I'm not sure he's recovered quite yet from that gameplay I just witnessed. So, but it was some very good games, and I was just happy to, you know, go back up here with some legends and 3/4 of a team that should have happened. It was supposed to be me, Jacob, and Richie with Pistola.
Wait, whose fault it was?
His fault.
Okay, it was his fault.
We blame him, and we were supposed to have Pistola as the 4th in 2009. That was a possible roster, and we were. Was it 2010? Whatever. It would have been sick, and you know, it's still fun to get up here and play with these guys on an old school map like that.
Hashtag Hysteria's fault. All right, everyone. And of course, give all the love to Pistola as well. But guys, give it up for Instinct 2. Absolute legends up there, even Dave. But we are going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to continue this competition. We got some banger matches. You guys excited for Championship Sunday? Yeah! Let's do this.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well-earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with stealth tech and immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Don't just hear it, feel it at a Lovesac showroom near you.
Welcome back, HCS Orlando. It is that time again where we recognize the best players in our league. It is the USMC event commendations, and it's time to recognize the best. To help me do that, I have Captain Aaron Webster and Staff Sergeant Ian Mills coming to the stage. Captain Aaron Webster is a Marine attack helicopter pilot who flew the AH-1Z Cobra and now works with the Marine Corps Recruiting Command. He is a longtime Halo fan, and his favorite character is Sergeant Johnson. Staff Sergeant Ian Mills is an intelligence analyst at the Marine Corps Intelligence Activity. He has played Halo for over 20 years and at first competed in MLG Orlando in 2008. Sergeant Mills' favorite map is Sanctuary from Halo 2. Give him a round of applause. Now let's bring out our players to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise as they come to center front. We got Royal 2, Tusk, APG, and Penguin here. First up is your best slayer, Royal 2. This weekend, Royal 2 has been crushing it with a 1.39 KD. Congratulations to Royal 2. Tusk has showed determination, great leadership, and perseverance for their team, and earning the Best Coach Award. Congratulations to Tusk. This next award goes to APG. He's excelled across all objectives, earning the Best Objective title. And finally, Penguin is the player you always want to lead you into battle. He is the best support. Give it up for Penguin. Now join me in congratulating all of your U.S. Marine Corps Event Commendations Award winners. And thanks again to Captain Aaron Webster and Staff Sergeant Ian Mills for being here. Lottie, back to you.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and a huge congratulations to all of our players. They're absolutely amazing. The commendations coming across the stage. And you've got to say, every single one of those players up there, Clutch, deserves this and more. And there's probably so many other individuals in the room that were really kind of neck and neck in terms of some of those, of course, awards. So talk to you about some of those players. I mean, how incredible it is for them to be up there and being, you know, really acknowledged for what they're able to do in game.
Yeah, just overall, absolute fantastic players so far throughout this tournament. I mean, Royal 2 says enough with his KD. It's a 1.39 right now. A little bit lower than it was after pool play, but still, as the teams get harder, he's still able to keep it to that 1.4 just about, and that's an incredible stat in of its own. APG's been playing lights out, so you love to see him get some accolades, some recognition, because it's often he doesn't. Penguin, a very similar story as APG, where such a talented player, an absolute monster on the map, and it's about time we find ways to give those guys some spotlight.
Without a doubt, 100% with you there, Clutch. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, right now as we move from all the fun, the madness, and, of course, the commendations on the main stage into the business that we need to come down to here. We have our winners bracket. Our final is set in stone there for our winners finals. Optic Gaming versus FaZe Clan. Goofy, are you surprised by that outcome there?
I'm not gonna lie, Lottie, coming in this weekend, I did expect to see Optic Gaming in the winners bracket finals, but FaZe Clan I wasn't sure if they're gonna make it in there. I expected to see Sentinels there on the winners bracket finals, but unfortunately for them, they are on that elimination bracket, but they did survive in a very close game 5, 50-49 win earlier this morning. But both these teams definitely deserving to be there, playing lights out. We saw them match up against each other earlier in pool play on Friday. It went all the way down to the wire in a game number 5 win for Optic Gaming, and now let's see if they can repeat it here in the winners bracket final.
We certainly will indeed. I'll tell you what, it's make or break for the elimination bracket, though, and a lot of breaking has been going down. And Gaskin, I want you to break down Europe right now. Talk to me about what has been going on. See a lot of European teams in elimination round 4, round round 3. You know, how are you feeling?
I mean, Europe, yeah. Clutch says it perfectly. They did quite literally break down. They needed a repairman to come out and fix them, but Na'Vi, they flew the European flag high. They qualified for Worlds. They got top 12. Unfortunately, fell short against Oxygen Esports. It does mean we will still see Ascend and Jay Lings at Worlds through play-ins, but no Quadrant at Worlds is something I would never have expected after the incredible season they have had. That's a big disappointment for them. They're just going to have to start looking towards the next season, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is a huge, huge disappointment. I'm also looking at that Oxygen run as well. That's come to an end. G2 were just too strong, but G2 now are going to face Cloud9, which is going to be a very, very interesting one. How are you feeling about this G2 roster, Clutch?
I like the G2 roster. They have a ton of individual skill. Didn't really come into practice with the whole barcode situation, trying to get his visa set up, but now it's set up. I expect to see a better G2 come Worlds, but I think this is the end of the road. Cloud9 need to start this series off strong, need to find a way to get some momentum, because on the other side of the elimination bracket lot, you got Sentinels trying to play United, and the winner of that is going to go against Cloud9. So we're going to lose one of these 3 juggernauts as they advance through that elimination bracket, and it's just going to be an all-out warfare. I feel like G2 is the one team that I'm actually not surprised, but I would be shocked to see that team out of the 4 move forward.
I think you can just look at it as well, right? It's like they're under practice, but the fact that they've gotten to this position speaks volumes about this team, and perhaps later on, as we get around to Worlds, how incredible they're going to be with some practice under their belt. I mean, that's insane. And Barcode, who stepped in, and obviously a lot of kind of things going on behind the scenes and personal things to try and get over, to come here to Orlando and perform the way he has been absolutely incredible. But there's going to be more on that a little bit later on as we do push through the Elim bracket, and we're going to do so right now on the main stage. Our next matchup is going to be United versus Sentinels, happening right behind us. This is going to be a bloodbath. You see both of these red teams, you're going to see some bloodshed on the stage as well. My goodness me, when you look at both of these teams, you just think to yourself, honestly, 50-50, but United are going to have something to say about that, and they need to start off hot, right, Clutch? I mean, 5-1 in the first map of the series this weekend. Is this where their success lies, or do they have that bounce back ability, do you think?
I think they definitely have that bounce back ability. This team really surprised me with how well they started playing off this weekend. Coming out number 1 seed in their pool, that was phenomenal for them. Unfortunately, not able to really take an advantage of it. And now they find themselves against the Sentinels that lost a little bit earlier than they probably should have. This is not a team United probably expected to see at this point in the elimination bracket, but that's just how the bracket goes a lot of the time. But these guys have what it takes to create what I would say is an upset.
Now, Goofy, with some of these individuals, Rain is sitting at a 0.81 in bracket play. He had a 1.12 in pool play. Now, how important is it for United's sake on this main stage right now that Rain really does find that form and success like he had in pool play?
It's going to be very important for Rain, but also for the entire team, right, Lottie? In order to go up against in order to go up against this Sentinels roster, everyone's gonna need to be firing on all cylinders. You're gonna need to be on top of your A game. But I'm glad you called out Rain as that player to watch, because Clutch, you've been saying it all weekend. He is such an underrated, such an impressive player. Kind of like, I like to think of him in like that same umbrella as Falcated, where they hit their shots, they make their plays. They don't go out of their way to be like that public image, right? They only worry about their teammates, they worry about their game, and Rain has been playing fantastic all weekend, and I expect this to be a close series.
He really has indeed, and you've seen a flash of Sentinels there as well, but I have one more quick thing to say about some of the individuals in United, and that's Spectre. He has been becoming a star as of late. He's a 1.19 overall, Gaskin, and a 1.55 on CTF. Those stats speak for themselves, but in particular, do you feel like he's taking some pressure off the shoulders of Snipe down here in terms of slaying power?
Oh, absolutely. There's always going to be responsibility of slaying power when it comes to some of these players and that expectation, but as soon as you've got several players who can step up and can slay on that day, suddenly you don't have to worry about putting yourself into certain positions. You don't have to be too aggressive with some of your pushes. You can be a little bit more patient, and I think this team is working in tandem. They've been so impressive all tournament long. Maybe he's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder after the Kratos thing. Whatever has propelled him into this player, I'm all for it because he's looked incredible this tournament.
You know, sometimes it just takes the teammates around you to be able to find that success and, you know, have that kind of synergy coming forward. We've seen that so many different times. It makes a big difference who you are surrounded by. Now, talking about being surrounded, you're surrounded by Sentinels if you're United. Let's talk about those guys on the other side of the stage because, my goodness me, are they going to have something to say about things with United? Now, I'm going to call out two players here, Snakebite, Frosty. Haven't actually been performing that well. They're at a 0.91 and a 0.96. Clutch, do you feel like one of these guys really needs to step up here to really kind of push this over the line?
I think they both do. I've seen the other two players on this team playing phenomenal. Lethal's having a hell of a tournament. Rule 2, we saw what his KD ratio was during the AMD Power Performance reveal. And Snakebite, Frosty, almost two players you can guarantee to bring their A game on Championship Sunday. After a Game 5 against G1, you've kind of gotten rid of some adversity. Anything that might keep you on edge or on your toes, any kind of nerves are out the window. You've already experienced, as far as it's going to go, it was a 50-48 win, I'm pretty sure. So Sentinels can take a deep breath. It's up to United to kind of come out swinging because Sentinels have that advantage of having a series under their belt already today.
Now, Goofy, Clutch did touch upon him, but Lethal, a 1.08 in bracket play so far. And the final two maps of that G1 series, he was sat at a 1.24. This guy is popping off in front of everyone when the pressure is on. What do you make of him right now?
Lethal is a household name for a reason. He has been showing us why he is arguably the greatest Halo player of all time. And Lottie, you said it best. In the time his teams needed him most, he steps up. Game 4, Game 5, Clutch, you said it's 50-48. It was actually 50-49. It came down to the absolute last kill. And Lethal, man's got ice in his veins. That's all I gotta say.
The disrespect we did to Lethal as he was maybe not playing at the highest level, I think went a little bit too far. I'll say it myself. I gave the guy a hard time, but I watched that G1 series. Lethal was winning every one-on-one he found himself in, and it gave Sentinels, the only reason Sentinels win that series is because Lethal was playing as well as he was. It was actually impressive to me that he's come what feels like so far in such a short period of time. I guess it was 5 months since the last LAN, but he's really put in a lot of time and effort into being his best. Bringing his best, he keeps Sentinels in this tournament for at least one more series. I expect the rest of Sentinels to be able to kind of like raise to the occasion and understand like, hey, if we're getting his best now, let's bring our A game. I'm expecting a massive series from Snakebite and Frosty here.
Yeah, I'm going to bring the A game to the desk, though. I want to hear from Lethal himself. We did manage to catch up with him earlier on, see how he's feeling about his team, the weekend as a whole, and hopefully taking this major.
My name is Tony Campbell. My gamer tag is Lethal, and I'm on Sentinels. I've pretty much won at least somewhat in every single Halo I played. You know, Reach, H3, back in like 2019 Throwback stuff. H2A, Halo 5, a lot of the new breed, new players, they all just slide around and fly around and stuff, so that's all like the Frosties and Renegades and stuff. That's the new wave. Honestly, no, I just look at them and I'm just like the old man yelling from my lawn. I'm just like, slow down, kids. Why are you sliding around like this? Like, it's just unnecessary. I would say in the GOAT category and like the top 25 and like what people think, I think the last list was just a scam. I should have been first to begin with. I don't get it. So Tom, if you see this, I'll send you my address. You can ship over whatever they sent you for first or something. I don't know, because all the top 25 players, we got a little plaque thing. If you got something special, send it to me.
As cool as a cucumber, this guy. And I think honestly that is what separates him from most, as the most chilled out, relaxed player. When it comes to the pressure, he's able to perform, and we've seen that now time and time again, especially in that G1 match. But in terms of Sentinels, in terms of that G1 match, Game 5, it really did shine, right? You know, Sen, 6-1, Slayer record. You know, we are seeing those Game 5s getting clutched out and Gaskin. How much impact do you think those Slayers are going to be on this series for both of the teams here?
I've always said historically United, one of the best Slayer teams with what Ryanoob offers and his strategy and the way he structures pushes, especially in those close 49-49 moments. So it's going to be important that Sentinels do clutch up, because otherwise I think United will rip them away from you. I do think it was make or break for Sentinels tournament in that G1 series. I know it was close, it was easy to say that, but now they have got past what was a very big speed bump. I do think they should be able to propel themselves, get back into that conversation for winning the tournament once more. An early morning game is not really what Sentinels are ever that good at. you can say the same about Fridays. They're never usually hot out of the blocks, whereas I think G1, they were up for it. They took everything to Sentinels. They'll be so disappointed to be just 1 kill short, but unfortunately, sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, and that's why Sentinels are championship winners, because they just get over that hurdle.
Yeah, they do indeed. They are the Sleepy Giants for a reason. So hopefully they have woken up once again today. But I tell you what, someone who's going to have something to say about things and hoping to take down E United is our AMD Power Performance, and that is Royal 2. And I got to say, you know, the rest of Sen, the 3 players, apart from Lethal, didn't really have a good game. Lethal really stepped up, and it was huge, but there was no real impact there from Sen. None of the crazy stuff you usually see from them. But Royal 2, we know he's got it. I mean, my goodness me, for the majority of this weekend, he has been performing clutch. What is the X factor part of this player? Why is he so good?
Yeah, Sentinels need to make sure Royal 2 feels comfortable, because when Royal 2 feels comfortable, he can get into a flow. He is the best player in the game. The damage output is unmatched. The shot, I'm not quite sure if anyone on this planet does it as good as this kid, but that's when Sentinels really win or lose series. Is Royal 2 comfortable? Is he put in a position to shine? And if he can find himself on that pedestal, I have no doubt he's going to have the success we expect him to.
Indeed. I think, you know, I think it's also testament to these guys and what Royal 2, what the boys can actually do on Sentinels, just because that G1 series didn't go to plan, right? But what does that say about Sentinels when they are performing? What do you expect, Goofy, out of Sen when they are full firing on that main stage?
Come on, when Sentinels is full firing, they cannot be beat. There's a reason why they've built their legacy off dominance, right? Sentinels, when they're firing on all cylinders, you don't want to be playing against them. And honestly, Dan, I couldn't agree more. I think having that adversity early on this Championship Sunday, going up against a very scary and determined G1 squad who was coming into this event as a lot of people's wild cards, as the people expected G1 to potentially break into that top 4, make some damage happen, but Sentinel shut that down. Lethal stepped up so big at 50-49 game. We were here on the desk, Lottie, and we were doing the Halo 3 pitch show match, and Wes and I pulled up the game. We couldn't help ourselves. We had to watch that series, and Sentinels clutched up going into the series against E United. They're feeling good.
Yeah, we heard the screams from across the stage. It was filling our ears, that's for sure. But, you know, I've got to say, in one way, yes, okay, Kansas City champions, we can talk about how great Sentinels are all day long, right? But E United, they give me that same feeling. What I saw from them with Cloud9 was insane. If they can turn that same energy on that main stage, Clutch, they are capable of taking this series.
I said if Royal 2 can get comfortable, if he can find himself on a pedestal, expect him to dominate. Well, the best player in the game at knocking people off their pedestals, creating chaos, that's Ryan Noob. If he can get under their skin, if he can get behind enemy lines, be in unpredictable situations, he's going to be a massive thorn in the side of Sentinels. He creates chaos for the other team when he starts to find his flow. I'm looking at Ryan Noob to really find his groove here, get Royal 2 out of position, frustrate Royal 2, and if that happens, E United's going to have a lot of success.
And I was really impressed with Ryan Noob yesterday when that series against Optic Gaming, he had 1 kill in the first map, and that came in like the last 30 seconds, but then he bounced back 17 kills in the Slayer afterwards, dominated in the objective games as well. To have that kind of mentality and that experience, I think is very important, because you're going to need it against Sentinels. Sentinels are another team that can punish you in that way, so E United have to be prepared to come back from a map down or 2 maps down. But I do think they have the capability to do it. Ever since I saw them play SSG on Friday, I saw enough in their structure and the way they played and the way they were strategizing to say, okay, they can compete with the top teams here.
Yeah, indeed. And I've got to say, the stats there that we just saw, pretty even across the board for both of these two teams. So it's really going to come up to, you know, who's doing what. And when I think about the comparison between E United and Sentinels and who's on there, it's the pacing for me. Ryan Noob has said time and time again, Sen don't know how to play Halo. Hey, look, that's a bold statement, right? But I guess his mentality, his method of Halo is completely different. We know that, the slow pace, walking, you know, he believes in kind of the tactics and being very sneaky at times. And Goofy, you know, how does that play into Sentinels? How does Sentinels counter that? And how is Ryan Noob right now going to handle what Sen are going to bring?
So Lottie, the thing is, so Ryan Noob says he thinks he doesn't know Sentinels how to play. I think Sentinels would say the same thing about him, because, and historically, Sentinels would be proven right, because Ryan Noob has struggled in the past, regardless of the Halo title, against the likes of Royal 2 and Snakebite and Lethal. They've always seemed to have the upper hand on Ryan Noob, even though he always gives them a run for their money. Sentinels is seen as the favorite going into this series, and I expect them to come out dominating. I expect them to win this series handedly, and E United is going to really need to play on top of their game to stay in it.
I think we've got to look out for game modes like King of the Hill. Something that was very impressive yesterday again was E United winning a King of the Hill game 1-0 on recharge, and no other team is doing that. No other team is doing that at the moment.
Trolling.
I don't care if they're trolling, they still managed to achieve it. And if they can do stuff like that, if they can control hills like that, it's going to be very difficult for Sen to try and kind of puncture that defense.
Indeed. What do you make of the stylistic kind of differences between these two teams, Clutch?
I think they're pretty similar in a sense of they're two of our probably slower paced teams at the top tiers, in the top tiers of the bracket, right? I think when I think of Sentinels or E United, they want to play at their pace. The difficult piece is E United play a little bit more of a teamwork-based game. I think Sentinels play more of an individual playmakers make plays type style. And typically E United, if they're having success, it's going to continue to snowball, and there's not going to be a lot of plays to be made. So I'm looking to see who's able to set this pace and who's able to really consistently have map control. If E United can come out hot and take game one, they can win this series. They can dictate how this series is going to be played. But I could easily see Sentinels with a series under their belt already today come out swinging and give E United a really hard time to get any space or any control of the map.
Now, Gaskin, I ask you this often, my friends, when you're on the desk, and that's about how big the series layout is going to play into this. You know, do you think that there are going to be certain modes and games here that are really going to sway in a particular favor? We know that both teams have ones they love, ones they hate. So what's this telling you?
Strongholds was Recharge was a struggle for Sentinels during the E United Classic, so maybe that could be something E United can play off of. Also, I think King of the Hill featuring, again, I think that does play into the hands of E United, who have looked very strong. So the fact it does feature in the series now is going to be good. Slayer Catalyst will be an absolute mayhem match if it does get to Game 5, because as Clutch says, you've got that kind of slow, methodical style, which can really work out on Catalyst. But when you think about playmakers and you think about what Sentinels try and do, and how Sentinels won their series against G1 in that Slayer, it was Frosty being brave, pushing green on Livefire. You need that same kind of brave approach when you're on Catalyst.
You do indeed. Well, folks, it is about that time. I'm very, very excited to get day 3 of the Orlando Major underway. We've got Sentinels versus E United on the main stage, and your Championship Sunday starts now.
Orlando, let me hear you! It's time for Champ Sunday as we get ready to crown our champion here in Orlando. We have two very game, very prepared squads on that stage, Sentinels and E United. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, joined by my frenemy, arch nemesis. But you know what, man? You did all right. You did all right. You did all right, kid.
I straight up broke someone's ankles over at the cuts. Are people forgetting about that?
It's fine. We'll reflect on that later. But for now, it is time to put the spotlight on this matchup. Sentinels versus E United. Map 1, Strongholds on Recharge. Let's jump into this action. Lots of players to keep an eye on in this game. Obviously, lots of eyeballs on Lethal coming into Orlando. Suspector having one hell of a tournament. But let's go ahead and start with TJ Camp.
And look at those starting grenades from E United. Instantly gets hit over the turbine and picked off. That's going to be 3 down, 4 down for Sentinels. EU going off to a strong start.
That was not the start that Sentinels wanted at all. And they might even, if they wanted to, they could try and contend this B cap.
Also, so wise just to steal A from the Sentinels. At the beginning of the game, if you have a choice between stealing a neutral objective or the opponent's objective, it is in your benefit to steal that opposing objective.
Yeah, and this is just all going to be points right now for E United as Snipe Down's lingering about. Reigns got himself the camouflage there. Keep your eye on him. He's having quite the tournament so far. 2 players up above here. Going to be a recap on A for Sentinels, but the help is there. You got 3 players that are just going to be all over Sentinels like a couple spotter monkeys. and they might get the kills, but Frosty manages to stay alive here and was looking like a potential big play for E United. Might have just stabilized for Sentinels.
Ooh, and Frosty just getting the benefit of that window of opportunity, hopping up from the elevator, getting that pick, and taking his time before getting that reset. Knows they has a teammate there to help, and now we have Sentinels stabilizing this game for a short bit. You still gotta wonder, the slays are so heavily in favor of E United. I mean, they're outslayed by 4 kills off the mark of this game within the first minute and a half.
Yeah, you're really also going to be paying attention to this yellow play as well. You got a player up above. Ryan is going to be by himself. He's going to need some help here. He will capture this, but he is going to be dangerously low. Thankfully for him, he's going to be able to get out of dodge courtesy of that grapple shot. E United will get B and C control, and Ryan with a big shot there. Now looking for another one as he's located lethal up above. He's going to tag him a little bit, but that's a beautiful off the rack there by Ryan.
And great repositioning, just knowing that all those members from Sentinels cannot relax over an elevator until they know this player's been dealt with. However, his position's been given up. Royal 2 wants that sniper. He's going to be hunting Ryan down. Ryan has the grapple and support from his teammate Rain, and so he gets out of dodge.
Good help. Maybe now with Sentinels getting this camouflage, they can probably put it to good use here. Lethal's going to be on the lurk. Already out of the gate. You're just getting a match with fireworks here between Sentinels and the United. Expected nothing less. Lethal pushed in, but that's going to be a trade. Not much value gained out of it, but they are at the very least able to take out that player in yellow now as we're looking at the captain, Snakebite. He's got that shock rifle over towards C-side. They got to start thinking about where they want to make this move happen. It seems like B might be their choice.
B, but I feel like they're also putting this extra pressure. Now this pinch is coming in here from Sentinels. Snakebite does not opt to go into A immediately. He realized that he's going to leave his teammates off a person, so instead he decides to help try pinch over pipes. Once he realizes the numbers are down, he goes back and safely secures A. So I love that play back and forth from Snakebite.
Yeah.
First made the right decision, saying if your teammates stay alive longer, he's going to get that supporting fire. However, once his teammates are out of the picture, he goes back towards A. Just a very heads-up play, not just instantly beelining it every single time for the stronghold.
Yeah, and you really don't want to be in a position where you think that, you know, oh, I have to go ahead and make this play. I have to try and stop this, the C-cap from happening. And while it does not work out, this is really a credit to E United for shutting them down. I really do think that now it's going to be the onus on Sentinels here to have to try and figure out how do they break this potential setup, because the score is going to be gaining fast.
Yeah, it's getting wildly out of control, and E United know where this spawn is happening. Now it depends on how much pressure they want to put in. They can't really force this trip cap. Instead, they're going to wait until Sentinels overextend, give up a death or two, and then push in for it. But the damage has been done. Sentinels get 2 kills, and they have their choice of what stronghold they want to get, and they decide to go safely grab A.
I'm actually also going to be forcing attention toward B as
this
well.
This could be overextending. We'll find out if Frosty gets punished. No punish there. Just get. But there's the stop. This is a crucial battle. A huge reset from Snipedown and the E United crew.
And that camo was going to be up again, leaving Suspector with a prime opportunity here to maybe catch 2 players off guard. He's going to do sizable amount of damage. He's going to stop it. And as he is able to get the kills, they will get the flip, but it's only going to be for a moment here. 3 members of Sentinels are currently going to be down.
And there it is again. Every single time Sentinels have a couple strongholds looking for that trip cap, it's not for long.
Yeah.
E United don't seem to easily go 4 down or allow those situations to happen. So I'm not sure how well they're playing from that neutral back foot, but from what I'm seeing from these small glimpses of POV, it's looking good.
Suspector knew that there were going to be some players there, but he couldn't really challenge it because there were going to be eyeballs on him. Smart to just go back over to their hill. If they anticipate this here, he's got the shock rifle. He can potentially put down a few shots. Lethal's going to be low. Frosty's going to be low as well, Dave.
This is dangerous for Sentinels. Their position has been exposed. There are too many members there, and Ryan swoops in with the flank. Look at these kills, likely to go in the favor of E United at any moment just because they have more information and better positioning.
Snipedown's looking to chase someone that was going to be low in pit. As the Spectre plays low here as well. He's going to play over toward the Mangler Bridge. Good push now, or potential good push here for United rather. If they are able to get 1 player down, they are exchanging bodies left and right though, but they're meeting him right at the front door. Suspector staying alive, clean VR from him. He's got players in front, can't connect with the shot there. Good challenge from Royal 2, but he's got assistance. Royal 2 with the double, but look at that. E United managed to get possession of C here.
All these bait and switches, these shake and bakes are going in the favor of E United. All these little 2v2 engagements every single time United seem to be coming out ahead, at least during these last 30 seconds.
Look at Rhino, as squirrely as ever, manages to get away. He also got camo. He's got one grapple shot left for this too. Thank you. Go ahead and use that. Keep that away from Sentinels. That's going to be another capture. And look at C. Oh, he's like a shark in water. World 2 has no idea. A clean shot and a reset.
So good. Just first identifying the situation, seeing if Analyst is nearby, realizing he does it for the back end. Oh my God!
Oh! Return it to the sender! He's the mailman!
I no longer live here. Send that on back. Gets a sick repulse with that plasma grenade. Such heads-up plays from these top pros. This is something we weren't seeing earlier on in the season from anyone, I would feel, except for Lucid, where he was really quickly doing his repulse. I remember seeing Penguin and Lucid doing it really early on. But outside of that, we're now seeing all these pros. Oh my God, shock rifle, nasty shot there coming out of range.
E United is absolutely dominating. That man on your screen, Rain, is on a killing spree currently. He's looking to get capped. Spectre and Rhino were able to handle that business there. Lethal's going to get tagged. You got 2 players down low.
It's just an out-slaying and out-maneuvering game here from United. 3 players from Sentinels, all single-digit kills. Frosty and Lethal combined, only 9 kills. They are just being out-slayed.
That is something you don't hear every day. Frosty's one of the best slayers in all of Halo, and he is struggling currently to get something going here. Lethal's always going to be playing that support role for a lot of his teammates. In a lot of the games that he plays, he's always the one that's doing a lot of the dirty work here. So now you're kind of leaning on World 2 and Snakebite, but the way that E United are fragging, this is so hard for Sentinels to have to make the comeback. But if there is a game mode that they could do it on, it is Strongholds, but it's going to be a lot of work, Dave, because they have a lot that they have to gain.
Yeah, essentially for Sentinels to get back in this game, they first need to get these next round of slays. Frosty just came up, so they've been down in numbers for a short period of time. They need to get this next round of slays, and they have to go for a trip cap at some point to just close that gap. It's just too far gone at this point that as soon as E United gets any semblance of control, they can just hold a 2-cap setup for those 16 points.
He's about to get captured. Frosty's on the prowl. Got to clean these guys up fast. Snipedown's going to be meeting him right at the front door as well. Hello, neighbor. Good to see you. Frosty, though, has to leave for the time being. Not much he can really do. Teammate's going to be capturing C, and B is halfway there for E United. Frosty needs to live here, but Suspector is going to get the better of him in that exchange.
This is just such a difficult position to be in if you're Sentinels. You have to do everything perfect. You have to hope that the opposing team doesn't pull off anything clutch. I mean, this game's all but over. We're going to have to see if there's any miraculous push coming out of Frosty and crew within these last 5 points.
They're going to need to do this right here, right now. Frosty's going to get on B. Suspector's got the beat on his target. One more point, and there you have it. E United draw first blood in this matchup as they'll go up 1-0. Against Sentinels.
More than first blood off that starting strat that they drew first, second, and third blood.
Yeah,
just taking them out,
everything.
slay after slay. I mean, there was just such a massive amount of outslaying there. I'm excited to see what the kill speed looks like, or the scoreboard looks like at the end, along with the damage.
Yeah, because from where we were standing, it looked like Sentinels had no answers whatsoever, Walshy. And that's problematic. Rhino dropping 21 in that game, but I think, you know, the story for E United really is going to be in the damage because just how much they were shooting for one another on recharge.
Yeah, just outslaying by 25 kills there for E United. That's just such a massive amount. And a lot of times it's in relation to how many kills have gone throughout the game, but I didn't total up the total amount of kills, but I'm looking at Sentinels just as a whole. I mean, there's 41 kills. They got outslayed by 25. We're talking more than 50% of their kills outslayed.
That is rough, and it actually shows in the damage totals there as well, right?
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
5,700 damage dealt for Rhino. This guy's out there. I mean, he had 21 kills, obviously, but he was out there just putting shots wherever he could. And, you know, when you have Snipedown and Rain, who are just, their BRs are hot right now, that is deadly for Sentinels to have to deal with going into Slayer.
That is tough, but if one thing holds true today, Sentinels on Sunday, they looked real good in the Slayer, at least game number 5 against G1 as they pulled out clutch. So we're going to have to see if they can bring this around in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, G1 took Sentinels to the limit. Literally, 1 kill separated. We could be seeing G1 on this stage right now if things didn't go the way that it ended up going. So I think right now Sentinels are counting their lucky stars that they're in this matchup, but E-United look like they want to just get business done fast.
Yeah, and I actually have to go back and watch the rest of that G1 series, G1 Sentinel series, but I could be wrong, but I believe Sentinels may have won both Slayers in that series.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah. I think we were.
So they're going to need this right now, which is kind of kind of interesting, kind of worrisome.
It is.
You'd expect Sentinels to be the stronger OBJ team, but getting shut out game 1, and they really need to bring up here game 2. They are looking shaky today, in my opinion.
You got to stop E-United in their tracks if you're Sentinels. But if you're E-United, keep doing the thing, baby, because it's working out. Game 2 now. As we start with the man of the hour in game 1, which is Ryanu. And already he's going to be getting up in their business, right in their face, just pushing back Sentinels. And even though he ends up dying there, he's going to create a lot of space for his teammates if they want to take it up here. But instead, they're going to be lingering about in Tram.
And look at this massive amount of space. Not Frosty, who is the furthest one up, does not go for the rockets. It's such a smart positioning play that you create more space for your teammates. Whenever you're further back, teammates can grab those rockets. Even though kills kind of got traded out a little unfavorably for Sentinels there, more often than not, that's the better play.
Well, Sentinels managed to get the rockets out of this. Maybe can find themselves one more. That's going to be a kill on Suspector. 5-3 total, obviously early days here. World 2, unfortunately, just got hit with every single grenade possible on the map. But there's Snakebite with a clean VR inside of Tram.
Looking like Sentinels are coming out to play on the Slayers today, so they are looking so strong. Let's see how they decide this second pinch. E-United may have said, hey, we're up 1-0, we're beating Sentinels on Sunday. Somebody pinched me and they said, gladly, we will push it from both sides over here on the tower.
The pitch is real without a doubt, and so far so good for Sen, but E-United certainly can bounce back. This is only going to be a 2-kill game in the early goings here on Street, so I wouldn't be too concerned if you're an E-United fan. They managed to get one more as well, so even with all of that happening, even with all that control that Sentinels were able to get, it's still a 1-kill game.
Still 1-kill game. One little highlight there too, as Frosty and Snakebite rounded the corner over towards Neon and Cafe. Notice how Frosty just waited until his other team was right around the corner. No one peeked out a second or two earlier than the other. They round the corner at the same time in case someone's slightly out of position and they can get that quick double team.
Yeah, that is like going to be the recipe for success here. Remember watching C9 on this one and how Bound was really being the problem solver for Cloud9, pushing into areas that were just throwing their opponent off guard. Oh, that is unfortunate, man, because Snipedown was in a great position at benches.
He had the info too. He heard somebody sprinting over towards C-Stairs, just figured he could get that first kill. I think Snakebite says, I've seen enough of these crates mess with the shots. I'm going to take those crates out first before I deal with the threat.
A little indecision there for Snakebite. He had a player weak in Red Room. He had another one, or two actually, that were coming out of PD Corner. There wasn't really much in the way of options. There were plenty of options, but it wasn't really much in the way of plays that he was able to pick up on that one. Still going to be a tied game, though. Just like say that, Rain's able to get the better of Snakebite. And another big win for Rain as well, as he stays alive right by Bulldog. This could probably be the rally that E-United was looking for.
Royal 2 doing his best to trade out those two slays, taking out Rain and Suspector over at the Bulldog. Every single trade there is so keen. We're going to see, especially how close this game is going down to the wire, how those come into play at the end.
Sentinels are currently going to be down by 2. Let's actually jump in to a listen-in with Sentinels to see how they're going to try and fight their way in this game.
He's going to be B-Balk and I'm going to see him. I'm going to go for this throw. Two tires. Focus the spawners. Two here. I'm going map. I left you. Two. Back up. Alright, kill right with me? Yeah, I'm looking. Two shotty guys. Yeah, I'm here, Matt. Nothing right, guys. Nothing right. Shotty. Here, Matt. Three shotty. Three here. Cuts. Gotta beat down. Rockets in 20, guys. Yo, they're stacking a lot, guys. Two cuts. All good, guys. All good. Yeah. Rockets in 15. They're gonna rotate back tower. Tires me, Eric. Everyone, hey, Ryan. Top tower, we green. And in PD. Guys, arcade. Alright, Rockets in 5, guys. I'm just staring at Rockets with soccer, guys. I'm staring around. 3B side, I gotta run, yep. Okay. Yeah, Rockets in Ryan good. Nice. Where? No, they might push driveway. Yeah, go trash, I need help, guys. I'm trying to help trash. Matt's got B-Surge. Brad, you're alone, Brad. Guys, you got trash and B-Surge? Rain tower dead, bro. Commander to where? Commander to where?
Behind you.
Suspector.
Yeah, B-Balk.
Pulse Suspector.
Top B-Balk.
He's
Suspector.
That's something.
He's going tower, Jet, careful. P1.
P1.
Nice.
Watch mid.
Only down 3 guys.
I'm on here, guys.
I'm coming right to help you, PJ.
No, running on tire. They're gonna kill me again. They run together.
You're right.
P1. Red bar and Shoddy. Gotta keep eyes.
Make a good push, guys. Make a good push.
I'm here with you, PJ. Right. There's gonna be a guy here.
He's tired. Sitting in tire.
Yep.
Alright, I'm not. Yeah, man, I need you to anchor. You're getting caught a lot.
I'm backing up.
On Shoddy beat grain. They're just teaming up. They're literally just going ground. You guys are getting paid all again.
I'm going left.
On Shoddy and dead.
Two pushing right.
Two on Shoddy. Let's get Shoddy.
They're backing up tires, actually.
Tell me when you're.
I have your help in.
Kinda Shoddy.
They have Shoddy there. I'm gonna start walking at this, okay?
I'm gonna try to get a B here.
Anyone help me?
What a listening there with Sentinels. So much to pull away, even the way that they're identifying what E United is doing in this Slayer, Dave.
Yeah, the things that stuck out to me most during that one is calling out that they're running together. And they also called out the counter to that. Basically, if you have these the opposing team running in a pack around a certain area, you need to put yourself in a power position that you can back away in. That's why you start to see someone like Royalty over near balcony, over towards top stairs, or you saw them start to hold towards B rails. Those are very powerful positions that even if they have numbers advantage, but they're further away from you, you can back down and still be a threat and do damage. But still, they haven't had an answer to this. They called out what they're doing, and we haven't seen successful anchors. We haven't seen Sentinels do another strategy, which is group together on their own and fight fire with fire.
Yeah.
They were losing on that on recharge, so no answers have been correct here for Sentinels just yet.
Yeah, it's been a struggle. I mean, you even saw a few times there, Frosty would try and go, maybe create space, look to make a play. He'll get nuked instantaneously. And that, I think, is, kind of talking to how this is going down and how the desk even encapsulated this one as well. Got a lot of players in Sentinels that make great individual plays, but with the way that E United have developed as a squad here in Orlando, they are really fragging for one another, and that has been their strength in this game so far here. Bulldogs should be good to catch the player towers. That's unfortunate, but regardless, so the scoreline doesn't lie. This is E United domination through and through.
EU domination. It took a while for Lethal to also get on the board, and generally, if you're not on the board just as far as kills, you're going to play a little different. You're going to play cautious. It's going to be in the back of your head. But right now, the damage has been done. E United about to cross that 40 mark. There's a small saving grace here with Frosty, but we haven't really seen the Rockets be that massive a swing at this highest level. These players will get a kill or two, but these teams, especially a squad like United, run together and know how to trade out and back each other up.
Gotta stay hidden here. Gotta be careful to keep his life in check. Oh no, that nade landing right at Frosty's feet. One more rocket is going to be available here. Snakebite should be able to get possession of this one. It's going to fly right in. Able to pick up one kill, looking for another one. That's going to be a double kill for Snakebite now. Disengaged in this one. Only down by 6.
That was a great close in the gap. I mean, they're down by 10, now down by 6. You almost were too little, too late. But here's a great situation from Sentinels. They have them all pinned over in Tram. Now it's good and bad. You have all of E United in one spot. But what do they like to do? They like to clump up anyways, and they're going to make the push over through driveway.
Yeah, I'm sure Snakebite would have liked to have had a nade over there. Could have cleared out a few players, but now he's going to look to take possession inside. Popping up behind one. Trying to hit him with the commando, but instead it's going to be suspected with the trade instantaneously.
That was such a great flank that just did not pay off. 9 times out of 10, the damage goes more in the favor of Sentinels there, and they pick up so much. But that is just devastating, especially when you need to go on a larger spree.
Yeah, and in that particular situation, you would think that is going to be Sentinels at least getting 3 out of that. Lots of profit to come back into this game, but instead, E United fight out of it. They have Bulldog control. They are going to prevent any of these players from trying to get possession of the Rockets to maybe swing this game back, and Suspector can run around the map willy-nilly and just do whatever he wants. That's going to be another big Bulldog kill for Suspector.
Spectre just holding this strong power position, buying as much time as he can. I mean, you don't need to buy much more time. This game is about to be over. E United are looking like they're going to go 2-up in this series.
Yeah, with the Rockets in hand, Snipedown can push because he knows that they have him with their tail tucked between their legs. He's going to send those spikers across. That's 1. That's 2. 1 more remaining, and E United will go up 2-0 in this match.
Look at how he reacted and read that body language so well from that rotation from Sentinels.
There it is.
And there's game 50. Snipedown saying, let's go. His team is up 2-0. But that last rotation from Snipedown was so good. You see them hightailing, you see them sprinting all the way towards PD. You say, guess what? I have an opportunity to sprint all the way across the map and cut them off.
What does E United, well, better yet, let me correct that. What does Sentinels do next? Every time they have an answer, they can't quite solve the problem, and E United continue to just have their number in this series. If you take a look at the stats, you know, I mean, the way that Snipedown has just slotted into this team, and also the way that him and Suspector have been working in tandem with one another, just feels like everyone on E United understands their role. They're playing it expertly currently.
Yeah, they are just such a strong squad. And I mean, that core group, that core duo of Rain and Ryanoob have brought so many different rosters to success.
Yeah.
And clearly they have a good mentality on that team. They clearly have a good strategy is how they bring everyone on board to get them on the same page, and it's showing right here. We have a chance that if E United take one more game, that's gonna be Sentinels taking 5th/6th here at the most important tournament prior to Worlds.
Yeah, that will be massive, and it feels like everyone has figured out Sentinels here. Maybe E United got the secret sauce that they needed with the addition of Suspector and Snipedown on this team. I really love what I'm seeing here from the squad. They're playing with so much confidence. And honestly, if you're a Sentinels fan, you got to be shaking in your boots right now, because this is not how I thought this team would go out potentially. Heck, I had them winning the whole darn thing.
I mean, also off the mainstream, we had that G1 Sentinels match. It was a close 50-49 in game number 5. So, I mean, we're not seeing the Sunday Sentinels that we have seen of late and earlier this season. This is the shaky Sentinels here on Sunday.
They can't be shaky right now, because even though they're in for World Championship, every single placement matters. And of course, the prize money to boot. So much to play for here in Orlando. And it all comes down to this for Sentinels. Win here, you force that game 4, maybe start the reverse sweep. If you're E United, shut them down. You've done it 2 times already, and it's oddball and live fire. You got the setups. You have the players to execute. Let's see if they can close this one out right here and now, Dave.
It's gonna be tough. I mean, E United every single time have run in groups just better, and Snipedown sees that weapon in his hands, pushing all the way over towards Sandbags, missed the first no-scope, but decides to challenge Lethal down a key door, but eventually taken out by his nemesis, Frosty.
Yeah, but they have so many players around there that Frosty's just gonna have to back away from this. I don't know if the Heat Wave's gonna be that good at range right now.
I mean, on land, that thing is doing damage this weekend. Look at that, just melting that Suspector in front of him, but this is gonna be tough for Sentinels. They have 2 members down. Snipedown has the ball. OS going in the hands of Rain. He slaps it in, and you know he's going on the charge. He needs to get up high. He doesn't want to be in this low position where people can just pick away at him, and he doesn't have the choice to challenge.
Yeah, he's got half shields remaining.
I don't like this. Get up high. There it is. I was wondering if he was going to take too long of a low flank route. Even right here, it's kind of iffy. I would go straight to Sandbags.
Yeah, it was more like a keep away OS for E United rather than something that they could use effectively here. But good repositioning by Rain, and actually setting himself up right in between Sentinels there.
Yeah, I disagree, actually. I feel like this repositioning here maybe had the intention of escorting the ball, but back and forth, he is going through tunnel, back and forth. It's like, you're the person with the most shield in the map. You need to be this anchor that your team can rally around in a stronger position. You don't need to flank with OS. You need to be a target that this team is scared to run away from.
Yeah, well, they effectively do have them pinned. Suspector, you can see him off in the distance. Rhinoob's having to deal with Frosty here over by Pillar. And that's a teammate there to back him up. So now, as it stands currently, you have Sentinels without really much of an option here, and a big shot there. Snakebite can't really do much. Has to run away. OS is going to be up in 5 seconds. It's just going to be Frosty by dummies. They got him surrounded.
And it almost looked like they were just practicing shots over those dummies, and Frosty spawns on over and said, yep, I guess we'll take him out too. Just perfect spawn control from this E United roster, just being well aware of where these players could spawn, where they might run away to, and these players from Sentinels just being completely shut down. only 8 kills total for the entirety of the Sentinels roster. Outslayed essentially 2-1. But with that in mind, objective efficacy coming out of Sentinels, so that could also be worrisome if you're an EU fan.
Yeah, very true, because ideally, with the way that they're slaying, you would like them to be able to get a little bit more control. Seems like they haven't quite been comfortable yet here, which is a potential win condition for Sentinels in map 3. But you gotta see the slaying step up, Walshy.
Yeah, Sentinels just need to get the slaying step up, and I wouldn't be so worried on this one if they can match the slaying, but it's been the story throughout the entire series. EU out-slaying, out-maneuvering, working better together.
A shocking one to boot.
I like
given the
I
players
like the
around that
attempt.
team.
Right there, GB, that's it.
Yeah, we know, Dave. I like the insta-grenade.
We'll talk about later. Ryan Noob is on the run, and shortcut gets taken out. That's going to be Heat Wave in the hands of Royal 2. And here we're going to see one of the first good setups from Sentinels. They have 3 down. They have Heat Wave. They have Sniper. They have one of the best positions for this ball. This could be dangerous for United. Sentinels in the lead for arguably the first time this series.
Yeah, they need this desperately. World 2 is looking to cause some problems up ahead. He might end up getting picked off as he's going to be sandwiching between 2 players. Good angle there. He's actually waiting, and I think Ryan Noob just wise to it. He's going to just rotate
Look at his timing, though.
around.
Snakebite, he looking at both spots, get 2 one-shots. He knows this timing. He saw that person did not come out dummy door, so he has to realize that someone's doing a trick jump or something different. Snakebite, the lone survivor at this tower, just trying to run around and get away. And
Look
here
at the
come
health.
those little ring around the rosy battles.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of shots left in that sniper too to be able to stop the player on OS if he's going to need to, but he also has to handle business over here by tower, and that's just a great disengage in Snake.
Very smart. You can match up with your teammate, gets the unsuspecting kill over on Suspectors. Gets the no-scope. Snakebite doing everything he can to help out Sentinels. Not enough there. This OS is still up for grabs. It's going to be up to Lethal and Royal 2 to win this battle.
My guy's out here just picking everyone up and trying to bring them across the finish line right now with the way that he was playing in that run. Granted, though, Royal 2's also having a pretty decent game thus far. Top slayer in the server. Royal 2's got the overlooked position here. Suspector cannot get the overshield off. And despite all of that, 3 players down, a triple kill for Frosty. He's going to be by tower 2, so that means Royal 2 can bring that ball over there.
Sentinels doing a great counter to this clumping up of United. We are seeing it unanswered before on these past maps on Street and on Recharge. Right there, they just stood in strong positions and let those players run out numbers, but just run into angles. So every single Sentinel member in such good positions, got great flanks and got that control, and also got another 3 kills on the board. I don't like this rotation. Actually, that was so sick. What World 2 was doing, he was faking like he was running that way. Generally, if you're the ball carrier, you can start to give this away where you start to run it towards one direction. This other player might think it's heading your way, and it's not. Royal 2, smart play with that oddball to win round number 1. Much needed here for Sentinels.
Focus for Sentinels here as they know the pressure is on, but that was very well played. Jumping in to round number 2. Let's see how this start is going to play out for United as they're looking to answer back potentially.
Yep, power position against a clump right there. Royal 2 able to deal a lot of damage, has the superior positioning, and look at that. Couple kills on the board for Sentinels. I expect them to pick up that ball soon.
Oh, look at that, a little creeper play there, just catching him in the middle. And I gotta be really concerned about Snipedown. He's still not dead. You also have that overshield. Big shot from Snakebite, looking for another one as well, potentially, but Rain did manage to gain possession of it. A big push now for Snakebite to just challenge Snipedown as he looks to get some high ground positioning. Spawns are coming by tower.
Great maneuvering, but now he's one-shot, and somehow it's that no-scope on Ryan. Snakebite has hit and dealt so much damage when he's just one shot here with so many crucial pings on players.
Oh, Captain, my Captain. Snakebite's heating up in this one, and if he's fragging out, it's a problem for everyone else.
Watch this, gonna start to try to fake rotate this way and then bring it back over towards Garage. He knows his teammates are at Garage, and that's gonna be a safety position for Snakebite here. Looks like United kind of flanking on both fronts. There's a lot of damage being dealt to these players. Frosty not in position just yet, but there he is. He gets the one shot. He's getting flanked by Snipedown. Does not matter though. They got a lot of time on the board. They didn't get to play ball, but I don't really feel like EU United's fully in a position right now that they're going to be able to scrap up time until they get a few goals.
Yeah, they're not comfortable at all. And that's going to lead to another Sentinels capture here of the ball. They're going to probably bring this over to the, right to the green side of the map right now. Good angling from Frosty to just protect and help out his teammate. Big challenge there, and a big trade for Frosty is going to prevent that player from staying alive over toward Ness. And the ball's still going to be held. And they are going to get that play ball.
So many consistent melee trades from all these top pros, especially from these Sentinel members. Anytime in doubt, you see them getting that last shot and that last melee on an opponent. So smart by Lethal, jumping in and out of that shield. Most people are taking out those shields at head range, and he's jumping, even exposing the head a little bit, but just really unsuspected.
Well, they got the overshield. They now have themselves the ball. Let's jump into an Astro listed in with E United and hear how they're going to come back in this game.
Ryan, give me one. Bottom mid, one shot, roll two. One shot, bottom mid, guys. I might kill him. Yeah, I'm getting started for Obi spawn.
One shot, back curtains. Right cuts.
Fight. One shot.
Nice. One shot. Should be rat. Yeah, inside rat. Come on, here.
Rat weak, snake bite.
Two there. I got both.
Nice.
One shot.
I'm C-point. I'm pushing out tower. I'm trying to push out down.
Pillar door weak.
Look at pillar door. And tower behind me. One shot pillars. Did we kill pillars? No, I got him. Come here.
Trying to shoot for you. And A spawn.
8 weak, snake bite. One shot, snake bite, 1v. He's going on the nades, dropping key door.
He's key.
I died to W door. Oh, fuck. Don't get inside me there, careful.
I got you.
Cypher bottom mid, yep.
DJ weak.
Look at a plot for you guys.
Behind me, rat pillars one.
I'm pushing rat pillars.
Watch out, rat pillars going big.
Hold on. I'm pushing out big. I'm watching big door. Here's here, snake bite. On the tower. I died.
I got this guy, I think.
3 dead. All dead. I got ball.
Nice, I spawned green.
Okay, bring ball there. Bring ball to green. I'm just gonna hold it. Give me dummy spawn. They're already next.
Alright,
we can back up. We can go the other way.
Alright, the other way.
Yeah, I'm going.
I might be dead here. I'm so fast.
I got a big.
Dummy cut's weak.
That's weak.
That's weak. That's 2 shots going up.
That's 1 shot, Frosty.
Watch something.
2 really weak cuts. I'm gonna push this. Okay. Fight cuts together. Push up, Frosty. Cuts. Nice job. Okay, you guys great.
Going to OS. They're on it.
Alright, I'm in plat.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in the hole. I'm just gonna be in the hole. I'm gonna be in the hole.
I'm hiding nerd box.
OS is still on OS.
He's cuts it.
Oh, man. And in that listening, E United was able to come back into the game, but that was going to be real brief because Sentinels are back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, a couple worrisome moments there. One, E United held the ball towards Bomb Mill for what I thought was a bit too long. They did trade out kills, they did come out ahead, but ultimately it's more like a short, scrappy period of time, whereas it felt like they treated more like a setup. Secondly, E United miscalled that rotation, just did it a little too late. They first thought that they were spawning over at dummies. By the time they started to rotate over towards green, players from Sentinels already at nest, and when they tried to reverse back, they already had angles on them, so Sentinels just kind of spreading out perfectly to stop that second rotation from United.
Big game feel here for Championship Sunday as every matchup is going to be on this stage. And Sentinels don't want to go out in a sweep like this. But boy, oh boy, would E United love it to be able to take out Sentinels on land 3-0 and march on in this competition. Thus far, though, it's been pretty solid for E United. They're going to continue to gain some time. And they have a lot of time that they need to gain here, Dave, because they're going to be behind by a significant amount.
Oh my God, I love this play. They got 3 down. Royal 2 exposed his position by shooting the ball carrier. And E United, rather than just trying to hold this garage setup, they all rotated towards Royal 2. Even if Royal 2 had a teammate spawn with them, that probably would have been a double kill in favor of E United. Such a brilliant ball rotation.
Yeah, this is actually pretty scary now because E United have a decent amount of control on the tower side. They'll also be able to play ball when they need to once they get challenged here. And Sentinels need to find an answer. They know that an answer could come in the way of an overshield. World 2 with a kill down low. Snipe down needed to disengage. World 2 with a big win, though, and Rain with the clear.
Yeah, the key to that victory there for World 2 was rather than just poking out Keydor and trying to make some action happen, he relied on the aggressiveness from E United. What a sticky grenade from Rain. I don't think that OS was burnt, though, so we are going to go on the push with Frosty. I'll recover that play from World 2 later.
Well, Rain almost got away from that one. Would have been the greatest stage. Didn't work out the way he would have hoped there. Not quite going to be able to drain those shields yet, but it is a play ball. should be, at least. It seems like it dropped down low.
Yeah.
Never mind. Okay, it looked like it was, but then it wasn't, so yay. Okay, well, ball's back in play here. They're going to keep this in the back, and they have an opportunity to play it if they need to. They know that the pressure's going to be coming over here right by the canal. The sauce is given, though, to Suspector, and they're bringing that ball over to the overshield side. They're going to, or sorry, to the garage side, and they're letting Frosty linger about over here and cause a distraction.
That is all good. That was a great play by Frosty because he put that person in a position that they had to chase them then and there to go away from the ball, or they had to go straight towards the ball. And when you have a Frosty behind you near tower, you usually want to deal with them.
They did manage to, but now only 15 points remaining. And then Sentinels will get their first game win in this best-of-5 elimination quarterfinals.
Sentinels putting the kills on the board, but there's too many players down low. They have to rotate and get a superior positioning. Looks like Snipe Down falls to the heat wave of Snakebite. Are they going to scrap these last 2 seconds?
I don't know. He might be able to get away from this.
That's going to be Sentinels on the board.
Sentinels do it. It looked like it could have been stopped right in its tracks, but instead, a double back as they get around and Sentinels stay alive in this series. I'm sure every Sentinels fan in this building right now breathed a big sigh of relief, but the work is still to come.
No, yeah, I mean, that's not as commanding of a statement just to get back in the series, to claw in at the end. However, the breath of fresh air that Sentinels get to breathe is the slays. They were just getting outslayed so heavily in the first game. They're getting outslayed during the first few minutes of round one, this oddball one. Here, for the first time in this series, they've outslayed.
Yeah, and they needed it desperately. Of course, a big shout out to Frosty in that match because he was doing some good work in the backfield. And that really has been kind of the way that Sentinels like to play this, similar to the way that Ryan likes to create opportunities in the backfield. Frosty was doing that as well for
Sentinels. On both runs.
My God,
most damage dealt, most damage taken. Not like he's just flanking around and catching unsuspecting players. He is just doing it all, getting dirty.
And, you know, and I got to give love to Snakebite because the early goings of this game as well, he was going huge. This play right here, the control with the sniper and tower, multiple shots landed with the snipe. The guy was just feeling it. And I think that, you know, when a player like Snakebite gets going, not only can he call a little bit better because he's not frustrated, but also everyone else gets that confidence, Dave.
Yeah, and that third-person POV of that Frosty flank for that OS, just so well executed from Sentinels there.
Oh, this play
kind of really set the tone for me as Sentinels starting to have answers around these group positions for E United. Before, it kept getting unchecked. E United would travel in groups of 2s or 3s and get the kills and the picks. This time, when they were traveling groups of 2s or 3s, they were getting the punishment.
Yeah, they were. They were. Oh boy, we got ourselves a game here. Up next, King of the Hill on Streets. And we saw Sentinels kind of get a little handle on Streets on Slayer, but we're heading back there again. And I honestly, I really just kind of want to see that momentum that Sentinels have managed to pick up here. I want to see that carry forward. I want to see Frosty be able to have the freedom to execute the way that he does. And if he's able to do so, we may be going to a Game 5.
We might be going to a Game 5 indeed, but we're going to have to see what Sentinels has in store right now. The break of this game is going to set the tone. We're going to see who's going for those rockets, who's getting that Bulldog, and who's grabbing that B-Hill.
Crazy to see Royal 2 in this series struggle the way that he has, but Suspector has been lights out for sure. Certainly going to be a player to watch out for as we jump into King of the Hill on Streets. The game starts, and out of the break already, you got Sentinels looking to just put E United in tram and keep them in the corner.
Like this play, Snakebite just realizing all these players were at tram, but the only problem is if E United avoided him and left his teammates out to dry, that's 3 down. Royal 2 has the rockets. You expect him to shoot off this last rocket before he dies. Does not get it off. That is so big. Rockets in the hand of Suspector. He's now going to be able to deal some damage, and I wonder if he's even going to hit Royal 2 off the spawn. He's going to feel the direct reflection of his actions and not shooting that off.
Yeah, 2 players are going to be down for United, but the Rockets could potentially solve that problem here, and actually doesn't get the damage he was looking for, Suspector. So you know, doesn't come quite back to bite him in the butt.
He does a homie rocket. You know, like in Smash, they talk about homie stock. You mess up a little bit, they just jump off the map. He does a homie rocket there, just waste it.
What a guy. The Spectre's such a nice guy. Even in Championship Sunday here. you never expect to see it. You never suspect it. Hey, look at that there. Okay, I'll see myself out. I did. I actually did. Anyway, let's jump back into the action, though. No one's really been able to get ownership of this arcade hill. Finally, it's going to be Sentinels. Rhino just looking to cause problems, takes out Frosty in their engagement. A big push now, and a huge win for Snakebite, but they do get the clear.
Huge win, but also an over challenge there from Suspector. All these other times we've been seeing United being difficult kills, staying alive. That was one of the times where I felt like it was a slight over challenge. He knew the rest of his crew was flying around with him.
Sentinels now on the challenge. As Rain doubles back. Good call out made by ATM, so they'll handle that player there. You got one player in Tram, one on the Overlook, and Rain had no other choice but to give that up because he didn't have any support there. But they are going to be able to reposition, and again, this is Sentinels not being comfortable enough to just sit inside of there because of this weapon right here, the rockets, and they have to see if Ryan can just use them as fast as possible.
And this is a dangerous spot to be. You've been spotted out with the rockets. They know you're over at the arcade. Brian Nuke almost needs to reposition or try to find a new target. And here it is. Frosty's the new target. Does not take any damage to this rocket. It's going to be a straight up 1v1. Gets that kill. And now United have a 3v2. I'm surprised they're not just overloading 2 players in the hill and just fighting this person.
Yeah, I mean, I did like the way that Sentinels responded. They were waiting for them to make that mistake. But United, they managed to just rally back at the perfect time.
And they did do the perfect counter shortly after that. Basically, what happens is if you have a exposed player in the hill, but you have a numbers advantage, rather than just taking the long flank, trying to kill that player over at tower at bat ledge, you can just stack people in the hill and fight them 2-on-1.
Royal 2 kind of got pinched there, but can't believe he still managed to get the kill. He's going to open things up a little bit. Snakebite had a bulldog for the time being. Frosty's going to hold that stalker and the overlook position up here by Tram. And this gun hits like a hammer, so anyone who's going to go on the cross, you know you have to handle this guy. You don't want him to have just full agency to do what he wants to do. Ryan knows that, and he's able to stop Frosty before it gets out of hand.
There's the opening kill, especially an opening kill on Frosty. United are going to take advantage of that. Brian Noob taking out Snakebite. That could have been such a swing. But here we go. Royal 2 been spotted out, gets so much damage on these players, but United on the hunt. And these kills are being traded now, and both these teams fearful of just jumping the hill too early.
Frosty had a one-shot right in front of him. Another player's going to be hanging about there. It's going to be sniped down. He goes down to 2 players down now. Good disengage from Frosty, preventing that player from coming out of Red Room. He's got the Bulldog. Wow. He's going to put it to good use. That was just a brilliant read. And Sentinels are right back in this one. This hill has been scrappy, and I expected nothing less.
Yeah, so such a great position over there towards rails, and you know he has the calls from teammates if he needs to jump away from a grenade. And since that player didn't poke out from the water cooler, looks like Snakebite's going to bun last couple seconds, and that's going to be first hill going over towards Sentinels.
Yeah, well, let's see, though, because those rockets could cause a problem by Tram, and he's actually going to blow himself up. Snakebite got right in his face. One player, World 2 inside of Tram. Another one on the outside by Palm Trees. Rhino, good use of the Sentinel beam to just add some damage to that player as he makes his way in.
2 things were really difficult there. United waited a little too long to charge in there, so not only did they not clear those players outside of the Tram, new players spawned inside Tram. Sentinels can just sit back, turtle up, and get a couple kills and secure some hill time.
Yeah, and there's really no other choice right now for United. They have to wait for their teammates to come off spawn. It's a very difficult area to break. As you can see, those narrow chokes. It's going to be problematic here, but a cheeky little jump might just be enough for Rhino to get to the back of the base. It's going to be half shield, but still, he's got teammates here to help him out. A few trades are coming in, and there he goes, right on the flank. Look at him go. As he managed to just catch right behind him. Royal 2, though, and Frosty, they get the kill, working in tandem together, and look at this, getting out of there. Got to try and stay up for the time being. Great nade, great shot from Snipe Down to end him.
Surprise, Snipe Down was able to break in there. Rain also gets a kill of his own lethal. What Sentinels are doing is great, though. Every single time they're over here inside the Tram, they're splitting up on both sides. They're over at Commando, and they're also at Ivy. So even if United are able to break through on one side, they don't have control of Tram.
Snakebite's waiting. You see him looking at his teammate's screen. He's coordinating when this push is going to happen. He wants to see what his teammate is going to do, and then he'll go in there and respond.
He's also looking at death screen. Frosty has a small glimpse on a death screen to tell if someone's right around the corner, whether he can jump up and surprise him. There's the double. He knows Snipe Down's a little weak, and he says, I don't need a challenge, I'll get time, and that's going to basically be a triple. Give him the medal, unofficial triple.
Love to see it for Snakebite, but for E United, they need to get an answer. They need to get an answer fast because it is a 2-0 lead for Sentinels. And as of right now, ever since Game 2, E United have not been able to get progress. They haven't been able to get a round win on ball. They haven't been able to get a hill captured in King of the Hill as well. So it has been full control for Sentinels, Balshi.
Yeah, it's been full control for Sentinels. I wouldn't even consider it full control. They've been doing the objective significantly better than United. When you look at the slays, when I last counted it up, Sentinels are only outslayed by 2 kills, but they're just in a better position. So during that tram hill, they were going about even with EU, but then they'd grab a little time. Hop on out, trade a couple kills, still keep control of tram and the spawns. So it's just better manipulation of the spawns and controlling of the map from Sentinels.
That's the name of the game when you're talking about Halo. It's the type of game where, you know, yes, obviously your shot counts. Yes, hitting the headshot's nice, but
look at that bounce
manipulating
crate.
the map. Yeah, no.
Last package I got delivered by Amazon looked exactly like that. I was like, what did somebody do to this?
Don't shoot a rocket at that crate. That's a black hole. Just saying. Right down on the flank here. Good Sentinel beam usage as well. It's a very, very underappreciated weapon. And I love seeing the pros using it as much as they have been.
They'll try and take out that drop shield, but this hill is all but over.
There you go.
And almost kind of perfect timing. If you were going to hope for a new rotation, you'd rather have 3 fresh deaths. Look at that, still all 4 dead as the first points are going on the board for Sentinels. This is going to be tough here for E United. Do they decide to funnel straight out through the stairs, or do they try to take the long route towards B rails?
They're going to need to look for that solution sooner rather than later. A decent amount of progress, and now they're going to bring this one over to Neon, and Rockets are going to be up for grabs.
Such a great push there by United. It was wise to take over B rails because as soon as you start to go out through the tram courtyard or through the C stairs, if there's one player B rails, you cannot deal with that person until they over challenge. So that opened the window for United to make this push.
Dave, there are fresh rockets down on the hill. That was massive from Sentinels, and now they have the rockets that E United picked up and never got a chance to use.
Best kind to get to. I hate when I go to the store and I get old rocks. I'm like, man, come on. How long? How many days he's been out here? It's packaged on.
It's not fair.
9/17. What? They still have rockets from that long?
Yeah, those rockets. I think one of them got used. Maybe it was just kind of a random explosion that happened. But regardless, that one rocket prevented that push. Removed one player from the equation, and now Snakebite's just here by himself, holding this one down. No choice really for Snipe Down to have to try and prevent this progress gain. Only a little bit left remaining here, and Sentinels can go up by 3, but they do not. As Lethal on the prowl, locates one, looking for a double. He's got a teammate there for support, and they're going to be on the hill.
Not just yet. Oh my God, Frosty clutches it. Even when he gets barely caught on that cafe corner, gets taken out, but the damage has been done getting that hill. That was actually looking scary for a bit because Sentinel's getting outslayed during that period of time. And so there's an opportunity to fully set up there, especially if you get the opposing team spawning in tram.
Yeah, and then you're getting desperate. You're pushing in there 1 by 1. And then before you know it, well, United would have been right back in this game.
Wait
but this is a great pincer.
Waiting for Royal 2, and Royal 2 has the flank, takes out Suspector, takes out Ryan Noob, damage has been done, and this is going to be draining the clock. You don't expect Frosty and the Sentinel squad to be throwing lives at this hill. Instead, they're going to play the Slay game, which we haven't been seeing them play the Slay game these first couple games.
Yeah, that's right. If you're new to King of the Hill, the clock is going to tick down when the enemy team is not, or no matter which team is going to be in the hill. So if you have that lead, you probably don't really need to sit in there all that long. All you have to do is just prevent your opponents from getting control of the hill, and that clock will be the worst enemy of your opponents.
And here it is, using those rockets, just getting slay after slay, padding them stats. We are going to be seeing Sentinels tying up this game and tying up this series. It's going to be 2-2 in about 5 seconds.
Yeah, here we go. 2 seconds, and Snipe Down inside of the hill one more time, but it doesn't matter because, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a Game 5.
I think I've seen that guy be a fan of whoever's winning. I need to start making a bandwagon, hat or bandwagon T-shirt and just give them, because whoever wins,
I think he was dealing for Quadrant at one time. I even saw him out there with a Cincinnati jersey.
I mean, it's not a bad strategy. At some point, you're like, yeah, my team's 100% victory. Whatever team wins, I'm cheering.
How do you think I've gotten this far, man? I just always pick the winning team. But man, oh man. And you know what? I mean, despite it all, you made a great point in that game, Dave.
I made a lot of great points, but continue.
Okay, you're very humble. About how, despite the fact that United were slaying toe-to-toe with Sentinels, it really was the positional game that was just winning Sentinels those hills over and over and over again, because the slays don't look all that crazy like we saw in those previous matches.
No, especially for that scoreline. I mean, 3-1 was quite dominant there in the King of the Hill match. Outside that very first hill, which was kind of neck and neck for a moment, Sentinels were in the lead, in the driver's seat that entire game.
Oh boy. Well, Sentinels really like to, lower the life expectancy for their fans, because they did this against G1, and now they're doing it here against Sentinel, or against United, excuse me. But this was a brilliant game, just a great display from Sentinels, showing us why they are a team that, despite being down, they find the adversity to come back and pick up those critical wins.
Yeah, you can never count Sentinels out. It was looking bad. It felt like, even though they were identifying previously the EU strategy, they were not applying the counter, whereas they have been doing nothing but perfectly applying the counter to this EU clumping strat.
But you know what, though? I feel pretty good about United's chances here on Catalyst Slayer. This is something that could work right up the alley of Ryanoob. And Gaskin said it on the desk. He was like, this Catalyst game could be utter mayhem top to bottom with how these two teams play.
It really will be chaotic. The only fear I have for United is, outside of the bases themselves, you can't really successfully pull off this clump and charge through and get these players, because there are so many long hauls, so many long sight lines that these Sentinel players can really funnel these United players through. So what I've been seeing, like I said, really successful for United is them flying together as a small group and catching players who cannot run away. I feel like Catalyst is well primed for people to run away, unless you have those extra angles across the map. So we're gonna have to see, does United slightly shift their strategy? You can still do a little bit of a clump here and there. That's all right. You can have a couple people run through some halls.
Get a little clumpy.
But you need those anchors. You need those additional angles to really punish Sentinels.
Well, taking a look here at the leaderboard for KD here in Orlando, and you recognize the name right there for United at Snipedown. He's been having one hell of a tournament. And really, given the circumstances of the situation, the whole FaZe fiasco, even with Spartan and what was happening over there going to the team, and then him going to United, you got to give love to this guy, man, because he has been playing very well with a team that, honestly, I never would have thought I've seen. I never thought I would have gotten.
And I also got checked back with the TOs and the production team. Is his stats included there from the pit game that we were playing? Because I mean, that also could be a little inflated as he's just slaying Neighbor, Lunchbox, and Elamite over and over
Production
again.
just said, don't be mean. So, be kind, okay? Because you were on that stage out there. You were
I was
quite
destroying
mean.
though. I was crushing. Let's go.
Oh my God, you were so. You know what,
dude? It
I'm
doesn't
happy for
matter
you.
every single time. I have so much fun competing. My hands get sweaty.
Yeah.
I love it.
I know, I did too, especially when I won in that big team battle camp. That's just me though.
Production says be kind.
Production said be kind. You swine. Oh man. Players are resetting, and obviously they need to, because it all comes down to this. For these two teams, win, move on, lose, your run here in Orlando comes to an end. And I think United's got to be very satisfied, though, with how this tournament has panned out for them, right? Like, so many things could have gone very poorly for them, and yet
Yes
somehow,
and no.
some way.
I mean, for them to end 5th, 6th here after such a strong lead against Sentinels, they are.
This is true.
I'm
talking the tournament as a whole, not necessarily.
Competition's stacked. I mean, yes, they got a strong start throughout pools, but it's all about how you finish here. And they need to close this series out. They had a couple opportunities earlier, and they did not take them.
Well, if you're just joining us, welcome to Championship Sunday. And it has been wild. We started things off with E-United domination. They took 250 to 92 on Stronghold's recharge. Sentinels looked like they were just completely without answers. Just, you know, down the lake without a paddle. And then you go to Slayer Streets, and again it's E-United, who are just in the driver's seat the entire time. But live fire oddball was when Sentinels started to come alive again. Full control, and even though it wasn't, you know, like the most dominating slaying performance like we saw in that first game, the Sentinels don't need that. They just need to do the thing that brought them to the dance, and that's their superior teamwork. That's one of the reasons why they've won world championships.
Absolutely. They have a great mental fortitude. They have uncanny ability to break down the opposing team's strategies, find out the counters as the match is going on, and I feel like they found that key. What I've seen these last couple games, they have been able to perfectly counter what E-United is bringing to the table. Can they do it one last time? Can they put these Slayers on the board? Can they win another Game 5 Slayer and continue the Sentinel Sunday run?
Yeah, again, it blows my mind that we're even in this spot to begin with. They literally just went through this against G1. So they've been in the trenches once before. Now they're going to have to do it again. E-United, though, so poised and ready to go. You can see the captains all telling what they need to do here in this game. But folks, Orlando, a Game 5. It comes down to Slayer. Sentinels versus E-United. And it couldn't have ended any other way. We've been lucky with some great games, Dave.
I don't call it luck after so many times. You start to think of skill at some point, GB. Take note, production team, and let's get into this game number 5. Kicking off Royal 2, and this is important. He sees 3 members clumped up, just all diving on the OS. It might seem like it's great here for United, but Sentinels are gonna have the superior position right here. In fact, that OS did not get activated. Frosty's dropping down.
It's still there.
It's still up. There are all the weapons down there. Ryan Noob's gonna be the next one here in this Fury of Death, and they don't know where it's at.
It's on the other side of the map.
Scan. Royal 2, gonna touch it. It's cursed though. Don't touch it. That's right. Throw it off the map.
Throw it off the map.
Save everyone from the curse. It's like throwing the ring inside the volcano. Everyone's just gonna die. It's death and destruction for anyone touches that OS.
Yes, that was a smart play. All the references aside, that was a brilliant play to just get that overshield out of there, because with the amount of resources that were being put toward that, you simply cannot give up the kills right now.
Look at that check from Lethal. He has zero trust in any of these corners from these sneaky E-United players. He goes all the way towards that back flag to see if anyone's looking around. Here's the clump from E-United. Who's going to win this exchange? It looks like E-United and Sentinels trade kill for kill. Frosty 1v1 against the Spectre. Gets a triple, and that's going to be a 4-for-3 trade in favor of Sentinels. Frosty the only one alive on the map.
I mean, those players decided they just wanted to get together, put on their leather jackets, and meet in the streets. You know, they were ready for a dance-off.
Meet us over at Ivy, and let's settle this with our fists.
And settle it, they certainly did. Frosty was going to be the one to benefit from that one, though. A 3-kill lead right now for the Sentinels. As again, another clump up here. 4 players from United, all going to be gathered together.
Thank you.
That actually would have been nasty with the way that those players were grouped up.
They're funneled through, but they're all clumped, and right there, Frosty realizes, hey, United is too responsive where call it is. I know they got to be charging through. No one's going to be sneaky at this point. Don't need to check these other corners. But here comes, runs right back into the clump, and can they finish Frosty? No, there are too many angles and sneaky ways you can take here on Catalyst. That's going to be one of the Achilles heels here for E-United on this map. Whereas previously they could lock down these players with Sentinels. You can be a little too sneaky, and look at them just getting picked apart in inferior positioning. Sentinels off to a strong lead.
Yeah, it just feels like United, their only answer right now has just been get together, hold hands, and we'll figure it out later. And Sentinels have read that like an open book. They are commanding control of the map and not allowing E-United to have any presence no matter where they go. Their only option is to do what they're doing right here. Just run and play together.
Look at this, just running so scared. Power of front jump is not going to save you here. Quit holding hands and get some power positions. E-United just always on the lower parts of the map or clumping up on one small quadrant.
Frosty's able to get a double kill there. 18-9. What a lead for Sentinels. just a complete understanding of how they wanted to execute on this. And I wonder what Ryan was telling his teammates. I wonder what was being said
Look at
here.
this great positioning. He realized the player's going to go through here, and that's the counter to the clump. You stay at a strong power position well across, you lay down some shots, and you back away and keep your life. And now they're rewarded with the kill. They know the clump is no longer pushing as Frosty's checking all his angles, and the clump's just moving back to the other side.
I love that this has literally just been a game of the clump, the United clump. And they do get one kill, but here comes Frosty, and he kind of has a beat on where they are. You know, you didn't really see them commit on the left side of the map, so he knows that they're going to be lurking about.
I mean, what I'm seeing here is Central and Disney GB is when you watch the Mighty Ducks, the Flying V worked in Mighty Ducks 1. However, in the Mighty Ducks 2, it got countered. You can't do the Flying V no more.
No, the Flying V did not work in the second movie. They figured it out, Dave. And I think Sentinels have figured out E United. That was a killing frenzy for Frosty, who is just on a tear. But maybe a little skewer shot could be enough here. Suspector gets the reload off. Waits for a challenge potentially. Overshield's going to be available.
Look at this difference now. You're not seeing the same sort of clump from E United. You have a power position from Suspector all the way across the map. You have somebody slipping down towards the center, trying to get the OS. Not successful for Rain, and has to back down. Maybe get that last one-shot kill. Does not work, though. So, Sentinels with a 10-kill comfortable lead. I do like the new positioning you have here for E United, but is it too late? Have they been figured out?
Yeah, and that's going to be another overshield, right? They managed to get one before, and they dumped out the overshield previously. So no real work can be done with that power item. More slays coming through. Frosty knows that he can tank a few of these shots like a warrior in World of Warcraft or a paladin or whatever. I barely play that game. But the point is that Sentinels are just pushing them back. Slay after slay, and E United are just scraping away kills where they can find it.
Yeah, this is just looking rough here. If you're an E United fan, you need to see them pick it up and pick it up now, and trades are not going to do the job. Sentinels closer to that 40 kill mark where you can really start to trade and close out the game.
This is the unfortunate part about Catalyst as well, right? Because these spawns are going to happen, you're kind of stuck in your corridor, and then you have to look for where you can get a new angle, right?
Even look at the small differences from Frosty. He realized that, all right, if he pokes around the corner, doesn't see any reaction just yet, he should be sprinting to help his teammate. Still does not see them. United needs to leave an anchor at some point, and look at this, just running around the map. Not sure if these teams have once again GA'd running counterclockwise, but these teams are just going in a circle. Looks like E United actually able to pick off Lethal and Snakebite. That's a huge play, but where's the power position? How are you going to deal with Frosty here?
Yeah.
There's no easy route to get him.
Exactly. He's in a really, really good spot. He can continue to just poke damage and keep them pinned in the corner. But for right now, though, a brief moment of respite. Ryan Noob's going to break away from the clump, so he will be all right. Maybe he can go around and start to make some plays elsewhere, but he's got to find some targets. Frosty, though, still alive, still going to be a problem here as Ryan Noob, he tried to break away to go up top to look for an angle, but could not find a soul.
And here it goes again. E United gonna start to rotate around. They realize the push is coming. Barely misses that skewer, but that's all right. Frosty gonna be on the hunt once again. Here's gonna be his play. He's gonna look cautiously, see if anyone else. Nope, doesn't see any damage or any players. Better get moving fast because he better help his teammates before E United finds his teammates.
And I don't know if you noticed something as well, Dave, but before, Sentinels were checking every corner, they were looking around. Now, they're not even doing that because they know exactly what E United's game plan is. They know that they're not going to be looking around the corners because they're just going to be all grouped up. That's been their game plan this entire time.
Yep, it's either I see 0 of them or I see 4 members of E United. And look at this, it's starting to slow down a little bit, but this is going to be so difficult for E United to get back in this. At some point, they need to get some unanswered kills. They're going to need to be in those power positions so that they can actually punish someone like Frosty. But right here, is Frosty going to get hit? I like this cautious play, but misses the shot. Here comes the charge. Gets a repulse on the grenades, dodges it. Suspector takes out Frosty. Now can they use this opening and get a few more kills on Sentinels? I'm not seeing it. Frosty is just a one-man army with 18 kills and 4 deaths.
He has been crushing it this game. It's been very fun to watch this matchup from Frosty's POV because he has really just been the one herding them right where they want him into the loving hands of Sentinels. Another overshield grab here. Royal 2 is going to obtain possession of it, 10 kills away. And Dave, I can't believe that this is even a thing that has happened. That Sentinels managed to bring this one back after 2 very rocky games.
Look at this style from Royal 2, and no, I'm not talking about his hoodie and his hat. That play with the grapple to get up top and prioritize that power position. It's been the key to victory here for Sentinels, and it just shows time and time again.
Sentinels really just stuck a bit clueless here on what they want to do. Every single time they get together, they try and break off, maybe look for an angle to catch members of Sentinels off guard. You got these guys just moving right behind them. Feels like deja vu, just looking at Frosty run through open hall again. Now he's gonna drop back, and I think maybe that could have been a win condition for them, is recognize that you are gonna get chased by Frosty, so just double back and try and pick off the kills. But then, as soon as you do that, he's gonna disengage, and in comes Sentinels for some more kills.
Yep, and this is the disadvantage of all being in one area. When you're clumped up, sure, it works if someone's gonna let you isolate the fight, but you need those additional angles to pick off these stragglers where players can run away. This has just been painful to watch here for E United because it's just been perfect counterplay from Sentinels.
3 frags remaining for Sentinels to complete the reverse sweep. Cannot believe that this is a thing that it even happened to begin with. Of course, E United still not out of this yet, but it is a long, long crawl for them to come back into the game. We've seen wild things happen before. Couldn't happen here, though. Frosty, brilliant job staying alive. No, he went for the Mario stomp, but it didn't quite work out for him, though.
Can't ground pound in this game no more, Frosty, but he's making it look like it. 3 kills away, and Sentinels are going to earn their opportunity to get a rematch against Cloud9.
Yeah, but they haven't gotten a kill quite yet. It's been all, there you go, it's been all E United. 2 more remaining, Rhino.
I hate to say it, like I was just in this position earlier on Pit TS, and I was like, we had my teammates call, all right, no more deaths. I'm like, dude, this game's over. Let's be real. There's no way we're gonna get 15, 20 kills before they get 1 kill.
1 more kill remaining. It's gonna be Suspector Frosty. Who better to get the final frag? And Sentinels complete the reverse sweep. Do you believe in miracles? Because for Sentinels, it has happened back-to-back game 5s and a crushing defeat for E United, who played so damn well at the beginning of the series. But Sentinels are just built different.
Just built different, just completely countered. I mean, it was painful there to just see that crumble in that fashion. Sentinels figuring them out, playing the better second half of that series.
Unbelievable performance from Sentinels. Yeah, and E United they gotta be left just scratching their heads. What happened? What happened?
Yeah, I mean, they were a bit too dependent and working too much together. They felt like they were afraid to walk away from this pack, and they were just kind of picked apart. I mean, you see it in the Animal Kingdom all the time. It's just like, there's not always safety in numbers.
That is very true. It's a science lesson for the people at home, you know?
It's educational watching this.
Yeah, it is. You know, Halo is educational, but also, I mean, I think Frosty just took everyone to school today. 23 kills for him, 6 deaths. This man was just pushing E United across the map wherever he wanted them to go, and they fell for the trap over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, you take Frosty out of the equation, and E United outslayed in that sense, but Frosty going 53 hundo damage, 3,300 damage taken, just constantly on that flank and playing it perfectly. Knowing when he has to be a little bit slower and cautious that E United might charge back into him, and being as fast as possible, making sure that he's on the rotation, going clockwise, running right behind E United.
Wow, what a way to start off Championship Sunday. This has been nuts. Walshy, my friend, it is always a pleasure to commentate Halo with you. It's been a blast to be back again. But for now, we're going to send it over to Guy Blaze at the main stage with the man of the hour. He's got Frosty standing by. Let's get a chant for Frosty going, because that guy destroyed.
Yeah, he definitely did destroy, G. Orlando has been lighting up here for Sentinels. Give it up for him one more time. Surviving yet another series. And Frosty, I just got to do a mental health check, okay? Yeah. It's about the 5th Game 5 y'all probably played so far. How you feeling after winning that one?
Feeling good, obviously, still in the tournament, so, I mean, we got more games to play. Last tournament, I mean, we went to a couple Game 5s last tournament too, so, I mean, it's nothing new to us. I'm just glad we're battling it out, and we're trying the best that we possibly can. So.
Yeah. And so now tell me what was going through you guys' head, down 2-0 in this series, tournament life on the line, and you know, we saw some awesome plays coming out of your teammate, Snakebite. Yep. Tell me about how he was trying to change the tempo for you guys in the squad.
I mean, he's the guy who sets the pace on our team. He's always in the front line, he's always trying to make plays, so he's definitely the one kind of dictating where we go and where we're going to end up. So yeah, I mean, everyone was making just awesome plays the whole time. We just had to figure it out. Obviously, we started slow. Their pacing is really odd, so we just had to figure that out. That's why it took us a while to get into it. So.
And it definitely seemed like you figured it out in that last map. I want to say you had about a 5.0 KDA in there. If you had to give one word for your own performance, what would you give it?
I don't know.
It's just dominant, all right?
I'm on to the next.
Just on to the next one. Yo, they're about to go to the next series. Give it up one more time for me and Frosty here on the stage. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. My goodness me. Sentinels love to put on a show, don't they? I mean, that reverse sweep was absolutely wild, but I gotta say, that was a story in 2 complete halves. It was like watching another team take the stage after that map number 2, and suddenly, it was all about Sentinels. Clutch, talk to me about what you saw there on the main stage and that real flip we also saw midway through the series.
Yeah, I think this game was this series was decided on Streets King of the Hill on that first hill, where it really looked like, in all honesty, United was outplaying Sentinels for a majority of that first hill, but somehow Sentinels get the job done in order to transfer that point in their favor. That was the spark they needed, and ever since that spark, they had control of momentum, of the series, of everything they needed to push this to the Game 5, and then what do you know? The best player in the game, he shows up, the star shines the brightest. Frosty does it for his team. That was an unbelievable individual performance by him to get Sentinels to the next round.
Goofy, what were some of the struggles in maps 1 and 2 for Sentinels that you noticed?
I just feel like Sentinels wasn't playing their game in the first couple of series, and every time we kind of get the player cams, I would see Snakebite like trying to rally the troops, and obviously Snakebite had a really good game 2 on that Street Slayer, and I just feel like after that game 2, and to Wes's point, after that initial King of the Hill, you know, battle going down for the first hill control, it was all Sentinels for the rest of the series, and Frosty putting on potentially, arguably one of the greatest Game 5 performances that I can recall, dropping 23 kills, 6 deaths, absolutely dominating the competition, and E United has to feel so torn after being so close to upsetting Sentinels and keeping their tournament hopes alive, and unfortunately for them, Frosty had other plans.
That one hurts.
Yeah, it does indeed. I got to say as well, you can see on the bottom part of the screen there that Frosty does tie the Slayer kill record right now with 23, with actually a quad from J-Link. So
what a time to get it, though.
I know.
A little bit of a different story when it's Game 5 against E United on the main stage championship Sunday. No offense to Quad, he's a good player.
I mean, Gaskin, you know, we've seen this time and time again with Sentinels, right? Game 5s, they clutch up when it matters most. What is it about Sen, do you think, that makes them so icy like that?
I feel like they do it on purpose at this point. It's like they put the Sentinels fans through the ringers every single time. It must be so difficult to support this team. Sat there in the audience, having to go 2-0 down, but the way they claw back, the way that in Game 5 they look that dominant, just shows how much depth there is to this team, how they can just calm themselves down, reanalyze how they're going to approach this game. E United, they came out of the blocks fast, but Sentinels then quickly realized how they were playing and said, okay, we need to adjust things ever so slightly. Sometimes game types will favor that, but boy, did they change everything very quickly there in that Game 3.
Yeah, indeed, they did. Clutch, I thought I saw you wanting to say something and add there with Gaskin.
The second this series went to Game 5, it was already over. The Clutch's team in Halo history does it again. I mean, we've been saying it for a little bit now, but I mean, just look, we need the actual analytics behind this, Dan, so I expect you before Worlds to run the numbers here. Since I was teaming with World 2 and Snakebite, we never lost Game 5.
They always win Game 5.
No matter what. It's
always
crazy.
Clutches up already to start their championship Sunday. They win a 50-49 Game 5 against G1 when all hope looks lost. Lethal clutches up against G1. They win Game 5 when all hope looks lost. They're down 2-0 here against E United. Frosty drops 23 in Game 5. They
can't keep getting away with
this. They can't keep getting away with it. Sentinels
No,
is
they
on
can.
fire.
I'm okay with it.
It's dealing with pressure, it's dealing with nerves, it's having that experience, and that's not saying E United are short of that experience, but you could see some of the shaky hands, the scratching of the head on the E United side. They were nervous in that Game 5, whereas I think Sentinels were confident.
Yeah, they were indeed. Well, let's see how the Sentinels' journey has gone, because they have been in the elimination bracket since Elim round 4, and they have pushed on through against G1, and now E United 3-2. Honestly, you probably wouldn't believe it if we told you how this went down. You'd have to witness this with your own eyes, but now they find themselves in a rematch. Elimination semi-final against Cloud9, and Cloud9 3-0 G2 Esports. Similar result from Sentinels when they did play G2 themselves as well. So my big question here is, is this going to be a bit of a better matchup for Sentinels? Are they warm now? Cloud9, do they just have their number? Have they formed as a team? What do you think?
That's the thing, is Cloud9 is so confident when they go up against Sentinels. They have not looked great outside of their series against Sentinels. I mean, apparently they're 3-0 G2, so they probably look pretty good in that affair. But outside of the big matches Cloud9 haven't really impressed me too much. But the fact that they look so good against Sentinels gives me hope, gives me confidence that they are going to have an opportunity to win that series, if not do it outright.
And I'm sure there's some hope and confidence looking at that winners final right now for Optic Gaming, having a fantastic run, and FaZe Clan as well, turning up at this major.
Oh, yeah.
This has been such a transformation for this team and roster, so we'll see what they can do against the green wall. Now, folks, as well, I just want to make sure you guys are aware that there is a HCS and partner team merch collab. They're collaborating to bring you some pretty sick merchandise, and all this awesome product will actually be available in person at the Halo World Championships in Seattle. So many different things to be looking forward to here in the Orlando Major, coming up next in Worlds as well, and so many teams that are going to be there alongside us, so it's going to be absolutely incredible. I'll tell you what, it is time to go to a break, but coming up next, we do have an epic series for you. It's going to be our winners finals. We got Optic versus FaZe on the cards on the main stage too. This series is going to be lights out. The action does not stop here at day 3. It's Championship Sunday. We've got to bring everything we've got for you guys at home. We'll see you right after this.
The lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Then can we put this together? Yes! Renegade applying pressure right to the spawners. Oh, this is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could define everything. He misses the beat down, he snaps up. Wobbling them wings is an overkill. Normal gets the sword now as a reward.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with stealth tech and immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Don't just hear it, feel it at a Lovesac showroom near you.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
So God, I'll be back.
Wow, Optic Phase.
Welcome back to the HCS Orlando Major. It's day 3, it's Championship Sunday, and we started off today with a throwback of all throwbacks. Halo 3 legends took to the stage and Triggers Down showed their dominance. And our Sunday began with Sentinels versus E United and a reverse sweep for the history books. Sen knocked EU out, and we move on to our winners finals. And my goodness me, I'm ready for the rest of the action. If that's the standard we are setting here in terms of entertainment, in terms of the gameplay, then I'm ready for day 3 here in Orlando. On set, how you feeling, bud?
I'm feeling great. I mean, I had a lot of fun this morning casting over these two guys who are involved, of course. It was a lot of fun. Great to see the pit, of course, making its return. And that series we just saw, kind of amazing to watch, but also scary for the rest of the pack, right? Because E United look like they're finding form, and then well, I said on Twitter, arguably the greatest Game 5 team we've seen in Halo history. Turn up once again with the reverse sweep. Sentinels still alive. I mean, what a match we've got about to come up now.
I know, right? My heart's racing, and it's definitely racing thinking about our winners finals happening right now. Optic versus FaZe. This matchup is going to be litty. That is for sure. I mean, it's green and red on that center stage right now, Bravo, and both of these teams have been looking good all weekend long. But Optic, they've had a lot of pressure coming into this tournament. There's a lot of eyes on that stage right now and on the green wall side. What do these guys have to do to show up right now and prove to everyone they need that grand final spot?
I think they just need to realize the work's done, right? You've heard this team day in, day out talking about what they've been working on, the things they've been working on to secure a LAN victory. The hard work is done. Weeks and weeks, let's be honest, months of preparation to get ready to be back on LAN on a championship Sunday. Optic Gaming is in championship white, and they will be looking for championship form as well.
They certainly will indeed. And I'll tell you what, championship form, I think of all 4 of these players. But one in particular that does stand out from the pack at times is Lucid. He's our AMD power play right now. And Walshy, this guy has brought the flashiest plays, but also the most clutch moments you can honestly think of. Talk to you about this player and this caliber here we're seeing.
Yeah, you know exactly where you're getting out Lucid, and that usually happens to show on the gameplay screen and on the stat screen. He's generally putting up most damage, most kills, doing the flashiest plays like you said. He is just a constant force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I've got to say, when I mentioned the words on set to you, movement, shots, geekiness in Halo Infinite, who do you think of?
Obviously, there's a couple of players that jump to mind, but Lucid's usually right up there for sure. And I think that it's not just Lucid, of course, we're obviously highlighting him here, but every single component of Optic Gaming seems to be working so well together at the moment. We were talking about it, we're saying this is a well-oiled machine, but this series right here is the biggest series of the year for Optic. This is massive. The winner's advantage you get if you win this match in that grand final cannot be understated. Everyone's been saying all season long, when are Optic going to win a LAN? Can Optic win a LAN? Maybe in Orlando, it is going to be Optic's time.
There's been questions, Bob, right, in terms of Optic. Why haven't they won a LAN? They've been so close so many different times. A lot of people have maybe kind of mentioned mentality. Is it kind of the pressure that they've been put under, the fact that they want it so bad, and it kind of gets to them a little bit? This right now, this is apparently the biggest game that they need to play and win. What's that going to do for their heads?
I think it comes down to what Mark pointed out on day number 1. It's Lucid's interview after the United Grunt Classic, saying we have been working on very specific situations where we know we need to clutch up. Game 5s, Game 7s, these scenarios where they need to slow the game down and realize to play their own game. I think in the LANs this season, there's been at least one series that they've been on the receiving end of where they haven't gotten those pieces together perfectly. And here in Orlando, they're going to make sure that they change that story.
Well, FaZe are looking to change their story right here, right now, and knock all of the hopes off of Optic Gaming. And I gotta say, what an incredible roster this has become. And really for me, it has surrounded King Nick coming into the picture. We had 4 Titans heading into the NA Super. Something wasn't working. And suddenly, Boshi putting King Nick on this has changed everything.
Absolutely changed that dynamic. We've seen very few times in Halo's history where you have these 4 powerhouse teammates that just don't work out. And so some point you have all those right ingredients, you swap out one little thing and things are just clicking and perfect. I mean, we had to see how FaZe were going to perform at this event. Given at the NA Super, they just looked rough.
Indeed, our Marine service record coming across here as well. And Onset, when you look at King Nick, we talk about the ingredients it's taken to get to this meal that is FaZe. But what are those ingredients?
I mean, the one thing that Nick brings, right, is a level of selflessness. Selflessness?
Oh, yeah, right. That's it. That's
yeah, okay,
the one.
we got there.
Very
in
nice.
comparison to the other players, and this isn't a slight on the other players whatsoever, right? Sometimes it's a personality thing, just how you are as a person, how you view a game of Halo in comparison to someone else you're playing alongside.
Yeah.
Everyone else can hit their shots, but what you see in front of you is different to what your teammate sees. It's about making those combinations of personalities, play styles, and players that has the recipe, like you say, for a team to be successful. Nick is that player that FaZe needed. He is the selfless one. He is looking for objective. He's looking to make ground up on the map, and the rest can follow suit.
Yeah, there's so many intangibles, right? When you think about a player like that and what they do, how they respond to call-outs, the exact route that they take after they hear a call-out, all these little things that would be impossible to measure even by the most advanced systems, and it feels like he just has found that exact place that he needs to be.
He has indeed, but I'll tell you what, it's impossible to measure how this one is going to go, but I'm going to let us all find out in just a moment. It is time for your winners finals. Optic versus FaZe on this main stage, day 3, and we got Gaskin and Shurzy on the mics. Gents, it's over to you.
Well, it's the oldest rivalry in esports history, it must be said. It's Optic Gaming up against FaZe. The noisy neighbors from pool play went to a game 5, and now they're back for more. Another round 2.
Keeps happening. Honestly, they keep matching up against each other. Maybe we didn't think it was going to be this close in pool play, but it was. I tell you what though, you look at that team kill leaderboard, you see Optic versus FaZe, first and second. And the biggest takeaway I have from that is FaZe are the closest team to matching Optic's KDs. They're the closest team to matching their slaying ability. That is going to be imperative throughout this series.
King of the Hill is going to be game 1. We've seen that in the series layout. Someone who is really important for FaZe is Falcade, particularly in King of the Hill.
Falcade's statistics have been incredible throughout this tournament. King of the Hill, very difficult to try and manage against anyone, but I'm sure that Optic Gaming are going to be giving it everything to try and take this game 1.
It's Optic Gaming up against FaZe Clan for the first time in Halo Infinite in the winners finals. Can Optic Gaming march on through the winner's side of grand finals? Or will FaZe, those pesky, noisy neighbors, make the difference here? Shields up, weapons hot, we're on their way!
Optic are 6-0 in map 1 record in this tournament. They are unbeaten when it comes to opening this series, so you've got to be careful if you're FaZe, and already they've lost 3 players.
3 dead. Formal, with eyes on the final surviving member. Renegade goes down. Stalker rifle handed over. Rockets in the back pocket for Trippy to play with. They've got all the goodies already.
All the goodies, but can you make it work? Can you get some more time? It's going to be the initial answer is yes, but Trippy knows full well that he has a bigger responsibility with these rockets, has to move elsewhere. It's going to be a dud, but he does get the information as to where these players are going to be collapsing from.
Backs down the bus stop, but no safety given this time. Trades come through. Trippy and Lucid in the respawn screen, as is Renegade. Numbers advantage for FaZe Clan for the moment. Sparty ensures that continues. Trippy, last man standing now. And Spartan's got his eyes on Cafe.
Spartan, who did struggle a little bit in the series against Optic in pool play, had the least kills throughout. He did have the most assists, but it was his KD that really stuck out when it comes to statistics. But sometimes it's about what he does. And Spartan, I think, has really opened up with how comfortable he is on this roster, how he's allowed to play the way he wants. And we'll see whether now that comes into fruition here in this winners final.
First hill then, just ever so slightly in favor of FaZe. Optic Gaming had the better of the opening engagements, but FaZe are starting to come to life now.
APG has to be careful. It's a Bulldog that bites him in the backside, and now FaZe need to collapse on this hill. They managed to get that opening pick, but what can you do with it? Formal sat in the hill right now, and the damage output we've seen from Formal this tournament, by the way, is insane. The most damage on this roster. Doesn't always get the kills, but that could be a really imperative kill here for Optic.
So evenly matched, these two teams. Optic Gaming, though, are knocking on the door of their first hill. Rockets have just popped up. Another massive grenade goes down, as does Spartan. APG trades it out with the Rockets. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. FaZe Clan have numbers.
Spartan throwing Hail Marys across the map, and they were connecting now. Formal has to try and wrestle back this hill. Has a good angle, but look at everyone just facing him. Need to support the rest of the boys now, though, because otherwise this hill is very quickly going to go in favor of FaZe.
Let's go Optic chance. Ring around the arena. Valcade getting tagged up in the back. Lucid gets the shot off Formal. That's how cracked and lasered he is right now. And hill number 1 goes to the green wall.
4 dead for FaZe as well. The perfect sweep for Optic. The perfect push right at the end. And FaZe are going to have to be so careful they do not allow that to happen over and over again, otherwise this could very quickly run out of control and very quickly could be a 4-0. Optic's consistency in King of the Hill this tournament has been incredible.
Formal shooting everything that moves right now. Spartan goes down. Members of FaZe set up over towards the shotgun and ATM area. Full control here for Optic. They're really starting to dictate the pace of play now after a very tentative start.
There's a lot of structure to Optic Gaming right now, and with great structure, you need great communication. Let's jump into an Astro listening and see how the comps are.
One shot. One shot.
Look at you. Absolutely.
Nice, man. We're looking very weak. Get to Matt. He's waiting in driveway. Very weak.
Watch out railing. Watch out railing.
We got one.
Baiting these guys in.
Rockets at 50. Rockets. Yeah, we got it. 2 dead right now. 2 dead. What are we doing for Rockets?
I'm just going to start up with soccer, guys.
I'm going to help Joey.
Joey too.
They were trying to hear. Hear that, Joey.
Hear with you. Make sure you keep eyes on Rockets.
You guys here? You guys cafe?
We got one. 2 dead, guys. We have numbers.
MPD. That's 20 week.
3. Last guy.
Green guy. Push this guy.
I need help.
I don't know where he went. Still here, hiding.
He's very weak. Nice shot, guys. Good shit. Get heaven.
I'll get heaven.
One guy.
Listen, I got purple. Play purple.
2 going purple.
Play ATM.
Benches and Ivy.
Make sure we live. Joey has Rockets still.
Got one. Cuts. Joey got
Never got behind you.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably die. You went cuts, Joey. Cuts.
Nice.
Yeah, there's got purple.
How many dead?
I think 2 purple. Not sure though.
Quick, King Nick.
We're missing one, guys. We're missing one.
What's your ATM?
Yeah, just worry about you, Joey. Just worry about you. Looking left.
Main ramp's clear right now, Joey.
Cuts, Joey. Cuts.
What's up, weak renegade?
Backed up. He's still there.
Arcade.
Watch out, cuts.
Nice, Joey.
Yo, one
Can't help you.
Cuts. I'm backing up.
Two dead. Nice shit, guys. Good shit. Fuck him up.
Watch out.
Very weak defense. Nice, man.
Amidst all the carnage and chaos, they were a little bit frantic in the communications, but there was one voice ringing out saying, cool the calm it down. The comms started to slow down, and amidst all of that, they were 1-0 to the good, and they've tripled that scoreline now.
Genuinely flawless play that we've seen so far from Optic Gaming. Maybe a little bit shaky in that first hill, but it was their response to FaZe's setup and how quickly they were able to break it at the final hurdle. And now at 3-0 with 3 minutes left, you can already kind of think that this is going to be going in favor of Optic Gaming, but FaZe still have the time to get back into it. All starts here at this hill though, but Lucid not missing right now.
The writing's on the wall. It's on the green wall right now. 3-0 to the good, 3 dead, go FaZe Clan. And they need to bounce back quickly, as this game is well and truly getting out of hand.
It really is. FaZe off spawn every single time they're being challenged by several members of Optic Gaming, and FaZe just can't really escape. They're being pinned back. Currently 2 players back tower trying to escape. Will slide into the hill, but immediately ripped away from them. And if these rockets go in favor of Optic Gaming, I'm telling you, this is going to be game over. 3 dead for FaZe once more.
Trippy with the boombox. What sort of tune will it be playing? Fires 1, King Nick. See you later, pal. Eyes trained on tower, patrolling, rolling. Who is to be the latest victim? Falcated will not need to connect with it. And this 4th and final hill will go the way of Optic Gaming. They draw first blood, 1-0.
The series was 3-2 in pool play, but we didn't see many games as one-sided as that. It's laser focus once more for Optic Gaming. Business as usual, some might say. As for FaZe, it is a slow start, but arguably not their strongest game type. Still plenty of a series to play through yet, but a very, very impressive start from Optic Gaming.
Commanding game from Optic Gaming. The tail of the tape, kills distributed very evenly on the side of Optic, but it was King Nick, the man who generally makes this FaZe team tick, currently struggling. 4 kills with 11 deaths and the 6 assists. He needs to pick it up because FaZe need him now.
Yeah, Falcated had one of the best KDs in King of the Hill coming into this series, and very quickly he looked average going up against Optic Gaming. Let's look at the damage and see who was the real damage dealer. Well, lo and behold, it's Formal again. He was averaging an incredible amount of damage throughout their previous series. It was a total of 27k from those 5 games, and I wouldn't be surprised if he even tops that with the way they're currently playing.
You spoke about Falcade and how integral he is to the team. 1800 damage. Not good enough.
It isn't good enough, and sometimes that can happen if you're trying to do too much. Off spawn, if you're desperately trying to help a teammate, or if you're trying to make a flank, trying to make a play. Unfortunately for Falcated, he just wasn't able to get going, constantly shut down every corner he turned. And that's what Optic Gaming will do to you. Sometimes it can look like men against boys when Optic Gaming are on that main stage, and as for FaZe, they really need to speed things up because it can very quickly turn from a 1-0 to a 3-0 in a blink of an eye if you're not careful.
Now we know in Kansas City, it was all going according to plan against Sentinels. Now it's about the mental, the fortitude. Have they been able to right the wrongs, steady the ship as we head into Slayer Aquarius? These 2 teams matched up in pool play. And that game finished 50-43 in favor of Optic. Are we looking at a 2-0 series leader? Can FaZe start to find their form, find their footing in this series?
I think Optic will be extremely confident, Richie, because they know they can beat them. They know they can get the job done on a map that they're now playing again. It's rare that you'll get many maps repeating from pool play into a winners bracket final if you're playing against the same team, but there's always usually going to be one Slayer that might just feature. But on the other side, on the flip side, FaZe maybe a little bit concerned that Aquarius Slayer is coming up here, especially, I'm going to point him out again, Spartan did have a bad game in that Slayer Aquarius, but if Spartan can have a good game, if he can turn his fortunes into a high KD, into somebody who was getting plenty of kills, think how much that could elevate this FaZe roster.
And as we head into game 2, with that man Spartan on our screens, you speak about how integral he is to the team and he needs to catch fire. In pool play, things were looking good. They've made it all the way back here for the rematch. They're trying to duke it out one more time with the green wall. Can he step it up here? Can he be the man to make the difference?
Absolutely, he can. He's Spartan. This is what he lives for. He eats, he breathes main stage Halo. And this is his chance to get into a grand final. In FaZe, they believe they can get there. They believe they can get through this green wall. It might be a tall task, but you only need one game. Break that morale of Optic Gaming. Break that momentum. Don't allow them to go 2-0 up. And even though it's going to be difficult, it's an Aquarius Slayer that you've already lost before. What did you learn from that Aquarius Slayer? The way that Optic can kind of set up around certain areas of the map. Do you now know how to break it? Have you studied the tape? These are all the big questions that only can be answered once we get into the game.
FaZe then, with questions to answer. Renegade on your screen. He knows what it takes to win a tournament. He's won 2 of them in Halo Infinite with Cloud9. Spartan was runners-up in the first ever competition. and how he desperately wants to get his hands on gold. But they all do in this game. They all do in this series.
And you can talk about individuals and who's going to step up and who's going to be that player, but at the end of the day, everybody on FaZe needs to be the guy. Renegade, 24k damage from the last series they played against each other, needs to better it. Spartan got the most assists last time these two guys played against each other, needs to better it. If you're going to beat Optic Gaming, you have to play at 110%. There's the difference between Formal and Renegade, two absolute gods when it comes to playing this game. Formal is the damage guy, whereas Renegade is that main slayer. He's the one who will be finishing off those kills. He'll be getting up close and personal to Optic Gaming here.
Formal, the latest addition. It didn't go well for him in Kansas City. And look at the right that wrong. Trippy, that what can he do for his team in game 2? Will we be looking at a 2-0 lead? Or can FaZe Clan tie this thing up?
I will say Trippy has just gone from strength to strength every single tournament, constantly impressing everyone around him and everyone that's watching as well. As Formal will clean that one up onto Spartan. Already there is a battle for car control at the moment, making sure those sizzle sticks are going to be in your hands every single time they spawn.
The battle for control rages on, all tied up in the game. The green wall has found their voice again. Can they be the difference maker? Are there any FaZe members in the crowd that can spur their team to victory? Because the green wall right now, they're overshadowing you. And your team needs you now. 5 kills to 5, we're all tied up.
Great grenades from APG. That's a lot of damage that Lucid can maybe pick up from, but he also falls. Formal now left in a 1 versus 2. Finally gets a teammate that will spawn up. And that's good survivability from Formal, something he's had great success with all tournament long. Now, last time we did see them play Aquarius Slayer, it was a masterclass from Optic Gaming. The way they paced the game, the way they slowed it down. FaZe need to make sure they can speed it up in those areas. Don't allow Optic that comfort.
Tempo has slowed down. There's trades back and forth. This game is on a knife edge. 1 kill, that's all that separates them. Make it none. All tied up now. Trippy with the sidekick. He needs to go superhero right now.
Waiting to see if he gets any audio cues at all. Footsteps very apparent in Halo Infinite, and you can really gain information and relay that to the team. But camouflage is up in just 1 second, so that's why everyone's kind of come to a halt here on Aquarius. But who's going to be brave enough to take that first step towards it?
No one wants to make that first mistake. Camouflage, right for the picking. Falcated, goes down. That will help the cause of Optic Gaming to secure it. The cloak of invisibility can make such a massive difference maker. APG looked to have scooped it up, but did he manage to pop it into his chest? No, it's not. It's that man on your screen. It's Formal.
And it's scary if Formal has the camouflage, because he's one of these players who likes to take kind of a distance fight, just add damage so the rest of the team can clean up those kills. And he knows full well there's a heatwave coming up soon as well. That information will also be relayed. Great acknowledgement, great recognizing it, and look at that collapse from Optic Gaming as well, sniffing up Spartan.
The Dionysus go down. Camouflage dissipates. And after all of that, Optic Gaming have a 5-kill lead. The camouflage wasn't as instrumental as it needed to be, but it was effective. Cool, calm, calculated right now are the green wall. FaZe went down to just 1 surviving member for a moment, and they're starting to just pull away now.
And Optic are trying the same thing they did in the previous series against FaZe. Holding P, not focusing too much on that car side, but instead making FaZe come to them. Taking that heat wave, getting up close and personal, and then pushing on their advantages when you see them spawn in that flag. Lucid will get caught out. This could be a really important push now for FaZe. Try and close that gap.
Opportunity. Spartan knocking at the door, trying to close that gap. Heatwave will secure 1. Eyes on APG, trying to get away, trying to scamper, but the Heatwave will claim 2 souls to the green wall. Lucid, the only surviving member to be a factor, tickles the shields of Spartan over on this fridge side. They've got control of Carbine, and FaZe have got control of P. It's a little bit of a standoff for the moment, but we're trading all the live long day.
Trading whilst the camo pops. Trippy somehow gets away, but surely should be taken down. eventually will fall. Spartan has to use the heat wave. 23-22. FaZe have clawed their way back into this one. And what a difference this could make to the series if FaZe can get a win. On average, Optic Gaming have been winning their Slayers by around 11 kills. They have been dominating in Slayers. If FaZe can answer that, if FaZe can take Slayers away from them, suddenly it becomes a realistic possibility of beating them in this series.
3 dead for a moment for FaZe. Things look to be going their way. They got the camouflage, but Trippy squinted his eyes up real tight as they managed to spot out the shimmering pixels. And Lucid got the heat wave now. P1, King Nick is in a bit of a tussle, and he comes out worse for wear this time, but 3 go down for Optic, and FaZe are starting to rumble on.
FaZe on top now, and Optic have got to be careful because FaZe are going to quickly close this gap and could even take the lead if you allow these deaths to consistently going in favor of the blue team. Plenty of time left. You can see you can bide your time if you're Optic Gaming, and they really are making FaZe come to them each time. They are almost setting traps for FaZe here, and FaZe are walking right into them.
And with FaZe starting to close the door, starting to sneak up on this Optic Gaming team, communication is so important. Let's have an Astro listening with FaZe.
On nades. Alright, Nick has you throws. I'm looking nades. Nades in car 3. Car 3 weak. APG. Be careful. They're gonna push us. They're like playing for
car 3 tripping. I don't want to. P2 and car 3.
Car 3 weak. 2 car 3. 2 guys car 3, Mike. Is he weak? Yes. APG was weak. I'm putting pressure, Mike. I'm car 1 right now.
Car 3 weak. Formal. 1 shot in their connector.
There's a guy P. I'm pretty sure goes. Where's this guy?
Last guy was P. Lucid. Last guy was P. Ratting. Lucid.
Okay. Let's get a nade.
2 on my P. 2 on my P. I'm running car.
Mike, you by yourself.
Go to car. We don't need to be here.
Blue pink. 2 guys blue pink hitting blue.
I hear that.
They might have backed up though. I don't know.
Blue pink, formal. Blue weak, formal.
Alright, nades are almost up. Can we just get
out of the jet, Nick.
I know.
We're flipping.
Alright, I'm leaving this. Pink 2. Are we leaving blue jet?
Yes. We're going yellow.
They're gonna be weak, guys. Pink 2 weak, Trippy. Does anyone have my gen cross? Yeah, I'm here, John.
Almost P2, 1 shot, Trippy.
Is he on the nades or what? Yes, on the nades, John. I can shot him.
One shot.
Trippy's 1 shot. Blue window formal weak, John.
1 shot. I got him. I got Blue Ito.
Where are we going?
Blue shrooms.
Got a camo off of this?
I'm trying to look at you, Nick. I'm trying to keep your left. Lucid weak, blue window.
P2 going freeway. P2 going freeway, Trippy. Alright, I'm looking. He has it.
P1.
Watch out, P1, Trippy.
There's 2 P side right now.
The map here. Do what we talk about. This is what we talk about.
Hold for dinos.
I have 1 shock still. Okay, you have 1 shock?
Blue P2.
Blue car down. Yeah, they went to blue. You need a shock.
I shocked it. One's on the right side, APG.
Yeah, car 3, 1. Car 3, 1. 2 guys, car 1. Yeah, they had a good finish.
Running in red. I'm getting melted. I'm one.
Very clear and concise communication from FaZe as well. Clear direction of how they want to rotate around the map, where they need to be prioritizing, where they're focusing, and very different sides they're focusing. FaZe really want that car side, whereas Optic very clearly going for the P side.
You can cut the tension in here with a knife. Nails are being bit. Hairs are being lost. And I can tell you something, my hair is already looking pretty thin.
Gotta be careful.
3 kills.
Previous duos of mine have ended up without hair. I can't say why. With a 3-kill difference, it is very nervy times, because if you make 1 wrong step, if you're just 1 slight position out of the way, you are going to get caught out by either of these teams.
4 kills then. Spartan. What influence will he have in this life? Sizzle 6 sent over the top. Dug down deep in the trenches, though. Lucid pops up. 2 shots of the battle rifle will secure 1. It's guerrilla warfare tactics. Get 1 and retreat.
But again, Optic just dominating this P side. And you have to imagine it's just to try and prioritize this heat wave. Lucid gets 1 more. Spots out Renegade, and with FaZe losing 2 players, it means that FaZe have to retreat. Renegade may have got that camouflage, but is he going to be able to do anything with it here?
How he would love to get his hands on a heat wave here. Has a little peek, recognizes it's gone. Optic Gaming have got that in their possession. Can Renegade help to wrestle it from them? Trippy's dropped from base, back whack comes through. It's a 2-kill game. And all of a sudden with a double kill, Sizzle stick to the spine. Cooking Optic Gaming through. Lucid desperately trying to stay alive, unable to do so. Separated by just 1.
Fantastic collapse there from FaZe. The Sizzle stick's imperative, as you say. And now they're just 1 behind. I'm really impressed with how FaZe are timing these pushes. You heard it from their listening, how there is so much methodical strategy to their game right now. And they're trying to match Optic Gaming's strategies. And it's a difficult thing to do, but now suddenly it is 41-42. King Nick did have the heat wave, but oh, just like that, Optic Gaming go right back into the lead.
Heartbreaking for FaZe. And they're clawing their way right back into this. And the Optic chance start once more. Will it help drive their team to victory? Or have FaZe got a little more left to give here? 2 kills. Games and series have been won and lost by less. King Nick all alone, begging for help. It will not come. 4 kills now.
Suddenly this gets scary for FaZe. They retreat into the base. And you feel like for their chances in this series, it has to be now. They put so much into this Slayer. With only 1 minute and 55 seconds on the clock, there is still time to be patient for FaZe. But unfortunately, they've got a camouflage to deal with as well. Trippy is going to look to try and make this count, try and initiate a pick here so that Optic can collapse and get those final kills.
They've sacrificed so much though, have FaZe, by dropping back the camouflage, the sizzle sticks, and 2 members of FaZe go down. Optic Gaming require 3 to double their series lead. And you can see FaZe turning tail, tucking away, scrambling for their lives. They've got control of P, but they need to secure some kills, because Optic Gaming, looking at the clock now, it's FaZe who have to blink first.
Well, FaZe delayed that clock by just avoiding the camouflage, making sure that Trippy couldn't do anything with it, but now into the bush. Cameron again getting the kill! No, Trippy denies, and that may just ruin FaZe's chances of getting back into this now.
How important will that be? 1 kill, it's all that remains. And there it is! Optic Gaming! They secure game 2 and are 1 away from grand finals.
This Optic train does not look like it is going to stop anytime soon. Even when it was close, even when FaZe fought their way back in, tied up the game in the Slayer, Optic quickly ripped it away from them. Very intelligent play with how they back off and then quickly push into the fights. Lucid with 17 kills. Again, another player who has just gone from strength to strength every single time he gets on that main stage. But one of the biggest questions over this Optic team is, can they clutch up? Can they get that victory when it comes to championships? How good would a 3-0 feel for them here to get into that grand final, knowing that they have dominated so far and would only need 1 more series to win Orlando?
Taking a look at the damage then, Falcate 4,500, but Lucid with as many kills as you want, 5k he's touched. Looking at the series layout, Streets King of the Hill was commanding. Aquarius Slayer, very much the same for large portions of the game. And Oddball Live Fires up next.
Optic Gaming are 5-0 with all oddball game types so far this tournament. In fact, they haven't lost any of these game types in this series all tournament long. That's how impressive they've been. FaZe have also won their fair share of ball and have won live fire ball as well. So it's not like they're going to struggle with this game type. But Optic definitely have been the more successful when you look at those stats. They're 2-0 at the moment in this particular map. This is going to be a tough task for FaZe.
Taking a look at APG then. He had his doggo in the crowd yesterday. A pure doggo. Let's take a look at a little bit of video to see what he's been talking about.
My name is Bradley Laws, aka APG, and I play for Optic Gaming. I say definitely I'm coming into my own, and I think that I'm just understanding the game a lot more. I feel like as time goes on, I just understand a lot more, playing by myself, working on things I individually know I need to work on, and then I know that that will translate into our team playing better as a whole. First thing I think about when I get into the game or when I spawn in is, where do I need to go, or where are my teammates at, so I know where I need to go. So if my teammates are in B, C, and D, I know I need to go to spot A. Being on Optic is incredible. It's a dream come true. It's an experience that it's hard to put into words. The experience, you know, it's the support is overwhelming at times. Honestly, it doesn't ever get old. It's there's nothing like it. There's nothing like Optic Gaming or the Green Wall.
Hearing from the man himself, APG, he was doubted at the start of the year. and he's just started to silence the critics as this game has rolled on. And he is now integral to everything that Optic Gaming do.
I mean, criminally underrated at times, APG. I think a lot of what he does in Halo Infinite,
look at him,
is underrated, but he hears the crowd chanting in his name and he cannot help but smile. And what a smile he has as well. He just brings so much joy when you see him on your screen. But business is not done yet, and I think he knows that. That's why he was trying to fight that smile, because there is still one more game to win to ensure that they can win this series, go into that grand finals, and go into that grand finals with a great record as well. You've got to imagine, you know, the maps they've dropped was to FaZe in pool play, but it would be such a confidence builder if they could 3-0 a team like FaZe with how good FaZe have been this tournament.
And with FaZe on the other side, down 2-0 in the series. Bathroom breaks are becoming more and more regular as tournaments go on. They're becoming a little bit more tactical, some gamesmanship involved. You're trying to take some of the steam, take some of the wind out of the sails of Optic Gaming, and this is a tactic they're trying to employ.
Yeah, break that momentum and maybe take something away from what we saw Sentinels do earlier on main stage. Get that reverse sweep started. I think Clutch said it, every reverse sweep starts from game 3. It's generic, but it's true. If you can reset right before that game 3, get your mentals in order, maybe talk strategy. Because sometimes if you're flying into game 1, into game 2, you're not going to have a real chance to talk. You might even still be talking about that game previously. But now this gives you a clear break, reset those mentals, and then you are going to be focusing on that next game. And it is going to be oddball live fire. It is a difficult game type to do against Optic Gaming, who have had so much success on it. You've got to focus on breaking those setups. Don't allow Optic to have too much time holding that ball. That's what they're so good at, is once they have that ball, either at tower or over at garage, they just set up around it, and they are disgusting at getting big chunks of time.
Now, there was a narrative coming out at the start of the game that Live Fire was a really comfortable map, a home for Optic Gaming. And as time has gone on, they've gotten weaker and weaker and almost let go of the reins of that map. Is this an opportunity, a way back into the series for FaZe?
That was very apparent in the United Grunt Classic. Live Fire was statistically their weakest map, but here in Orlando, it's been a different case. They've almost been back to the Optic of old and have dominated Live Fire as well. Especially when it comes to ball Live Fire, Optic look like they are in the perfect form to take this game number 3. I think keys to victory for FaZe is just trying to shut down some of these clutch players. Don't allow Formal to be getting all that damage. Don't allow Lucid to be popping off with that sniper rifle. It's shutting down those big playmakers. Focus on your teamwork. That's what FaZe have been so good at so far this tournament, is banding together, pushing together, rotating together. You heard it in their communications. They tried it on Aquarius. It didn't quite work out, but the series is not over yet.
The whole team needs to improve here for game 3. Who has the mantle of responsibility here to rally the troops? Is it Spartan? Is it King Nick? Who is going to give that speech during that bathroom break? Let's not go out like this.
I think if I'm a player sitting there, I want to hear someone getting loud. I want my teammates confident. So you need someone to pop off. And I'm going to be looking at Spartan. He is the loud and proud voice of FaZe. I want one BR fight that he wins. Yell across that stage. Let your team know you are still in this series. Your heads have not dropped. You have not given up. Give this game 3 everything you've got. Don't think about the elimination bracket. Don't think about the fact that you still have that cushion below you. You want to go into that grand final leading with that extra series advantage. The time is now if you're FaZe. Focus up.
The Optic Gaming battle drum, it's beating, and it's beating loud. But has FaZe, has Spartan got one last warrior cry here to spur them to victory and push this series one game further? 2 rounds of oddball required to secure the game. And Optic Gaming, they've been here before. It didn't go according to plan last time. Is this their moment? We're underway with Formal. Shots go down. No action to speak of just yet. And there it is, APG is the first one to get picked. Falcade gets the opening for FaZe here. 2 go down, 3 down. And is this exactly what the doctor ordered?
The perfect start for FaZe. Now they'll have that little bit of belief, but they need to play around this overshield. But Formal, as last player alive, not only stops the ball from being gathered, but could disrupt that overshield from being taken, but no. King Nick shuts him down immediately.
King Nick has the wig wobbler. Double kill for APG though. Overshield. It's been popped. Renegade's in big trouble here. Trying to do as much damage, APG. He made a meal of it. but he comes out on top, eventually sparing his blushes.
FaZe Clan cannot afford to make those mistakes. Optic were 3 dead, and still they get the overshield. We know how important that overshield is going to be as this game goes on, and now Optic, because of it, they're getting ball time. I've loved watching APG play objective this tournament. His rotations have been absolutely incredible. It wouldn't surprise me if he does more of the same here in this series.
1v1 with Spartan though. Heat Wave won't do enough, APG. You can wiggle those hips all you want, Spartan. APG's in no mood to play games.
At least FaZe Clan have had success in breaking that setup and stopped a big chunk of time from being had, and now they have their opportunity to set up. 30 seconds till that overshield though, so that already has to be in your mind. You already need to be thinking, where are we positioning ourselves for it?
Positioning for FaZe. Spartan, top middle. Looking to get eyes on the prize. King Nick over towards scoreboard. Throws that ball into no man's land. Spartan scampers away as he's down to half shields. He's lost 2 teammates in the process. And over shields up in 1. Who's going to be the one to make the play? Who's going to be the one to make the first mistake? It's been whisked away here, and Renegade's got it.
Far better. FaZe, they knew exactly how they wanted to pinch that overshield, and they have success because Renegade attacked from one angle whilst he was covered from the other. The scoreboard was dominated there by FaZe. And this is a very close start here to map number 3. Exactly what you would want if you are a FaZe fan. And FaZe can now start to believe, have that confidence saying, okay, we're shutting down Optic in the right areas.
2 down though. King Nick's got ball. Trying desperately to rotate it. Get it out of harm's way for now. 3 dead for FaZe. King Nick goes down. Falcade all alone in garage. Screaming out. Calling for help. It's not going to come. As Formal's grenade spins up into the window and takes them out.
FaZe tried their best at the start of the game to try and shut down the big players on Optic. Lucid was struggling initially. Maybe recognizing he's not getting those kills on the board, so instead focuses more on the objective. Often what you need to do as a good player is know your role, know when your other teammates are popping off, and when you should be the one focusing that ball time. Here comes Spartan then with a chance to do some damage with a sniper.
Can he connect? Fires 1. Will not connect with APG. Just evades it for now. Score currently sitting at 31-29 in favor of Optic Gaming. 2 minutes and 40 left on the clock to play with. It couldn't be closer.
There's not many teams that can match the raw slaying power of Optic Gaming in this tournament, but FaZe have definitely proved they can match it. But you need to turn that into objective time. You need to turn that into setups. Otherwise, this game could very quickly run away if you allow Optic to escape with that ball and get a proper structured setup. It could all begin here with this overshield as well.
It's another scramble, another Royal Rumble then for the overshield. Optic Gaming, they're set up around it. 2 go down for FaZe. A body shot. He finishes them off with the battle rifle. Spartan trying to get something going, gets shut down. Denied. APG, overshield in chest.
It's a good last-ditch effort from Spartan, but he was in a 1 versus 4 for the overshield there. Unfortunately, just the timing of the deaths that are coming through from FaZe is just at the wrong time. But as I say that, 3 go down for Optic. FaZe have depleted that overshield so quickly. And 4 are down. So now, FaZe, move that ball over to tower. Get your ideal setup, wherever that may be. Sure, if you want a guy on bridge, put him on bridge. Get them there as soon as possible and communicate where are those spawns. It's going to be garage. And as soon as you see one player pushing, let the rest of the team know.
Vital. The first pick goes in FaZe's favor here. Keep that ball carrier safe, but they've snuck up. They've had nobody on dummies, and Optic Gaming walk in and break the setup wide open.
Yeah, this was my fear. Getting that perfect setup, getting a player in every single position so you can watch those angles. Far too free for Optic to be able to push up that successfully. A good amount of ball time though from FaZe, and if they can consistently get those setups, consistently get those 15 to 20 seconds, they can slowly but surely win this round.
Minute 32 on the game clock. And Optic Gaming retake the lead. The lead is slender, but it's significant. Heat wave for King Nick. Couple of shots will fire, but will not connect. Falcade picks up 2 in the feed. Formal tries to level the numbers, unable to do so. All 4 dead for Optic.
And FaZe, they want to get this round done. You want to get these points scored as soon as possible because Lucid's still struggling in the kills department. Okay, he's had 7 assists, but if Lucid starts to heat up a little bit, that's when you've got to start quaking in your boots a little bit. as it's a double kill for Lucid just as I focus on it, and he wants to make it more.
Malkate throws the ball out. Desperately tries to get a trade. Optic Gaming too clever for it on this occasion. 3 members in front of Lucid. He sends the grenade back to sender. Stuck a stamp on it. Here you go, fella.
Send it first class, second class, does not matter. It did the damage. 3 are dead for FaZe, APG, Overshield, and Heatwave. And again, Optic have been able to wrestle back this ball and now have control of garage side. What a grenade that could be from APG. He's communicating, he's screaming at his teammates to try and finish these kills.
They've got ball again. Renegade in the respawn screen. FaZe are going to have to fight on the back foot. And Falcate's gone down again. And that's just going to stagger their numbers once more. Ball is now being rotated over the green to have that play ball opportunity. Trippy gets 1. Spartan equalizes. It's 2 down for FaZe though. They have the option to play it. And they're going to keep it in their pockets.
All 4 dead, triple kill for Lucid. And now he's heating up. And Optic Gaming take round 1 in map number 3.
It was so close, so tightly contested. But much like the games previous, Optic are clutching up. Round 2 then. Will it be a similar story? Will Optic Gaming punch their ticket to grand finals here and now? 1 more round of oddball. That's all it's going to take.
Your last chance for FaZe to try and make a difference. Lucid with a sniper rifle now. Starting to really feel his way into this game. And that does spell bad news for FaZe. The consistency of which Optic Gaming were finding ball time previously was a scary amount. King Nick the next in Lucid's warpath.
Double kill then. Lucid shot in the back. Trades come through. Optic Gaming secure yet another overshield. How do they do this? They keep control. Sniper rifle in the back pocket. Trippy tries to get away, but FaZe shut him down.
Optic just suffocating FaZe at the perfect times. What can Renegade do? 7 kills at the moment. Arguably one of the best players in Halo Infinite has to step up now to give FaZe a real chance of getting back into this series. Great shots. That's what you want to see.
3 dead. Ball in hands. What's the play call? Renegade's got control of front tower. And an overshield, Heatwave to boot. Tries to fire 1. APG into the drink, splish splash. He's gonna take a bath.
The setups were poor from FaZe in round number 1, and again it seems like Optic have broken it quickly. Formal escapes with the ball whilst Nick goes for the sniper rifle. 2 very different ideas of what you want to do in a 1 versus 1. But is Formal just gonna walk straight into the sightlines? No, Nick misses the shot. And now we're gonna see Optic rotate this ball over towards green.
Ball taken. They've got the play ball opportunity once more. The scoring points. The call comes. Formal throws it off. King Nick gets the kill. Commando in hands now. Will that be the tool he needs to get this kill? The answer's no. Lucid shuts it down once again. This game, this round is separated by a single solitary second right now.
Lucid went from having 2 kills in the late stages of that first round to now having 18. FaZe have not been able to keep him at bay, keep him at arm's length. He has been allowed to heat up. And if he continues to fire and get the double kills that he has, FaZe are not going to be able to get that ball time. So you've got to shut him down just as you did in those early stages. Lucid takes the fight, has the commando, and that's good from Falcated. Try and take that momentum away from Lucid.
Ball in hands then. Formal though, being a pest. Gets 1, APG, bait and switch. It's perfect, it's textbook from Optic Gaming.
3 dead once more for FaZe. The last remaining player is Nick again. Optic fans starting to realize that a 3-0 is becoming increasingly more likely here. As once more they hold the ball. Spartan flies in first, cannot though do any damage to really contest APG.
Ball played. APG fires a warning shot. King Nick wants a bit more, but he's bit off more than he can chew. He gets bodied. Shields ripped away. He gets taken down on scoreboard. And the score currently reads 30-15.
Excellent movement and recognizing where players are there from APG, not just enemies, but also his teammates. He escapes a fight, but then he joins a fight with his teammate, knowing full well that even at low shields, he can make a difference here. And Falcated, the heat wave does beat the sniper rifle in that game, but FaZe Clan, they have been able to take down a couple.
Semblance of control now for FaZe. This is the opportunity. They've got Optic right where they need them, over towards green. Communication comes through. Spartan starts to rotate that ball, but Overshield's about to pop possibly the worst opportunity here. The moment the game could be in their hands. Are they about to fumble and let it go away though? Renegade clambers up. He scooped it up, and Optic Gaming all fall to the sword of FaZe Clan right now, and they're getting themselves right back into things.
It's one of those situations where it could have been poor timing for the Overshield, but Renegade, he waits, he times it perfectly, and now he can use it in tandem here with the heat wave to really deal some damage in enemy lines against Optic Gaming. Everyone just walking into his path, and this is what you need now from FaZe. You need these kills to start rolling in whilst you're gathering ball time, but unfortunately, Renegade had the Overshield, but somehow Optic pushed around him, killed the rest of his team, and Optic regained control.
APG scoops with the ball, slides away. The rotation comes again. They really favor this green side. They can be so strong, and they're inviting the pressure now of FaZe Clan. But two members are down. Falcate and Spartan are about to pop up and make this a really frisky contest. And the communication comes once more to play that ball. And it's adhered to now. APG manages to get that trade, and hands on ball once more for Trippy.
And there's just no hesitation in those play balls as well. It's not like, oh, I'll wait until I'll take damage. It's, no, I will play the ball, and then I will use my life to deal damage to the other team, rather than just putting yourself as a non-factor, playing that ball too late.
3 down, 1 down apiece. King Nick and Knight APG. The 3v3 in the map for a moment. Kills go in favor, back and forth. 2v2 then. 4 perfect shots. 43 to 40, and the game clock's gonna start to play a factor very shortly, with only 50 seconds remaining and 2 members down for FaZe.
2 on spawn, and you have to wait now if you're FaZe. You need King Nick and Falcated for this next push, because the Overshield is going to be popping. Sniper Rifle also coming up at the same time. If it's gonna get back into it, the time is now for FaZe.
Overshield for Formal at Kansas City. He was checked, chalked, and faded, but they're knocking on the door now for a checkmate on FaZe Clan.
Formal can do whatever he likes with this Overshield. He can get aggressive, but no, it's just going to be the damage from the grenades. And now he'll focus on just trying to find the attention of these FaZe Clan members. Delay them at this point. 30 seconds remaining, and Optic Gaming will be in that grand final.
Bottom tower, head on a swivel, screaming, fight me now. He's been Formal, he's been final. 2 kills secured for his team. 3 down for FaZe Clan, and they're almost there.
15 more seconds, one last push for FaZe Clan to try and stay alive here in the winners final, but Formal connects again.
8 seconds remaining then. Desperation on the side of FaZe Clan. Formal fires a shot, but it does not even need to connect. And Optic Gaming, they're going to grand finals.
It was a hotly contested series in pool play, but it was everything but in the winners final. Impeccable from Optic Gaming, dominating that series. FaZe gave it their best at certain times, but unfortunately they looked second class in comparison to the green wall. It's not the end of the road for FaZe. An elimination bracket is awaiting them, and maybe they'll get their second chance against Optic Gaming in that grand final. But Optic Gaming, who have gone through absolutely everything throughout this season, constantly been second best to Cloud9, to Sentinels, find themselves in the grand final with a series advantage. Is Orlando finally going to be that championship win for Optic Gaming?
It was always the bridesmaid, never the bride for Optic Gaming. But are we now looking at a different team? Has the mentality shifted? Have they learned from their mistakes? Have they licked their wounds off the past? Can they now become champions here in Orlando? Taking a look at the stats. Trippy with 22 kills, but forget about it. Lucid, 30 kills. 30 members of FaZe he put in the grave.
Incredible, really, when you're considering what a slow start Lucid had in terms of kills. He just couldn't really keep up with FaZe's play, but then suddenly he exploded. 8.6k damage from Lucid. Arguably the best player in Halo Infinite, some may say. And he certainly put on a show for us here in the winners finals. Optic Gaming just seemed to have done everything right this tournament. From pre-tournament, from practice, to pool play, to brackets. It's all starting to come together for the Green Wall.
The preparation has been impeccable. And one player who will leave no stone unturned is APG. We've got an interview with him down the stage. Blaze, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jersey and Gaskin. Orlando, give it up again for APG and Optic. Wow, what a performance. Man, APG, coming into this series, you guys prepared for this one to move on forward and get to that grand finals. How did you guys take these boys apart the way in which you did? And tell me about your coach, Lunchbox, and how he kind of helps you guys in that process.
Well, right before the series, we had a talk. I just wanted to tell my team, you know, let's have some fun, play like we did online. This isn't anything new to us. Just, we have a couple more series to go. Just take it one game at a time, like I said the other day. And we capitalized. We played extremely well. We're playing better than I think we even expected, especially coming out for our first series. So that's a good sign heading into finals.
Yep, and a big sign of that is you guys are in the grand finals from the winner's side for the first time this season. How special is that in the mentality? What mentality do you guys need to have going into the grand finals to not blow that lead?
I'd say we just gotta, like I said, keep playing our game. It's nothing too extravagant. Like we know what to do. We know our fundamentals. Be efficient, be disciplined, stay calm, and that's exactly what we did. We had some great play calls from Formal, Jason, and Tommy. They made great play calls in heat of the moment situations. So as long as we keep doing that, we're good.
You're good, and have fun too as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, we saw earlier the crowd having some fun with you, getting you to crack a smile out there on stream, showing love. Any last words for these people? Orlando, we're learning that this is his city, huh?
Dude, I don't even know what to say. You guys are absolutely unbelievable. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to the Green Wall fans. Thank you to our family, our girlfriends, everybody watching us and supporting us. We really do appreciate it, and we hope to take this one home.
All right, that's gonna do it for me and APG on the stage. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. What a dominant performance. And we see also APG's cute little puppy right there supporting what seems to be an absolutely unstoppable Green Wall team on set. What are your initial thoughts coming out of that? A 3-0 on the main stage there. That's just insane, especially against FaZe.
It was completely and utterly dominant. It was the Optic we've been watching online all season long. It was the Optic that we watched in the NA Super where we just felt like maybe a switch has flicked all of a sudden. They just seem like such a cohesive unit. And you know, FaZe made up of incredible players. They've been playing lights out so far this event. But Optic just looked like they found this new level. And it's so impressive to see. The only thing that Optic will worry about now is who they're facing in that grand final, because you've still got some hot teams in there. FaZe might be looking for revenge if they do get back into that grand final.
Indeed, I mean, first grand final that we've seen them in since Anaheim. I mean, pretty exceptional, and on the winner's side of things too, so they're going to be feeling pretty good about that. In terms of what they managed to accomplish there and really what that next level is for them, Bravo, what are some of the kind of things that we're seeing them level up here on stage?
I think we saw just really great cohesion, teamwork, and timing on their pushes. I think we talked about it during the NA Super, but the speed at which they are getting their kills and the way that they get 4 dead, they're continuing to look better and better over the course of the season. And I think if you track that cohesion, that chemistry, they just keep getting better and better, and in a more dramatic way than any other team in the league.
They do indeed. Walshy, based on the series, you know, what were you impressed with the most from Optic going up against FaZe? How did they combat these guys in red?
I mean, it's got to be game number 3 that impressed you the most. One thing that Bravo highlighted earlier where he said, yes, Lucid has the ability to go off like a madman every single game, but he shouldn't have to. And at the beginning of that game, he was at 1 kill for the first few minutes, yet his team was neck and neck on scoreline. That's a good thing to have when you're like, hey guys, I only got 1 kill, but we're somehow still winning or down by a couple seconds. guess what? When Lucid drops another 29 kills the rest of that game, things are going to be going just fine.
Yeah.
They are indeed, and you can see right here, lights out playing, especially in that final map. The odd ball, it was getting tight, it was getting close, but I think that says a lot about Optic, that when the pressure is on and that FaZe are making that last moment play to try and keep themselves in this series, Optic managed to clutch up, and that's been a problem.
Yeah, 100%. I think all the way through this year, we've been watching Optic playing these big series, and for 98% of the series, they've looked like Optic, right? And we're like, these guys look great, but it's that final 2%. When they come up to the finish line, game 5, whatever it might be, close game in a series, and Optic, for whatever reason, seem to have just fallen by the wayside, but it looks different here in Orlando. That final 2% looks like the first 98 all of a sudden. They are looking like a team who is playing at 100%.
I mean, also like Dave said, how does Lucid start that game like 1-8 and end at 30-21? That is absolutely absurd.
It is. Slow start maybe, but Lucid always finds a way to pull it out the bag. And talk about pulling it out the bag. This is insane. Optic Gaming, what a clean run. Only dropping one map on their journey this weekend. That speaks volumes for this team and how powerful they really are. That grand final spot though is open and somebody is going to meet them. Let's find out who it could be. Our elimination bracket for you. Off screen we did have our elimination semi-finals, Cloud9 versus Sentinels, and Cloud9, they've broken the curse. They've managed to 3-0 Sentinels despite them hopefully bouncing back in series. It hasn't happened this time, and Cloud9, they're going to be facing FaZe Clan. How are we feeling about that one, Walshy?
I mean, earlier in the tournament, it's really tough to say. FaZe has been looking so good. We're going to have that other grudge match, but obviously when we saw them playing each other in the upper bracket, FaZe got the better of them.
Yeah, they did indeed. I've got to say, though, it's going to be a pretty epic series. This is the thing. We're left with Titans in both sides of the brackets, and it becomes very, very exciting right now. But the big question is, which team is up for the challenge to take on Optic Gaming? They've been lights out.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing is, for me, about Cloud9, it reminds me of the first event of the season, right?
It's just
We
like
weren't
Raleigh,
really
it is.
talking about Cloud9. We didn't really see them on the main stage too many times. It kind of went about their business, and all of a sudden, we're watching Cloud9 lift their first championship of the year. So, Cloud9 certainly looking extremely strong at the moment, and I think the FaZe, especially coming off the back of that loss in the way that they have, they've got to step their game up if they want to go through and they want to keep competing in this tournament.
Well, you may see that up next, we do have Cloud9 versus FaZe. It's our elimination finals. One of these teams is going to be joining us on the main stage for a grand final, and one is going to be going home. This is going to be a big battle out there, and hopefully it's going to be a pretty decent series. We'll see on the other side of this break in just a few.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with Stealth Tech and immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Don't just hear it, feel it at a Lovesac showroom near you.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
The lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Then happy for this to use. Grenadine applying pressure right to the spawners. Oh, this is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could just he misses the beat down, he snaps off. Oh my God! Wobbling them wings, it's an overkill. Normal gets the sword now as a reward.
Welcome back to the HCS Orlando Major. Now, before the break, we saw a solid Optic Gaming take down FaZe in a 3-0 sweep, and the grand final spot is theirs. And they have that one series advantage, but the task we are left with now is working out who will be joining them. That match is coming up next, but joining us on the desk, I do have a special guest. I have Golden Boy, Walshy, and Snipedown.
I'm the guest.
Yes, that is the surprise. You are the guest for sure. Golden Boy,
oh, hey,
absolutely.
what's up, Snipedown?
Yeah,
how's it going?
Just casually having Snipedown on the desk. I've got to say, great to have you joining us up here, Eric, and it's lovely to have you. We want to know what it's been like for you joining E United. You guys have made a ridiculous run here in the Orlando Major in such a short period of time. So talk to me about that and joining.
Yeah, I'd like to be up here under different circumstances, but yeah, we played really well. I'm proud of us how we played this weekend. A lot of us coming into this as underdogs, and it felt good for us to come out here and prove a lot of people wrong. I think we proved to ourselves that we can hang with any team that we go up on that stage against, and I got a lot of time to prep. Well, not too much time to prep for Worlds, but I'm confident that we're going to get right back into it.
Amazing. Jets, do you have any questions?
Actually, yeah, I was curious. How was it, playing with Ryan Newman Rain, because they had such a system in E United, and you kind of coming into it, with your style of play. Was there friction, to try and figure out like how you wanted to make this work, or did you feel like you just wanted to drop in and do your thing?
Yeah, I mean, in the first couple scrims, it was just kind of finding out how I fit into the system with them, and I think, this tournament kind of showcased that I really do work well with the squad, and I have a good idea of how they play the game. We show up to work, and it's very professional on how we get things done. We go over maps and how we want to play them, and talk very specifically of how we want these games to unfold, and I think we have a really strong base heading into Worlds, and we can continuously build off that because I have total confidence in my teammates.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Dave, anything to add?
Oh, well, I got to bring up the pit challenge back down.
Back down, throw down, hoe down.
Actually, how and why were you so scared of me when I was over on the training or on top tower? You had the height advantage, you had snipe, you know.
This again.
This is just so forgettable to me that, you know, the rest of the games I could pan out pretty well. But I remember one time training, listen, I was staying up there, I was waiting for the training repeak, and, you know, I was giving you, I'm sure, nightmares from back in the Halo 3 days, huh?
I also blocked those out. Luckily, one of the advantages of the age is I forget some of those things that happened back then, so we'll call it.
Did you talk trash to Snipe Down when you were?
Yeah.
No, I think back in the day, I wouldn't talk trash to Snipe Down as much. I would more like talk trash to his teammates, and then Snipe Down would like take it personal. Like, dude, I wasn't talking to you, man. Like, I was talking trash to him.
Just want to say, by the way, Eric, this is your chance, because look at the stats on the screen.
Wow.
You are sat at 1.85 and
like
Walshy with a 0.77, bro. Ooh.
Is that accurate?
That is accurate, yeah.
So
but
glad
your
I'm here
shot
for this.
apparently isn't, so I don't know.
Oh, I'm so glad I'm here.
I got
Looks like
very
a
little
2.5 to
practice
1.
coming to this. I might have to leak some DMs later. I was not so practiced for this, and I felt like I still performed pretty good. And I don't feel like the stats tell the whole picture.
Yeah, totally. The picture here was that you got body, but it's okay though.
I got 25th kill if he didn't run away. And also a 25th kill if he didn't just kill me on bridge at the very end. I thought he was weaker.
Yeah.
That was the most ego challenge I saw all day today, so it was good to get you for number 50.
Well, it was fun. At least we did it. We did the thing. Did you enjoy Pit?
Yeah, absolutely. I always enjoy Pit Remake. There were a couple changes to the map. I really enjoyed the open back sword area where you could drop on top of Overshield. Yeah. It allows for some repulse plays up and some really cool plays. So if we do see that map, I think those are some good changes, and I think we'll have some awesome Force maps in the future as well.
Yeah, 100%. I also love the fact they took the fence away as well. So again, with the repulse, you could just pop people off the map. That's always great, especially as it's set on a skyscraper and stuff. But what did you make of the look of it? Because my goodness, what a change that has been too.
Yeah, honestly, in terms of like the past 4 or so remakes of Pit, it was probably the most pretty of the changes, and I think it's about time that we saw some updates to it. So I'm happy to see that, and you know, things look promising in terms of the Pit, and you know, might have some other remakes in the future. Might see some Guardians or some community-made maps that are also just incredibly good, and could see some like amplified type style maps come in the game, because I would love to see a different style of Halo Infinite for the next season.
Yeah, definitely, and it's very, very colorful. I hate it. It's changed a lot in terms of the aesthetic.
Yeah, and I think it just goes to show how much you can do. Like, look, I didn't make the damn thing, but you could clearly tell that what we were able to do in, like, you know, H3 obviously to reach H4, even H5. Like, this is, visually speaking, it looks like it's an actual map that was made by 343, and I think if this is the level, and I did learn like a few things about the creation of this map. You know, they whipped it up within a few weeks. You know, it was some guys over at the studio were just like, yeah, we just want to whip this one up, and they did so in such a way that it looks so damn good. So if that's what we're getting from something that was whipped up within a few weeks, I can't even imagine what's going to happen when the community forgers get their hands on that tool, because it's nuts.
It is pretty damn crazy, so I'm really excited about November and Forge obviously coming out as well. But we do have a matchup to talk about, folks, of course, and it's our elimination finals. One of these teams going forward into the grand finals, and one of these teams is going to be going out. Cloud9 versus FaZe Clan. Absolutely insane stuff. Talking about FaZe Clan first, though, I mean, Golden Boy, these guys obviously have had a rough ride against Optic Gaming, but this is the time to turn it on. Show up, or you're going home.
Yeah, this is it, man. You know, and I think that this has been a spectacular tournament for FaZe. You know, a roster very similar, you know, to what you guys kind of went through, right? I know it's a bit of a different subject. Don't want to dive too much into it, but I think it is safe to say that it's like, to see the progress that these teams have been able to make over the course of time, in a short amount of time, has been quite impressive to see so far, Lottie.
Yeah, it has indeed. And these 4 players, they're nothing short of great, that's for sure. I mean, Walshy, when you're looking at these 4, the caliber, the individual skill level, the teamwork, I mean, FaZe has really changed a lot. And I think, honestly, for the better, right? We've talked about it before, but bringing King Nick in the fold has really helped the teamwork here. But what else do they bring to the table for you?
I mean, they just look like a whole different roster, and I think it's interesting because I feel like when we go through a lot of the roster manias, it feels like there's a lot of rosters that get weaker, and some that get better, but like it felt like so many of these rosters improved. You know, in the situation with E United and FaZe, it felt like both those rosters improved, and we're gonna see who's really bringing their A game the rest of this event and at Worlds.
We will indeed. And Golden Boy, when you're looking at FaZe right now, we obviously just coming off the loss against Optic Gaming. What was going wrong for them in particular? I know Optic were playing the best Halo that we've seen pretty much all weekend long, but really, what did it come down to? What can they clean up on and improve here?
Well, I think one of the things that they, have to try and focus on is to not let these players get on these hot streaks. Right. And on Cloud9, you have, a guy like Stellar, for example, who has just been playing unreal Halo all weekend long. You cannot let him get hot. You can't let him start to really just push that team up to the next level, make them Cloud 10. That's the thing that I think FaZe are going to need to shut down. I think they have the capability to do so, but obviously we're talking about two teams that have had similar things where they've had to incorporate new elements to their roster within a short amount of time here. So it's really just about who has made the most significant progress the fastest throughout Orlando.
I gotta say though, when I think of significant progress, my mind definitely does come to Cloud9, especially across the weekend. I gotta say this roster has made some serious improvements on the fly. I mean, you look at the result against E United, we're seeing different teams here. They've absolutely destroyed Sentinels. They sent them home in a 3-0 fashion. I mean, what more could you ask out of C9 right now, Shaz?
Yeah, I feared the worst for this roster after that E United loss. I thought these boys are going to be emotionally checked, chalked. I mean, they looked a shadow of themselves in group play. I think looking at the faces of Stellar and Penguin when the cameras were on them, they didn't look like they were interested in the game at all. And then all of a sudden, they've been sparking to life. And Bound has been a real key component in why this team has started to pick it up the pace now. And I think Stellar also, these boys are starting to take over series towards the elimination bracket. So I'm looking forward to this series. And I think on the other side of things, FaZe, they were a shadow of themselves up against Optic Gaming, and I expect much more from them. This series is going to be a banger.
It really is indeed. I gotta say, I gotta agree with you as well. Bound has been absolutely amazing, lights out play. But Stellar, on the other hand too, has also really pushed forward. I mean, you could honestly say for each one of these individuals on this roster. But Walshy, Bound coming into the mix, obviously Renegade leaving, quite a big shock, I think, to the Halo competitive community. I think everyone was like, what is going on? How is this gonna kind of sit with C9? But Bound has sat pretty with this team, and he looks great.
Yeah, he's looking much more comfortable. I feel like all the other rosters we've seen Bound on, he has those moments where he's just tearing it up, going off, but then all those other times where he's doing an unnecessary challenge, he's dying, and we're seeing fewer and fewer mistakes out of him so far this event. He is getting those opening kills, but we're also seeing that reserve play with him. There's times where he knows how to play with the Cloud9 setup and go in for a calculated flank versus just trying to rely on pure individual skill.
Yeah, early on, you watch Bound, his gameplay he was always quick, he was always fast, he was pushing the pace, but it was like Walshy says, discipline was a real factor for him, and he wasn't really making the correct decisions at the right time. He was always looking for that extra kill and challenging when he was half shields and one shot. Now we're starting to see a much more experienced player. He's almost aged and grown up with this squad, all of us, and so quickly too.
Yeah, and I think part of that as well is, I'm going to be looking to the coach in the back of C9, right, Hoax, because he's going to be the guy to really just kind of wrangle him in. Yeah. We heard it a few times, right, whether we were in listenings, even in seeing his gameplay, you can tell that what he's trying to do is he's ensuring that he can set things up. You got to kind of look at what Snakebite would usually do, where he'll look around to the other side of the screen, see if there's an opportunity to strike, and then he'll coordinate with his team. That's going to be a thing that they have to do, and I think on a map like Streets, which is our first map here, that will be a great proving ground for Bound and this C9 roster to see if they have that discipline, especially against a very aggressive, very talented FaZe.
Very much so, and you got to say, you're looking at this, and I'm honestly thinking we're in for a long road here. I think this really could go the entire distance, and we end on Slayer Aquarius. But I want to quickly say as well, while we're talking about Cloud9 and some of the individually skilled players, I think there's one name that I feel like we don't mention enough, and when you're talking about the brains and what they want to do, Eco.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, how can we not talk about Eco? I feel like I haven't heard his name all weekend long, but I don't know why. This guy is so good. He's not only the brains of the team, but what he provides in terms of support. He's also sometimes the main Slayer. He can turn it on whenever his team needs it. He is such a fundamental part to this roster, Shurs, and really, I just don't think they could do without him.
Yeah, I think the reason why you don't really hear about it is because you don't see those flashy plays from Eco. You see them from some of his other teammates. You don't see him putting up all the stats all the time. And I think for him, he's one of these players that just gets his business done quietly. He recognizes when the team need him to do a certain role, and he's really able to fill in whenever the team need him. And this is a really integral part of the team and really underappreciated. It's the same with APG on Sentinels and Snakebite at times APG on Optic and Sentinels with Snakebite. It's the same thing, that you need these players in your team that recognize and they can read the game so well.
Yeah, you do indeed. Golden Boy, I want to quickly ask you about Renegade on the other side of FaZe. He's been a big talking point for this FaZe roster in the NA Super. The kind of talk of the town was, hey, look, Renegade doesn't look comfortable. He doesn't look like he's kind of game ready with this roster yet. You know, is that down to under practice, the fact that they were thrown together pretty much last minute? No, I think it was down to the way that the team was structured. Now he looks more comfortable. What do you expect out of this guy? Do you expect Renegade on this main stage?
Yeah, I most definitely do, and I think it's also going to be a little bit of a sweeter berry here for Renegade because he's going up against his former teammates as well. But I think to that point, right? I was a little concerned about how he'll slot into this team with some very unique personalities on the squad, you know, himself included. But that being said, he is a prominent Slayer. This guy, when he is activated, it is very, very hard to stop him. And I think what has been fantastic is he's been getting the support from the other Slayers, just like Spartan. I think if they continue to click like this will be a very deadly team going into this match.
Well, I think this series is going to be deadly, so it is over to our casters right now to get our elimination finals underway. We got Clutch and Goofy on the mics. Fellas, please take it from the desk. I want to see what happens at the end of this.
Lottie, thank you so much. Goofy here, joined by my man Clutch, and I could not be more excited for this elimination bracket finals. We have a treat on our hands, and you can't make these storylines up. These are spicy. Renegade going up against his old squad in Cloud9. Bound going up against his old squad in FaZe and Clutch. Tell me about these two teams. Are you surprised to see these two teams here? Sentinels has been knocked out. Tell me about it.
This is what we call fate. Because last night I was here till 11:30. There was a B3 match. It was FaZe versus Cloud9, and after it, Renegade let his old team know exactly what he thought about their potential without him. He said explicit language, but he basically said, "You are nothing without me." Ooh. And of course, Cloud9, they respond like the champions they are. They find themselves on an elimination bracket run. They find themselves with an opportunity to get back at Renegade. It's gonna be game one on the streets as we kick this series off. The winner, they go to the grand finals to see Optic Gaming. But you know the rivalry here, you know the bad blood, and I can't wait to get this one kicked off.
Streets Oddball will be your game number one. You got the Rockets, you got the Bulldog, and you're gonna need to use a whole lot of teamwork to make it to that grand finals, as I cannot wait to get into this series. We're gonna have a banger, as you would say, Clutch.
Hey. Explicit language paired with Renegade, obviously. But we're going to kick this one off with Stellar, the main Slayer for this Cloud9 roster ever since Renegade's departure, and he's picked it up here on the elimination bracket run. Eco with rockets in hand as well, so it does look like Cloud9 do a phenomenal job at the start to get the power in their hands.
Early ball time for Cloud9 and rockets in the hands of Eco. Great start for Cloud9 as Bound moving his way over towards the tram, and Eco just providing cover with those rockets. Two members go down though for Cloud9, and that tram setup may go in the hands of FaZe.
Yeah, that was not where Cloud9 wanted to bring that ball. They had no idea members of FaZe were in there. They lose the battle, and Eco kind of caught with his pants down there, has the rockets, doesn't put them to use. And what should be a significant Cloud9 lead at the start of this game, at least this round one, it's negated. It's only 17 points, and now FaZe Clan have the Slays behind it, and they're gonna have an opportunity to get off to a hot start with a setup of Tram.
And Sparty McFly is getting fired up, has the ball in his hands. Remember, these two teams did match up earlier in the tournament, and FaZe got the better of Cloud9, but FaZe coming off a 3-0 loss, but Cloud9 coming off a 3-0 win in this elimination bracket finals.
Spartan gets the trade. It's a 2-2 trade on the side of both teams. Right now, Stellar needs to be aggressive. This ball still in the favor of Cloud9's positioning, or FaZe's positioning, I'm sorry. And Stellar, he doesn't really have an opportunity to push down this hill right now. Needs to buy time for his team.
And we talk about him time and time again. Stellar has the opportunity to change the outcome of a game, change the outcome of a series. He has been playing fantastic on this championship Sunday. Already 4 kills to his name.
Multiple members of FaZe to try and deal with. The teamwork comes through. 3 go down, make it all 4. for Cloud9. FaZe Clan, now that the ball has been in tram, has overwhelmingly been able to slay Cloud9, and they now are starting to build a significant lead paired with a pair of rockets.
Spartan not able to get any kills with the rockets directly. Does get that cleanup though on Penguin, able to use both rockets. Push up shot down on Bound, pushing Neon. Renegade goes down as well. 2 members fall for FaZe. Opportunity for Cloud9 to push and get this ball, get this tram set up that they unfortunately handed over towards the FaZe squad. But King Nick says, sit down, Eco.
Oh my, King Nick, what a big play with the ball, the kill. But not only that, the rotation to the respawners of FaZe Clan. Even though he goes down, this ball now in a very controversial spot for Cloud9 to try and get any time. It is up to Stellar, but he's under fire. Exactly what I was saying. Cloud9 cannot get ball time because of the play King Nick just made.
Falcated gets one here. Tyre trying to find the double kill. Takes down Bound. Gets an assist on Nico. Also takes down Penguin. That's 3 fresh dead for Cloud9. And once again, FaZe making all the plays to extend their lead.
So far, so good. If any FaZe Clan members or fans were worried about how they would respond after getting 3-0'd in the winners bracket finals, FaZe Clan look like they are starting to heat up, and what momentum can do for the young individuals on this team is speaking dividends in the score 59-18 now.
Big double kill out of Renegade, finally gets taken down courtesy of Penguin. Ball once again trying to be set up here in the tram for FaZe, and great shots out of Spartan taking down Penguin, and Bound goes down as well. Constantly the members of Cloud9 fighting for control but can't seem to find it.
We know how deadly Spartan can be with that Stalker rifle. It's in his hand. Can he get a position to try and contest this push? Multiple members of Cloud9 coming bottom middle. Does a little bit of damage, but maybe not enough to fend off the forces. All of Cloud9 is now in tram, and they take down Spartan. This push looks like it's going to be a successful one, and just as rockets are coming up, Basil, this is where Cloud9 can win this round.
And Clutch, only 13 seconds left to go when this round will be over, and Cloud9 is going to be having their backs against the wall, being forced into that round 2 win. Let's see if they could say something about it here as the rockets have officially spawned on the map.
Ball in hand, so you're racking up some time, but these rockets are so crucial. You need to get these in a secure spot. It's almost a win condition now for Cloud9's first round. Eco trying to push out, create some space. But with Renegade with the Bulldog shotgun in his face, takes him down, and that's going to allow Renegade and company to get those rockets. And now King Nick's life is going to be short-lived here, as you think. Penguin's going to be able to take him down, but that's not the case. He's actually picking up another kill with the ball, and it's going to be FaZe Clan taking round 1.
76 seconds of ball time for King Nick. Talk about the OBJ player as hopping into round number 2 of your HCS Orlando Major Elimination Bracket Finals. FaZe with the round 1 win.
Renegade, Bulldog shotgun right back in his hand, right back to work. Hard hat on. Can't get the double. A phenomenal job by Penguin to shut that down. We saw how successful Renegade was at the end of that round with the Bulldog, and rockets are no good from King Nick, so Cloud9 doing a much better job to stave off the pressure that FaZe Clan were looking to put on.
Rockets in the hands of Stellar. Renegade working with him in the cafe. Sparty has been spotted and he's been taken down. Rockets out of play for the time being. Stellar with a nice double kill. Renegade gets one as well. That's 3 fresh dead for Cloud9, and FaZe gonna need to try to break this setup.
Cloud9 now has to set up an opportunity to gain a lead here, but as they lose Bound, this is going to make their setup so much weaker. Penguin goes down as well. Stellar under heavy fire. King Nick grabs the ball, gets out of dodge, and immediately they don't have to overslay. It's actually 3 down for Cloud9. Bound's coming off respawn, and it does look like FaZe are going to have a momentary control of setup near PD. I want to hop on board with an Astro Gaming listen in with FaZe Clan and see how they can hold this setup together.
Hold the cross. One's going bottom B-stairs.
Yep, I'm over here.
Dude, you guys were moving. Ping. 3. I think 3. I think literally 3.
We're dead.
Okay, we got decent time. We're good.
Jump back tire.
You're gonna kill me at scans. Are we in? I lived. I'm absolute. I'm gonna die to probably top driveway. I can drive over the net.
He's right.
I hear that. I'm here, John.
I got him.
What's up? I'm absolute.
Purple Stellar.
Get our health. We just got one. Yeah, we're good.
Purple Stellar, guys.
Yeah, we need these rockets. Yeah, rockets most important thing right now.
That's... Hot tower, Stellar.
Coming down.
Shit on.
Two dead. HCS, 18, 4 shot. Last guy was pink. Last guy was pink, 1 shot bound.
Hey, shoot me the back, guys.
You should be good. Probably 8 TMs or something.
I got it. You had a rocket, Mikey? I got him. Yeah, on rocks. Purple. Front C, B steps. Front C, B steps. Purple still or something. I don't see this guy, Mike.
I'm here, John. I'm here. John, stay alive.
I hear that. I'm like, driveway also.
I'm gonna die in the driveway.
Watch out tires, Eco. Watch out tires, Eco.
I'm watching tires.
There's a guy in heaven, there's a guy tires.
I'm spiking above you.
I threw ball front C.
I like that. Nice.
Good throw. Alright, I'm getting
Soccer.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
That's one A.
You're weak.
Yeah, we're good.
I think they're coming Mando and shit.
There's a guy on me.
Back C.
Backman on me already, Zane.
Where's he going?
He's just sitting there with us. Yeah, there's multiple guys on you, Mike.
Watch out B-Rail, Stellar.
And in Ivy.
Ivy top
3 1 shots. Penguin, Stellar, and Bound.
Plants. Let's go plants.
Just keep hiding gun.
Next to you, Mike.
No,
Down. C stairs on John. Weak. I trade.
Yeah, bottom.
Front C, Eco.
Everybody stay alive. Right now.
We're all dead. You can
Probably flanking launcher or something?
It definitely could be.
Clear and concise communication out of the FaZe clan. I love what I'm hearing, the small talk, the back and forth. That's what you need to be a championship team, and we're hearing it here out of FaZe as they're bringing back this round 2, but currently ball in the hands of Cloud9. Stellar picks up a kill on Falcated. 2 members fall for FaZe. This could be an opportunity for Cloud9 to try to extend their lead.
Yeah, Bound started to pick up a lot of kills recently. Another one in the kill feed for him as he takes down Renegade. 2 go down as Eco picks up another kill, and you can see the side of the Slays starting to get higher and higher on the side of Cloud9. They're starting to pick it up, and that's why this round 2 is so much more highly contested.
Expect this series to be very back and forth as Stellar runs into some trouble. 3 members go down for Cloud9, 2 on the other side for FaZe. Rockets are up. King Nick able to get them, picks up his BR for the cleanup, and now 2 fresh rockets in the hands of King Nick. Let's see what he can do.
Forced to trade, and that's a big kill by Eco to be able to pressure King Nick there, take him down, force him to not have a large impact with those power weapons. That's massive by Eco, and here's the rest of the Cloud9 capitalizing now that the Rocket player's taken down. Penguin's actually able to find that last rocket. Unfortunately, he also finds a grenade from Falcated. Falcated with a double in the feed. Makes this setup for Cloud9 dissolve as it's up to Bound to try and defend the rest of Tram.
Bound with a big time double kill, takes down King Nick, but the teammate may have thrown the grenade to unfortunately take Bound down there, but 2 members fall, and now the ball is moving towards this so towards the arcade. Penguin opting to leave the ball for his teammate, trying to find some cover, but is getting shot from every direction. And unfortunately for him, he goes down. 3 members fall for Cloud9, and FaZe is in a perfect position to close this gap.
Yeah, I actually love the rotation from Cloud9 there, but they didn't have any space to play around. FaZe Clan come from all angles, take them all down. They actually don't lose a single member, and now FaZe Clan are going to momentarily take the lead here, as there are respawners coming through arcade, but Renegade's going to shut down that push, and this is where FaZe Clan take game 1.
Still a ways to go in this round number 2. Flood as Renegade picks up that kill on Stellar and Tires now. Opting to try to stay alive here. Bold challenge with the grenade toss, but pays off for him as he's able to rotate on the other side of Tires and avoid damage from that PD. And now rotating towards B stairs. Shoddy still in hand. Spots a player bottom middle, jumping towards Tires. Throws a grenade to pick up that kill on Bound. He goes down. 2 members fall for FaZe. Renegade just looking like he's in his playground right now.
Yeah, look at it, the route Renegade just took. He was no shield and Tires at the start of this life. And since then, he's gone all around. He's made his way back tower, and now behind enemy lines. Can't quite get the kill. Beautiful shots and teamwork out of Cloud9 to delete Renegade, and it's perfect timing because Rockets are up.
Eco Smith, the in-game leader for this dynastic Cloud9 team. One of my all-time favorite players. This man does it all and just provides the confidence for his team. What a blessing to have him on your roster.
You don't want to give up the high ground there, and unfortunately, he was just peppered down to no shield from an angle he probably didn't expect to get shot from. Unfortunate life for Eco there as the Cloud9 setup is now broken. Stellar taken down. That was all 3 members down. It's up to Penguin once again in the back of Tram. We saw how successful Bound was able to be a thorn in the side of FaZe Clan from this very position. Now Penguin trying to do the same. Great damage, but nobody home on the kills. And I'm not quite sure anyone from Cloud9 can capitalize and take down Falcated.
Ooh, 27 kills for Falcated, looking at the scoreboard, making plays. He's known to be that player on this FaZe Clan team. That's why they're so happy to have him on the roster, as only 8 seconds left to go, and FaZe will win game number 1 of the Elimination Bracket Finals. 2 seconds, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 goes handedly to the boys on FaZe.
What a game by Falcated, 28 kills to his name. Response unbelievable to the 3-0 that they experienced in the Winners Bracket Finals. My questions coming into this series, Faisal, were, are FaZe going to be able to rebound mentally? Because this team, they thrive off emotions, I feel so much. But leave it to Stone Cold Killer Falcated to lead the way in game 1 to give his team some life here in the Elimination Bracket Finals.
Led by the likes of Spartan the Dog, this team definitely wears their heart on their sleeve, and they play that to their advantage, right? Whenever you see them catching momentum, it's a scary sight because they're like a train that once it starts going, you can't stop them. Looking at the scoreboard, 28 and 16 for Falcated, the MVP of game number 1.
When you're able to put up stats like that against a team like Cloud9, you become a household name real quick, so write this down, everybody. Falcated is one of the best slayers we have in Halo Infinite. And now that he's got the right team around him, look at the success that he can have. 7,000 damage in the game of oddball that only had 2 rounds.
7,200 damage for Falcated, making it look easy, but I can guarantee you it is not going up against the likes of Cloud9. You know how much this match means to both of these teams. Like I said at the top of the series, the storylines, you can't make them up. Falcated and the boys on FaZe really want to get this win for plenty of reasons. Renegade showing that he made the right decision so far. This FaZe team looking for a spot in the grand finals.
And what does this do to Cloud9 on the other side, right? They've looked so good all day long. You think the ball's going downhill, everything's going right. Cloud9 destined for the finals, especially after the way Optic dissected this FaZe team. But we're seeing a different FaZe team, and Cloud9 is this Renegade hump they need to try and get over, and in order to stay in this series and at least force a game 4 where they are a very successful Catalyst CTF team, they have to win it on Recharge Slayer.
The game 2 swing game, Recharge Slayer. This is a big moment in potentially the history of the Cloud9 story. We talk about Cloud9, both the HCS Majors, they've made it to the Grand Finals clutch. Will they continue their streak here and make their spot in the Grand Finals against Optic Gaming as we hop into game number 2 of your Elimination Bracket Finals? It's going to be a good one.
Kick it off with Falcated, why not? He's pretty good at getting kills. We're playing Team Slayer. Let's see if he can do what he does best. For now, he's forced to back up. Not going to have much of an impact on the battle for Camo as he's positioned himself back blue, but all is fair in love and war, and FaZe Clan won the battle for bottom middle. Camo does get burned. You want to see FaZe get off to an early start, even if Falcated wasn't able to impact. That bodes well for the future.
Even start for both teams. Neither squad really showing the advantage right off the bat. Eco did pick up Camo to start the game, but since then it is no longer an issue on the map. Hopping on board now with Stellar, spots the player, that's Spartan. Throws some grenades and gets out of dodge way. Trying to stay alive, bottom middle. Not able to do so.
Not able to stay alive, poor positioning there. Couldn't get out of a pretty tough spot. Now bound in another tough spot. Cloud9, maybe not the best positioning so far, but someone that really has stepped up here in game 2 to respond well after a poor performance in game 1 has got to be Eco Smith. He had the least frags on his team last game, and yeah, they were playing a game of oddball, but you know Eco wants to make a statement here in the Elimination Bracket Finals, already having 5 kills.
Member from FaZe pushing from Turbine into Pipe, runs into Stellar, and he manages to win the engagement and stay alive here. Trying to find the shock rifle. We know what he can do with it. Got the grapple in hand. He got the shock rifle going at it, going top red. I'm excited to see what he can do. Let's see him rip some faces.
Yeah, let's see a highlight reel, Stellar. What do you have for us here? Championship Sunday, time after time. Your point of view is what we often watch, and there's a reason for it.
Ooh. Trying to get that quick scope onto Renegade and Turbine. Not able to get it. Now rotating over towards blue. Once again, Renegade putting the pressure on Stellar, saying, I want that shock rifle. Barely dodges the grenades here. Renegade, unfortunately, played a little bit too aggressive there.
Whoa.
and Bound takes him down. But Stellar, once again, feeling the pressure from Cloud9 as they want to take that shock rifle out of his hands.
Well, they did it so successfully. Stellar not able to impact too much of the match with that Stalker. Just consistent pressure onto him. Made him uncomfortable just enough to miss a couple important shots, and then they were able to take him down. So a phenomenal job by FaZe Clan to make sure Stellar didn't take over.
16 to 15. Turbine control currently lies with FaZe. Player of Cloud9 in the pipes right to the right of him. Renegade, he spots two players and great team push there out of Cloud9. Stellar and Bound showing us what teamwork's all about, the importance of baiting and switching. Falcated now left alone at the elevator. Will be able to get out of the way? Yes, he does. Great escape from Falcated for the time being. Does get cleaned up by Penguin. Stellar now moving here towards control. This is going to be a big fight here. King Nick is in trouble. Grapples out. He goes down. Sparty, though, with the double kill. No scope. Shock rifle. He goes down.
What a double from Sparty, though. That just trades a couple of lives that are so crucial to keeping this game score. It is still a 2-kill game, and that double from Spartan stops the pressure that Cloud9 would have been able to push momentum into a significant lead here in the mid game.
Let's see if this game starts to slow down. Seems like it may, as Stellar once again with the shock rifle. Couple trades go down. Nice body shot on Sparty. Falcated is there to apply the pressure, and it works as King Nick gets the kill, but Foul goes down. Two members for each side fall, and this is back and forth so far at the halfway mark.
There we go, Bound. Way to clean it up. Penguin finds himself a double, a killing spree, and now all of a sudden, individuals on Cloud9 starting to get their kills, starting to make plays. Camo coming up in 14 seconds, and you're seeing the space now being taken by FaZe Clan over towards BR, and that's going to give them every sort of benefit they need as far as opportunity to secure that camo.
Great answer out of FaZe. Just as it looked like Cloud9 may tried to inch away, FaZe shuts the gap and closes it down to just a 1-kill lead for Cloud9. Make that 2 as Stellar gets the grenade kill, but Spartan the dog has a shock rifle and a beautiful snipe on to Bound. Spartan with the shock rifle making plays.
Absolutely disgusting quickscope, using the weapon pad of the grenades there to get information, to get that player weak. Just every bit of damage. Spartan is focused on doing what he does best. And now anchoring this back blue spot, looking to rip another head off. Does so onto Stellar. A perfect shot. The pressure coming from BR. Let's see what Spartan can do about it. The first kill, it's a nice body shot melee. All the pressure goes down, and FaZe Clan stands strong in the back of blue to tie this one up.
Spartan the dog helping his team tie the game up, and I want to go to an Astro listen with Cloud9 and see what they're doing about Spartan the dog.
No, run long back.
Watch out, Prince, Mike.
I'm here. I'm looking BR. I'm not in a good spot.
On BR, one shot.
Yeah, King Nick, King Nick.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, listen.
There's a guy elevator still. Lives in, live.
Valid's weak. Yeah, someone go glass. Someone get the glass.
Yeah.
You can.
Nick is up.
Just grapple chalk. Top right weak.
They have a shock rifle elevator as well, guys.
Okay. I'm watching Red Commando. He's sitting on the Commando. Sitting
Should I
on the
go
Red Commando. Go fucking glass.
Okay, I'm going.
Sitting on Commando.
There's a guy hell sniping.
John is bad ledge.
Sitting Commando. Naded.
John is in bad ledge.
You guys have a nade. Bacon.
Sitting there, Braden. Commando.
Nice. I'm pushing my bridge. I'm gonna push my bridge.
Yeah, I'm thing. I got naded.
He's weak. Top rush.
Shot.
One shot.
Watch out, bad ledge. Pipes.
Two in pipes. Good shit. Camo 10 seconds.
BR weak. He's weak on BR.
Watch out the elevator.
Camo 5 seconds.
Yo, Braden, come here.
I can grapple this.
One shot.
Pipes, John. I can't. 2 shots down.
Camo's up.
2 pipes. Live. 2 pipes. Go balance now.
Camo's still up, boys.
Mangler one shot. Mangler one shot.
Some chaotic comms out of Cloud9, and unfortunate for Stellar, not able to get that kill, but a little bit of out-of-character comms for Cloud9 as we're sensing the hecticness here in this important pivotal game number 2. Spartan and Renegade leading the charge for FaZe, trying to shut the door here and stamp their way into the grand finals.
Stellar's found himself another shock rifle, and it's like, you fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, give shock rifle to Stellar 3 times. Surely a play gets made here. Looking for Falcated. Doesn't hit the headshot, but I love the idea of relocating here. The space belongs to Cloud9 on the map. Everyone on FaZe Clan trapped in BR and blue. And this is where it'll slow down. It's a 1-kill game, and Stellar trying to tie it up.
Clutch, this is such an important part, not just in the game, but in this series, right? Either FaZe goes up 2-0, and what a task it is to come back from a 2-0 deficit, or Cloud9 can come back and tie the series up. So let's see how these last 5 minutes play out as it has come down to an absolute stalemate.
In Nick's spot in middle. It's a risky push.
One goes down, Sparty makes the opening play, giving that a double kill for Spartan, but Stellar pays him back, looking for a double of his own. Nice snipe, but Stellar for the triple!
Knows where Renegade is too. They got all the information they need. They slow it down once again. All tied up here at 46.
Stellar moving towards blue with the shock rifle scoped in. Spots one, gets a body, spots two. This could be it.
The chain
Players
damage.
pushing towards long ball. One goes down, make that two. 48 to 46. 2 kills left to go. Stellar's in trouble. He falls 48 to 47. Eco gets camo. Bottom middle. Both teammates are weak of Cloud9. 49 to 47. One more kill to go, and Eco has a camo.
Eco has camo. Goes for the repulsor as well, and now it's time for Eco to make the play of the game to tie this series up. Looks to be aggressive. Clears elevator out. Nobody home from FaZe Clan. They've rotated out. They're going to try and burn this camo, but they're rotating back. And he goes here. He goes behind enemy lines. Doesn't get a melee. And now his teammates trying to get the kill. Oh, Bound gets the kill.
Cloud9. Cloud9 clutches it.
Bound gets the kill and ties this series up 1-1.
What a play out of Cloud9. Just when their backs were against the wall, Stellar, the man of the hour with that shock rifle, the triple kill, the plays were being made, and they needed that.
I mean, let's talk about it. That triple kill was everything to keep Cloud9's chances of a grand finals appearance to tie this up. Stellar loses everyone on his team. He is the last player alive on the map. He cleans up the first. Hits 2 perfect headshots with the shock rifle to even out the kills. And it gives Cloud9 everything they need. And not only that, but the chain damage on multiple players pushing long haul were easy pickings for Cloud9 to gain the lead there towards the end.
50 to 49. Taking a look at the scoreboard, Penguin with a big game, 15 to 10. We didn't get a chance to check him out too much, but he was obviously a pivotal reason for their victory in game number 2. On the other side, I want to talk about Renegade and Spartan dropping 17 kills apiece. So that bodes well for the rest of the series. Now, the damage speaks for itself as well. 4,000 for Stellar, and it makes sense with that shock rifle.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The second we see Stellar with a shock rifle for the 3rd time in the game, nobody home on the first 2 attempts, but I mean, you give Stellar shock, eventually he's going to make a play right, and that's exactly what he does.
And Sparty made that play to get a double kill, but Stellar pays it back with a triple. And you wonder if that's what opened the floodgates for FaZe, as Cloud9 was able to use that momentum and carry it to a victory in game number 2. And wow, we got ourselves a series.
You wondered if Cloud9 was going to be able to respond, but the answer was yes. All tied up now. It was as close as it pretty much could have been. That shock rifle shot chains off both those players, makes them so vulnerable in that situation. A little bit of an overheat moment there from Stellar as he challenges Renegade without either gun out. But it was pretty much all a wrap here. There's no way you choke this one away. Eco is too good, too smart, gets all the information, forces FaZe to just separate their focus onto so many different directions as he gets behind enemy lines here in the elevator. And all you need is 1 kill, so great job by Cloud9 to tie this one up.
It got really scary though for Cloud9 here when Eco went down with camo. They spotted him with some eagle eyes, but found us there, and so was Penguin to get that kill. And it was, like I said, very close to a 50-49 loss for Cloud9, but they got ice in their veins. They've never missed the grand finals. I repeat, Cloud9 in all the HCS majors so far this year have not missed the grand finals, and let's see if they can keep their streak alive.
It's a different team. Let's see if they can get the same results. They've won 2 of the majors so far this year, and they've looked so good doing it. 1 major, 1 North American, playoff or whatever it's called. You know what I mean. Cloud9's been winning a lot. It's hard to keep track of their accolades at this point, but
let's see if Bound can get himself into the grand finals. Can Bound lead his team to a championship here, the last major before the Halo World Championship, and what a win it would be for any of these teams left in the competition to stamp their way into Halo World Championships as the reigning champs, and you know they're gunning for it right now as Live Fire Strongholds Clutch. What are the keys to success?
I think prioritization on the overshield is going to be a big factor for this one, right? So often do we see when both of these two teams get complete control, get a trip cap, if they're able to pair an overshield with that, that score is going to immensely grow. And it's so difficult for teams at this level to fall deficit to a 100-point lead and try and create any sort of comeback, because the scrappiness of both these individuals is going to be too much to overcome.
I couldn't agree more that power-up control is so crucial at the highest level of Halo competition. And I hope we see a Game 5 here, Clutch. I really want to see a Game 5.
It would be something special, but we're not even
got a ways to go.
We got to get there. We got to get there. Each team has to get one more win in order for us to get there. But let's talk about it. When Cloud9 needed it most, a player that maybe didn't have the strongest game one, Stellar just steps up and gives them everything they need. And we talk about consistent players in the league. There are far few players more consistent than Stellar.
Couldn't agree more. Not talked about enough. A Halo World Champion. 3/4 of this team, 2/4 of this team of Penguin and Bound, both the newest additions. But Eco and Stellar are no strangers to big matches. And Penguin, of course, also a major champion. Bound, the rookie of the year. Some are calling him the rookie of the century. This guy came onto the scene out of nowhere and just got into the ranks with the top pros, and they respect him for a reason.
Frosty's up there, but Bound's making a statement here, and this was the tournament I was looking at Bound to see, are you gonna make the next step? Because at our LAN so far, FaZe Clan never really had too much success, and that was the team Bound was a part of for so long. So he joins Cloud9, and we know what Cloud9's capable of, and of course, right when that happens, he starts to have a little bit more success, a little bit more structure around him inside the game, and we're seeing the best of Bound yet. The series that they had against Sentinels right before this, Bound took over. So many individual plays were being made. I would not be surprised to see Bound significantly dictate the outcome in Cloud9's favor of one of these next few games.
And Clutch, you know this, sometimes a change in scenery, a change in teams is exactly what a star player needs in order to thrive. And Bound, being so new to the scene, maybe that team on FaZe just something wasn't clicking with them, and now on this new roster, he is absolutely playing dominant Halo, and I'm sure his teammates are glad to have him alongside him.
Yeah, I imagine it's much easier to play with the likes of Cloud9 than just about anybody on the planet with how productive they are in the game. But don't take that away from Bound, and honestly, as a rookie coming onto the scene, getting some experience is really, really important to having success. Your first couple of wins, you're trying to figure out what's the best morning routine, what's the best way to get into things, what's the best way to play like you do at your highest ceiling. And I feel like the more reps that Bound has had throughout this year, the better the Bound we see, and now he may be bound for the grand finals.
And on the other side, of course, let's talk about this FaZe roster. Of course, the newest addition is King Nick, replacing Snipedown. Tell me a little bit, tell the people at home, tell this packed crowd in Orlando a little bit about King Nick.
I mean, if the 100 and whatever seconds of ball time in game one don't tell you how efficient he is with kills, objective, he does it all for this team. But most importantly, for a team that thrives off emotions, that has high highs and low lows, King Nick is a steady rock for these guys to lean on when things get chaotic. So I'm looking at King Nick to start game 3 off on a right note, to set the pace, and to get FaZe back locked in into a winning form.
Game number 3, live fire stronghold. You got the sniper rifle, you got the overshield, you got the heat wave, and you have a lot of equipment in the Halo Infinite sandbox at your disposal. And I know these players are excited, finally hopping in here to game number 3, starting on with King Nick.
The battle for heat wave. Able to get it, get out of dodge. That's a win in my books. As King Nick, he's going to leave that combat loop, knows that nothing interesting over there as overshield doesn't spawn for another 10 seconds. And now with a better position, can he get this kill? It's a 1v1 versus snipe player, and unfortunately, it's no longer a 1v1 as Penguin does a phenomenal job to stay alive, bait his life, and it does look like Cloud9 are going to get the first overshield.
Overshield and sniper rifle in the hands of Cloud9 to start off this game. So Good opening strat for them as Stellar now spots a player here, bottom middle towards Pillars, takes him down. And Falcated takes down because the 2 members for east side fall, and initial control in the hands of Cloud9 as they have A and B in a 20-second lead.
Let's see what they choose to do with it. Do Cloud9 try and get some kills, maybe push a trip cap? FaZe Clan's opting to try and go away. They're going to flip the map. They don't care about B right now. Stellar waiting for this heat wave to come up, knows how efficient he can be with this, and now that he's got it in his hand, he's already picked up a kill.
That's the rotation we talked about, Clutch. They exchange A for C, and they will do that gladly as B is still in their control. And that is the stronghold that you want to make sure you have for the majority of the game. It's that central point B. A and C will be getting swapped a lot around throughout the game, but B is the one to watch out for.
That's a play by Cloud9 to win the battle of the rotations, but once again, FaZe do the same exact thing. They try to flip the map once again, now with an AC hold. Like you said, FaZe, it's very difficult to hold this setup, but with a couple of kills, it can turn into a trip cap quick.
2 members fall for Cloud9.
3.
Make that 3 down for Cloud9. Bound last one alive, able to capture C though. Trip cap for a small second, and no, the trip cap is still in full effect for FaZe Clan, and it's so dangerous to be under the spell of the trip cap.
And this is what I was talking about. The second you see an AC hold, you're able to trap the enemy team over at B. You're able to push a trip cap. Now the big question here is how long does this trip cap go? Because the score now in FaZe's favor with an overshield in hand, the exact situation you don't want to find yourself in if you're Cloud9.
Very careful here if you're Cloud9. Renegade has OV holding down the front tower at C, but B looks like it may be converted. And yes, it does. Cloud9 able to stop some of the bleeding, but points still on the board for FaZe.
76 and counting, an AC hold still, but players spawning B have no real route to go. It's a phenomenal stand from FaZe right there. It's finally broken by Bound. Jumps out of C momentarily, and unfortunately the Brute Grenades just rip him away. And continuously we're seeing zero space from Cloud9. The routes are being cut off from FaZe, and a significant lead starting to build.
Once Renegade plops himself into a power position, he's really hard to move, and I don't imagine he's gonna miss many shots from top tower, and you gotta do something about him if you're on the side of Cloud9.
Snipe, right?
Yeah, and Renegade moving over to pick up the sniper rifle.
Renegade wants that snipe.
Back to the tower he goes.
He can't leave it. He's gonna hold down tower now with the S7 in the back pocket. B's gonna be under high contention from Cloud9. Let's see what Renegade chooses, because he's gonna have to try and stop this from happening. Unfortunately, Stellar not gonna give him the angle, and now Renegade, even though he has the snipe, not able to really impact what's going on here. He gets cut up from the jump. A massive jump from Penguin. Renegade doesn't see him, loses the life, loses the snipe, and now control of the map.
Yeah, a big kill there out of Penguin, a very bold push to take down Renegade with that sniper. Now Heat Wave currently in his back pocket, opting to move top middle to help his teammate, help take down Falcated. Nice damage there on the player top mid as well. 2 members fall though for FaZe, as Stellar trying to capitalize here. The trip cap in effect for Cloud9 momentarily, but FaZe able to take one back.
Enabler fear the paint miss. Sparty doesn't. Beautiful shots there, but in the meantime, Stellar was able to buy time. Bound picked up the next overshield. Doesn't quite know where the members of FaZe are though, and he's about to be surrounded. This overshield is immediately gone. There's a player on the flank, but he's got a teammate to knock him to no shield. Bound gets the cleanup, and now it's an AC hold for Cloud9. You want to see them trying to prioritize B, but they're under heavy fire here.
Yeah, ever since Penguin got that kill on the Renegade with Sniper, it's been all Cloud9 here. And that was huge because the game was getting away from them, and now it's neck and neck. A and C still in control of Cloud9. Bound being a little nerdier, Tower staying alive, being a hard kill that he is, and now finally going down. Maybe FaZe will be able to convert this C hill, but Eco is still there.
Penguin wins a massive 1v1 in the back of B, hops into B, and now that Eco wins the one-on-one again, multiple members of Cloud9 winning their one-on-ones, and look at the control, it immediately goes into their favor.
And just like that, Cloud9 have the lead and a trip cap still going. This is very dangerous for FaZe. Falcated big kill on the Eco. Should allow the boys on FaZe to capture C, but they're gonna need to do something quick.
Here comes the push, it's coming from Bridge. Plenty of Cloud9 defense here to try and stand against the pressure, but you gotta stay alive. It's so difficult back green, but they do such a good job to bait and switch there. No real target for King Nick and Falcated to focus on, and Cloud9's defense stands strong.
Eco looking looking over towards garage spot. Falcon is not able to win that battle. Falcon hit him with a little 1-2. Buckle my shoe as Penguin goes down to King Nick. 3 members fall for Cloud9, all alive for FaZe. Finally able to change the control on the map. A and B currently in their possession. See if they can get back into this game and gain the lead.
Back and forth these two teams go, A and B. FaZe is control for now, but the pressure from Cloud9, you know it's coming. It's been here all game long. Overshield is the focus right now, and Sparty can't really make a play. He's going to try and save King Nick. They melt the Overshield. Absolute. Penguin can't do anything with it. And the rest of FaZe are going to have to spread out and try and take map control from here.
King Nick takes down Nico with that sniper rifle, but he goes down to Stellar. And this man was absolutely putting on a show in game number 2 with the shock rifle. Let's see what we can do in game number 3 with the sniper.
Stronghold captured.
No scope. Stellar putting on a show. As soon as he picks up the sniper, you know he's going to do something with it.
There's one.
Control is comfortably with Cloud9, but there's nice headshot by Stellar. Now going to rotate over to B. It looks like they're opting to give up A, but no, they get the reset on A, and this could be another trip cap as the members of FaZe are spawning towers, so they're going to attempt to capture C, but I'd imagine the boys on Cloud9 have something to say about that as the pressure's been putting on from Stellar. 3 snipes in a row, going to rotate back towards B, and once again, control in the favor of Cloud9. Oh!
No shield on the King Nick. We'll count it as a 4. Surely pressure from top middle is coming, but no, King Nick stays alive. Stellar gets taken down. His reign of terror is over, but it's directly impacted the score phase, so they're now up over 40.
Another trip cap for Cloud9. We've seen the back and forth trip caps for both of these teams, but it seems like Cloud9 set a slight edge, just one step ahead of FaZe in this game.
Cloud is such a snake in this game, man. He's such a difficult kill. Creating so much distraction for the rest of Cloud9 to have success, but in the meantime, it's an AC hold for FaZe Clan. They're going to start to lose C, however, Stellar just wants to anchor this B position.
Stellar going to run into Falcon here top middle, going towards the screens. Going to try to make sure he goes down, and great job out of Stellar as he was the last member alive for Cloud9. In a great position though, spots King Nick as well, trying to get some information, and King Nick goes down. Stellar staying alive here, backing up to garage, eats a grenade though from Spartan.
King Nick tried to activate the overshield, but instead just does a drop wall in the middle of nowhere. Unfortunately, that overshield still does go to FaZe Clan, but King Nick would have wanted it for his life. And in the meantime, 3 go down, and a massive blunder pays off for Cloud9. They are able to delete the overshield, but somehow, some way, FaZe still in control of the map for now. It's going to be forced to be a green push here from Cloud9, and we'll see if they can get the kills. It's a good start from Penguin.
2 members fall, make that 3 for FaZe as Penguin here going to try to capture B. His team currently has A, and they're going for C as well, so I'd imagine we see a BC flip over towards the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, and they know exactly where they're coming from too. Penguin ADS right on the top middle, and right now Penguin needs to find a way to get a shield back, because very soon is he going to feel the wrath of a FaZe Clan push.
Just like game 2 clutch, neck and neck, back and forth. But right now, as we come into the final moments of game number 3, Cloud9 is in a great position. Sniper in the hands of Eco top middle, misses 1, misses 2, but almost gets the 3rd and goes down, does some damage though. Only 20 seconds left to go, 20 points for Cloud9 to win this game 3.
Dalkata creating havoc back in mud, but he's by himself. 3 go down. Renegade's coming off spawn actually, and a 235 and climbing. FaZe Clan are not going to have time to formulate a push. They're going to have to go immediately off spawn.
And let's see which stronghold they opt to go for. Looks like Nick's going top middle to go towards the tower, go towards C. Now Stellar gonna rotate over to Ness as here it comes, and there you have it. Game number 3 goes to Cloud9 after losing to game 1 and just dominating the last 2 games and getting the series lead.
Unbelievable. Cloud9 continue the momentum so far. Take the series lead now, and FaZe find themselves for the first time here in the elimination bracket on their back feet, backs against the wall. No more room for mistakes from here on out if you're a FaZe Clan member.
And it really was Stellar picking up the S7. That was a moment where FaZe Clan took advantage, or Cloud9 was able to take advantage of the kills he was able to provide, got a trip cap in a situation, got a 50-point lead, and basically traded out from there. A turn of events. Earlier in this tournament, we saw FaZe knock down Cloud9 into the lower bracket, but what matters most is here when your backs are against the wall and it's win or go home. Taking a look at the damage your Clutch talked to me. Look at that, 5,593 damage taken. Every time we watch Bound, he's in the thick of it. He's always in the thick of it. Never has shield, always staying alive. Just such a difficult kill. But what that does, time after time after time, he's buying so many windows of opportunity for the rest of his team to impact the outcome of the game. Bound might not have had the most fantastic stats that game, but let me tell you, his impact on that game was felt on the side of FaZe Clan, and that's got to be a frustrating player to play against here today. Yeah, and you got to be feeling good if you're Cloud9, one win away from taking on Optic Gaming in the grand finals, but for right now, they still have FaZe in front of them, and taking a look at the highlights here, this was a back and forth game, Clutch. At that moment, FaZe had the trip cap, other times Cloud9, but ultimately, Cloud9 was too much for FaZe that game. Yeah, this is the big difference, right? Stellar was able, with Snipe, to push on to B, to get a kill, to start to capture B. And when we saw Renegade have Snipe, he decided to sit back tower and let map control kind of get taken away. So difficult on a map like Livefire when you have the S7 top tower to impact some of the strategy or strategical pushes that the other team are going to do onto B. You have to subside yourself over towards the bridge, or you have to push top middle. Sitting back allowed Cloud9 the window of opportunity they needed, and then Penguin with the fantastic flank basically ruined any plan Renegade had. What a devastating loss this would be for Renegade, choosing from his own will to leave this historical Cloud9 team to try to do something on his own, and now he's facing elimination against the very same team that he chose to leave. And you know that Cloud9 wants to prove a point. They want to let him know that, hey, you made a mistake leaving this World Championship team as we're hopping into the newest map in the HCS circuit. Catalyst captures the flag. You got the overshield, you got the skewer, you got repulsors, grapples, and you're going to need a whole lot of teamwork to win this game. Renegade's got to do something special to keep his team in this one. And had a bad series by any means, but needs to pick it up, needs to make a statement because he was very loud after FaZe Clan got the win last night against Cloud9. And a matchup that's so filled of passion and rivalry, that adds something to the story. Let me tell you, how many times have we seen players stand up after a series in winners bracket, say a word or two that they might regret later on. Yeah, the tournament's not over until it's over, and you match up against the same team later on, and it could be detrimental. As Spartan here, starting the flag run, still has overshield, opting to go back and take down Eco. Good play out of him, letting his teammate run the flag, in the meantime doing a lot of damage. I'm still sorry for the choke chain over too. It was really not the first one. Choke. Flag on the move still. As FaZe Clan need to get off to a hot start. This has been a strong game type for Cloud9 throughout this tournament. They have looked very good, but right now King Nick in a very difficult situation, doesn't know if he wants to try and slay at the enemy base or should he continue to progress this flag across the map. He's gonna opt to turn this into a flag stalemate. And Faisal, this is so important. Early on in this game, tied 0-0. Whoever wins this could potentially, not only get the first flag in, but get a second cap on the move as well. Two beautiful grenades by King Nick to get that kill. And now with another one onto Stellar. Great job out of him. And we see this very often on this game type, on this map. It's a stalemate. When one team runs the flag, the rotation allows the other team to run it out. And now we're seeing that here. Let's see who can make the plays to get the return. Yeah, King Nick on the defensive stand here. He's going to have Bound to his left here in a second. Bound is going to have a one-on-one with King Nick, it appears, and that's a very dangerous place to leave your flag carrier in. Overshield's coming up, and nobody for Cloud9's really prioritizing it. In the meantime, Valkated swoops in. He says, okay, I'll pick it up. I'll take it. And this is a massive opportunity now with a little bit of overshield left for FaZe Clan to try and get a significant push. Yeah, good job by Cloud9. At least able to get eyes on that OV and take it down. So Falcated isn't able to do too much damage. And just like that, the overshield is out of play. Two members of Cloud9 using great teamwork, pushing Falcated, knowing he's by himself there, thinking he had the overshield, but that overshield has been depleted, and Falcated able to just get out of that engagement and not got chased. But Renegade with a double kill. Now Fal gonna choose to push up here. Bound and Penguin left alone. and Falcator in a perfect opportunity to provide the pinch for his team, and Penguin gets the kill, trying to run the flag away from harm's way, but Renegade and Falcator are trying to get the read.
Such a smart play by Penguin to rotate this flag towards his teammates that are spawning. They're able to pick up a kill. Renegade's still alive, however. They need to flush out these next two players because FaZe Clan have reinforcements on the way.
Big plays out of Penguin and good help there from Stellar. King Nick goes down as well. Make that 3 down for FaZe. Skewer and some more ammo for Penguin.
What a heads-up play by Penguin and Bound. And he's still going. He picks up the new Skewer and puts it to work. And now he has his eyes set on a potential return.
Penguin with the Skewer can make the play to get the return here. Nice shot out of Penguin as Renegade gets one as well. Nice double kill out of Penguin. No scope looking for the triple, looking for the return. The triple kill out of Penguin. Last player alive is Spartan. Back the flag. This should be an opportunity for Cloud9 to push up and get the return, but the way Catalyst is set up, it's so hard to get all the way back there and get in that fight. Spartan playing his life perfectly, killing Frenzy out of Penguin.
What's it gonna take? They stand strong. The stalemate stands on. Penguin does so much, but can't quite take down Spartan. And Spartan does a phenomenal job to stay alive there. Yeah, but a Frenzy, and we still can't get the return. A frustrating moment for sure, but Penguin clearly on his A game.
King Nick, a little too aggressive there.
A little bit too.
Runs
Overheated
into
just a
the
bit.
Lions den. Now Bound takes down Falcated. 2 members fall. It all started with that King Nick push. Bound left alone there. Now Spartan on the spikes as well, the domino effect. And fortunately for him, that repulsor makes him land on the map, but not off of it.
Yeah. Bound's like, you know what? I'll take it.
I wanted to rotate anyway.
Yeah. Map progression is the name of the game. Bound getting some free map progression there. There's a player below him that just snuck by, and this could be a problem. He is going to double back, as the priority needs to be on the Renegade. And honestly, Faisal, we didn't get a chance to talk about it in the heat of the moment. When we went into a listen-in with Cloud9 in Game 1, did you notice how much they were prioritizing Renegade, saying John is here, John is there, John is here, John is there? They know the impact Renegade can have if he goes unaccounted for.
We know they call him Renegade for a reason, and who better than his ex-teammates to know his tendencies, as Penguin once again been playing fantastic in this game number 4, trying to punch Cloud9's ticket into the grand final spot. Spartan puts down a couple of shots. Spartan able to weasel his way out of there. Now King Nick once again to the back of the bait. Big kill out of Penguin. This could be an opportunity for Penguin to get the return. Spartan on the tunnel right here. Let's see if Penguin can rotate around and get the return. Stellar's there as well. There you have it. The return comes in. But Cloud9, Renegade on the other side gets the return as well, so neither team will be on the board.
Renegade makes the play as he loses teammates at his base. He loses the flag. He makes the play himself to get the kill, to get the return, keeping this game tied 0-0.
And Clutch, I would love to go into an Astro listen-in with FaZe to hear their comms.
You ran behind you, P1, dude. Watch out, Stellar.
They're gonna be on it, probably.
I killed one.
I saw it. Get over car.
Okay, I hear you. I'm above it. I'm above it too.
Our open hall above Nick, our heaven, our heaven.
Obi's car one.
Obi's car one.
I'm trying to live. Keep
running, John. Our heaven, 1 shot, Stellar.
Nice, Obi's there.
Seven shots. Out of Obi.
Nice shot.
Yes, keep on re.
I tried, bro. I couldn't, dude.
Trying to get
Run at it. He goes on touch, 1 shot.
Nice, he choked it.
No, he got it. 1 shot there.
Mike, live.
I'm on ring.
Mike, get out. Watch out, blue gun.
I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna die. Blue gun to car.
Blue gun. Drop, car 1.
There's a guy car 1, John.
Car 2 also?
Feller spikes.
Our
spikes, yeah.
Car me?
There's spikes as well.
Bounce one try car 2. Bounce one try car 2. Yeah.
P2?
No, car 2 bound.
Oh, there's a guy P2 though.
Car 1 bound.
P1 Penguin.
P2's weak.
Well, Penguin's one shot their combo, and there's a guy hitting me low P.
There's a guy our high hall. He might be open hall, John.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, two here.
Our combo, 2 shots, Stellar. Our combo, 2 shots, Stellar.
Eco 1.
Alright, I'm with you.
Eco 1.
Once again, we hear those clear and concise comms out of FaZe. You love to hear that if you're a FaZe Clan fan. A bunch of small talk, a bunch of trust, but Penguin, once again, man, he is disgusting with that Skewer.
Skewer King, crown him already.
Skewer
He's
King.
Absolutely disgusting. 16 kills to his name. If you follow the kid on Twitter, he's always putting clips up with the Skewer. No surprise, he's doing it here on the main stage. But what an important Time to do it. Elimination bracket finals here. 2-1 Cloud9, 0-0, 4 minutes left. And let's talk about the return that FaZe were able to get there. That was one of the most chaotic opportunities as multiple players made plays to get it. But in the meantime, ever since then, Cloud9 have been able to get some kills. They're able to get the flag on the move once again. And Eco, he's going to be able to get this at least halfway. Are they going to be able to cut off the overextenders is the question.
Big kill by Falcator to open up the map for FaZe. And now, once again, this is one of the hardest parts of the flag run, getting it all the way across into your FaZe onto the cabin. Eco goes down, but there you have it. Bound puts it in, but be careful. Don't celebrate too early as 4 members go down for Cloud9, giving an opportunity to FaZe for the counter pull. And they know where Cloud9 is spawning, so they have an opportunity to cut off the push.
Yeah, the overextension is getting cut off right now. Stellar going down, Eco going down. King Nick gets another kill as well. And this is a potential double cap situation because Cloud9 overextended. They are still going to have to deal with FaZe Clan members in their base, but they do so off screen. King Nick and Sparty to go down. But what a response, what a counter cap we see from FaZe.
3 minutes left in regulation here as 2 make that 3 go down for FaZe. Eco staying alive in his base, and no one from Cloud9 really in too good of in a position to run the flag yet, but at least you're getting map positioning. You're getting a lot of info on the spawns, and Eco spots Spartan trying to get out of P1 and takes him down, but a couple members from both sides fall. 3 dead for FaZe.
At this point, we want to see Stellar drop this for Penguin. Unfortunately, it's not his choice anymore. FaZe Clan overwhelmed his side. He didn't expect 3 players, and here comes the FaZe push. They find a couple of kills, but in the meantime, they're going to have to turn around because Bounds won the one-on-one against Renegade. His replacement tries to get the flag on the move, and look how difficult of a kill Bound continues to be here in game 4. Oh my God.
That was scary for Spartan, missing that grenade. Fortunately for him, he was able to guess right and get that kill onto Bound. That could have been very bad for FaZe. But now it's back to this, fighting for control. I don't expect either team to really be able to make a big flag play right now. It's just a matter of getting your kills.
2 minutes remaining, Overshield coming up, and it's going to be the last Overshield of regulation. You'd have to think. As this game is tied up 1-1, FaZe Clan need to find a way to get the next cap in order to push themselves to a game 5 here. Or will Cloud9 find themselves in the grand finals with the next cap? So much stakes on the line, the pressure continuing to build in this moment.
Overshield in the hands of Penguin, 20 kills to his name, moving straight into the FaZe base. You're trying to get something going, trying to get this second flag on the board. Only a minute, 20 seconds left in regulation. King Nick gets a kill though onto Eco. Penguin gets that Renegade kill, trying to find Spartan on the main ramp, and he's gonna go down as well. Double kill for Penguin. Staying alive once again, playing his life to a T, being a nuisance on the side of FaZe, and here we have the flag run.
You give this guy a couple of dog tags, all of a sudden he turns into an absolute monster. Penguin taking over here, 22, 10, and 12. Absolute phenomenal performance, but gets taken down as the flag does get stalled. And Stellar doesn't look like he's going to have much of a chance to get this one on the move again.
Let's see if Stellar chooses to go for the kills, but King Nick is there to clean him up. 2 members fall on that far side as they try to run the flag, and the return comes in. Falcated starts to run of their own. 3 down now for Cloud9. This could be an opportunity for FaZe to gain the lead and send this to a game 5.
This is it. Flag on the move. Overextender's got to come through. King Nick's there to watch it. Falcated's going to get this one. Doesn't have full shield. The brew grenade's taken down. He's got a player on his flag. The nades are coming through. They get the cap. 2-1. 15 seconds. The counter cap is what Cloud9 have to achieve in order to push overtime.
Let's see if Cloud9 can hit the counter cap, same as FaZe did when they got capped on, and now we see Penguin with the flag very close to the cap. 1 second left. This is it. They're gonna need to cap this flag, or this is going to a game 5. And now Bound's gonna need to cap it. Yes! Bound puts it in and sends this game into overtime. Oh my God, that was close.
The best player in staying alive does it again. Gets the touch, punches it in. And what a journey we've been through throughout this series. It's only right we see an overtime in game 4.
Here we go. Let's get right into it with Eco going towards the car side here. spots no players across. He's Renegade in that doorway, sends him back. Penguin once again overshield grapple. I expect him to make plays right now. 2 members down already for FaZe. Penguin already in your base, running the flag with overshield. This could be a quick one, Clutch.
Overtime starts quick. Penguin taking advantage of every moment. Flag in hand. Gonna use the grapple to close the distance. Gets it across halfway, and he still has half an overshield phaser. Where is FaZe Clan?
And this is it, Clutch. This could be it. Cloud9 could be going to the grand finals as Penguin puts in the flag, and Cloud9 take down FaZe. Renegade losing to his former team. You see the passion on the faces of FaZe. Unfortunate loss for them. They made it so far here at HCS Orlando Major, but Cloud9 continuing the legacy, continuing the history, and continuing their grand finals appearance here on the first Halo Infinite HCS season.
What a series. What a moment. The MVP of the first year of Halo Infinite leaves your team. You're a championship roster. You're probably asking yourself why. Are we not good enough? Do we not have what it takes? They replace him with Bound. Bound steps up, the Rookie of the Year, makes a moment. With 1 second remaining, it was a damn pie chart, for God's sake.
How good are you feeling right now if you're on Cloud9, taking down your former teammate who essentially left you high and dry, and Bound stepping in, some big shoes to fill, but boy, did he fill them.
Everybody steps up in game 4 for me on the side of Cloud9. Bound does get the cap, 20-15-12. A hell of a performance, but being able to stay alive in those final moments of regulation to keep your team away from going to a game 5. Don't leave it up to the Slayer. Time after time, we see upsets, we see games dictated and series dictated on the Slayers, and no, you're too good for this. Let's end this here. Then take it to overtime, and in overtime, I mean, you blink and you miss it.
We gotta talk about Penguin, Clutch. We gotta talk about the importance of his presence on the map in that game. Making all the plays, getting the overshields, getting the grapples, getting the flag runs, getting the skewer kills, putting down 6,700 damage, 24 and 14 for him. What a performance when his team needed him. Penguin putting on a show.
A 50-49, a 250-194, a 3-2 in overtime. The series could have gone either way. But Cloud9 take this one 3-1. They get revenge on Renegade. They make their way to the grand finals, and it's so ironic because, of course, my loudmouth, I run into Bound backstage on Friday and I say something smart to him. I said, hey, are you gonna make a play this event or something? He goes, like, he said something about my career, and I said, I need you to make a finals before you comment.
So here we go. Grand finals for Bound.
Well done, Bound.
Grand finals as Cloud9 are headed to this rematch against Optic Gaming, and I cannot wait for the grand finals. I'm still at a loss for words. We saw FaZe take down Cloud9, earlier in the tournament, but once again, Clutch, like I said, when it matters most, when your backs are against the wall and you're playing for a spot in the grand finals, Cloud9 are legends for a reason.
So one team you didn't want to see start to get hot, I think, outside of Sentinels, of course, Cloud9 is right there with them. The elimination bracket run that they've been on, it's been something special to watch. And now they make their way to the grand finals. They play Optic Gaming, and you know Optic Gaming, who had just 3-0'd FaZe, was really probably hoping they didn't see C9.
Well, Clutch, that's gonna do it for us, and I want to toss it back over to the desk. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. My goodness me. My heart can't take this anymore. These day 3s, they're too much for me.
I already lost all my hair. You know?
Yeah,
I mean, what little I have left, little flakes.
Mine is falling out too. What an elimination final that was, and Cloud9 clutching up when it matters most. We got to talk about that final game. My goodness me, Catalyst, CTF. What an exceptional performance from Cloud9 to push through the final seconds, the counter cap opportunity coming through, and Bound to seal the deal, capping that flag golden boy to send shivers down your spine.
No, it was a massive, massive moment, obviously, for Bound. You know, look, the job's not done yet. There's a long road to go, especially when you're facing off against Optic Gaming in the grand finals coming up next. But the thing that you got to keep in mind was that it was not just one individual's performance there. It was the sum of all the parts that made Cloud9 as good as they are in this series. From Stellar's shocking plays that we saw on Recharge to Penguin's just dominating control of every single power item and power weapon on Catalyst. It was nuts. C9 I think they have found that second gear that they really needed.
I think game 2, you see Stellar taking over. I think you're right to say it was simmering on the boil for a little while, and then he picks up that shock rifle in long haul, and an individual piece of brilliance where he manages to take down 2 kills, and Penguin managing to get himself a killing frenzy on Catalyst Flag when Eco, his teammate, only had 1 kill. So both players on opposite ends of the spectrum. Eco finally picks up the pace, and they managed to clutch out in the end. I think what a moment that was. How close FaZe Clan were 1 kill away from doubling their series lead. They went to overtime in Flag. FaZe Clan were right there. Really impressive.
They were indeed. I've got to say, you mentioned Penguin. He really has stepped up to the mark today. What a performance this guy has put on. Day 3 from Sentinels. He really was that catalyst. He was their, their kryptonite in that series. They couldn't stop him. He was absolutely insane. And then main stage against FaZe, backs against the wall, elimination bracket. You have to go the distance. Walshy, how impactful was Penguin for you today?
Oh my God, this is the best I think we've seen Penguin play in his entire career, possibly. He has just been the cornerstone of this roster. It's insane that he's able to pull off killing frenzies. That's just to keep the game on even footing. That's an astounding individual performance. He's pulling the last flag. He's doing absolutely everything he can to help out his team.
He really is indeed. I got to say, the overtime as well, coming out of Cloud9, the speed, unbelievable stuff. Golden Boy, talk me through this OT and why Cloud9 seemed to be so hot off the mark.
Yeah, well, I think it really was just a matter of, again, boils down to the fact that you had Penguin with just so much utility to work with. And at that point, he's already flying across, Dave.
This entire time that Penguin's moving, he's not stopping, holding forward towards the flag. Even when he's finishing off that kill over at lower car, he is still moving forward. Even right here, he's like, I'm not taking a step backwards. It's always in the direction of the objective.
I just have to wonder when I'm looking at it, how much of it was there a hangover for FaZe Clan after desperately trying to cling on to that lead when there's a final moment, and then they start off just a little bit too slow. Penguin only had to register 1 kill in that overtime. They managed to capture the flag. It's heartbreaking for FaZe. They were so close, but C9, they clutched up when they needed to most. Penguin, Stellar, they all popped off when they needed to, and super impressive. I can't wait for this grand final.
And I just want to say, as a send-off to FaZe here, I think that this team came into the event with obviously, mixed expectations. I think some of the fans weren't too sure what they were going to get out of them. Without a doubt, they can go back, look at that game against Optic that they had, the first one, not the second, the first one, and be like, oh my God, we're right there. We're on the precipice of greatness. So FaZe going in the Worlds, if you don't have them in your top 3, you are kidding yourself, because this team looks deadly. But honestly, given how things have shaken out, this is really anyone's World Championship coming up in a few weeks.
It really is indeed. I got to say, it's just been non-stop competitive action, time and time again. Every single series, you really cannot kind of dictate what is going to be happening. And that's honestly in our elimination bracket too. Look at this, folks. This is absolutely insane. Cloud9, you can see the blue across the screen there in the best half of this elimination bracket, the one where you get into that grand final spot, and a 3-1 is going to do it for Cloud9 Jersey. How impressive has this C9 run been?
The score reads 3-1, but I tell you, it was anything but that. It looks as though it was comfortable when you read that. And the record, when you look back maybe in years to come, it'll say it was how comfortable it was. But I tell you something, FaZe Clan were just knocking on the door. And Cloud9 now, they turn their attentions to Optic Gaming. This next one's going to be huge. And they're hitting a vein of form at the perfect time.
They really are indeed, but you got to also tip your hat to Optic Gaming and the run that they've had, only dropping 1 map so far this weekend. Walshy, you're looking at Optic up there against Cloud9. C9, feeling pretty warm, pretty happy, pretty comfortable after that series against FaZe. Going up against Optic Gaming, they know that honestly, it's been nothing but perfection from this green wall. How are you feeling if you're Cloud9?
I mean, you're feeling good that you made it this far, and obviously they're going in with the expectation that they're going to win this. However, during that last match, I saw some moments that they faltered. On Catalyst Flag, the 2 flags that FaZe were able to capture was off the mistakes of Cloud9.
That's right.
It was a counter capture. It was an overextension towards a flag. If they try that against Optic, they're going to be punished severely.
Amazing stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm ready for the punishment. I am. I'm ready for this main stage action.
That's
I really am.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, though, folks, we're going to head to a quick break right now. When we come back, we do indeed have your grand finals here, day 3 of the Orlando Major. It's happening, folks.
Baby.
We're going to be crowning a champion right after this quick break.
The HCS Orlando Major is presented by AMD, Astro Gaming, Dolby, the Marines, and Zowie.
Splendid lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Now, can we win this thing? Yes! Grenadine applying pressure right to the spawners. Oh, this is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could just incredible. He misses the beat down, he snaps it. Oh my God! Wobbling them wigs is an overkill. Normal gets the sword now as a reward.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with Stealth Tech and immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Don't just hear it, feel it at a Lovesac showroom near you.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Orlando Major. It's day 3 here. It is Sunday, it is Championship Sunday, and it is Grand Finals time. We have an absolutely stacked audience. The stage is shining, the players are ready to go, we're getting set up. And guess what? We've got an Optic final versus Cloud9 who have pushed their way through the elimination bracket, and that trophy, it's up for grabs. But the big question is, who's grabbing it, right? That is the biggest question on my mind right now. And Clutch, it's a tough one, right? Both these teams are incredible, but Optic has been nothing shy of perfect. They've been absolutely incredible all weekend long. What do you make of this matchup overall?
This is one I don't want to even call because I just want to sit back and enjoy the show. Cloud9 and the run that they've gone on in the elimination bracket, that's something special. Of course, they find themselves back in the grand finals. Optic Gaming, we've talked about it for too long. They need to get the job done now. This is it. This is your grand finals. You have the advantage from the winners bracket. You have looked dominant all week long. Let's see you close it out.
You really have indeed, and we've got players who have been looking dominant. Just a reminder, of course, we had our USMC event commendations happening earlier on. APG was one of those, best objective. I mean, that guy is just absolutely insane, Goofy, and I'm not surprised at all he did pick up that award earlier.
APG, like Maniac tweeted, he's been doing this since 2006, put some respect on his name, and I love the crowd chants we're getting for him, and he deserves it. He deserves to be here in the grand finals, and fun fact, I was saying it a little bit on the broadcast, this is actually the first HCS Major that Optic has made it to the grand finals. Cloud9 on the other side has never missed a grand finals, right? So this should be a battle of the juggernauts, and I cannot wait to watch.
Me too. I tell you what, with the other commendations as well, we had Best Slayer Royal 2, but Penguin was up there. Best support player, and Gaskin. Penguin has been nothing but support, but he's been a pillar of Cloud9.
The only thing he's been supporting is the skewer, it would seem. He looked unreal on Catalyst. He looks, the way he finished that game, headbuds out, earbuds out, making sure he makes a statement saying, job done, this is business, get me to that grand final. Cloud9 look hungry. They look like they are pissed off from what happened earlier on in this tournament. And I tell you what, I'd be scared if I was Optic Gaming.
And tell you what, folks, as well, just to remind you, we're actually going to have a lot of different awards coming through at the World Championships. Our AMD Power Plays of the Year, but also, Clutch, our USMC Event Commendations of the Year, and it's going to be our Most Valuable Player. Do you find yourself thinking about that often? I mean, looking at grand finals like this?
About my opportunity to win the award?
That's come and gone.
I think about it all the time, actually.
That's come and gone.
How I was never an MVP. No. Yeah, absolutely. I think there's still several members that can win this whole thing. You're seeing the Renegade statement. You're seeing every member of Cloud9 should be warranted for that award with the success they've had throughout the year, especially if they come out on top here. Lucid has a statement to make for it. Royal 2, Frosty, there's so many great players. Only one gets to take the thing, and I don't even think that the winner has been decided up until all of the success is yet to be had.
Yeah, indeed, and there's a lot of success to be had yet today. We have a grand finals to get to. Let's set this match up. Obviously, Optic versus Cloud9, two absolute titans. And my goodness, it's good to see that stage lighting up green and blue, fantastic colors. And also our fans also supporting their favorite teams in this. But Optic Gaming, you gotta say the fans have been very loud and proud. Optic, the 7-0 to start the series on map 1. So a big start is needed for them to push forward on that perfect, as they haven't actually played maps 2 and 4 of the series we'll be seeing this weekend. How important is it, Goofy, to get that hot start that we want to see from Optic?
It's going to be very important, especially going up against the Cloud9 team that's coming off. Think about who they've beaten so far today, Lottie. They 3-0'd Sentinels, then they 3-1 FaZe, and now they're here in the grand finals against Optic Gaming. So if they start off strong and continue their momentum, we could see a second best of 7.
We certainly can indeed. And I'll tell you what, we mentioned Lucid earlier on, and Lucid has only got better with bracket play, by the way. He's gone now from a 1.31 KD. He's currently sat there. That is absolutely insane stuff. I mean, Gaskin, when you look at this guy, what is he capable of?
What isn't he capable of, I guess, would be a better question. Unreal, especially when he goes from, you know, maybe struggling at the start of a game and suddenly everyone's like, oh, okay, maybe he's going to have a quiet game, and then just explodes out of nowhere. You've got to keep him quiet. Otherwise, it is just going to turn into another one of those games where he is just farming over and over again with the kills he gets.
Yeah, indeed. I got to say, Optic, they're looking absolutely amazing. How hard is it going to be, how hard is it going to be to take down the Green Wall? Because so far, I've seen barely any weakness from them.
So far, I don't have an answer for you because nobody's had the password to that. It's going to be tough, especially with Trippy playing as well as he has for the past couple weeks. Leading into the event, Trippy really picked it up in online scrims. Ever since then, Optic really reached their final form, we'll call it. He's played phenomenal this event. If Trippy has a big finals, this could be a short one.
Indeed. Well, let's look at the other side of the stage right now, the icy blue for a reason. We've got Cloud9, and I've got to say, I think Cloud9 have to rely quite heavily on their teamwork here. We know Optic are very, very tight on their teamwork, but it's been a big factor for C9 in the series. They got a 1.04 team KD, actually ranked 7th in the HCS. So Goofy, this is going to be big, right? Tighten things up as a team. Let's get the communication out there. How much are they going to have to rely on this?
You know what's scary about Cloud9 is I feel like they haven't even really played to their full potential yet this weekend, right? And they find themselves in their grand finals. Optic on the other side, you can't knock them for playing amazing and getting here. Obviously, that's what you want to do. But the thing about Cloud9 is the players on this team are just so, they're all X factors in my mind. Like Penguin, we saw what he did. Bound, we know what he can do. Stellar has been popping off all day. Eco, that leader for this team. So this team has so many variables to it, and I feel like they haven't even hit their highest mark yet, and we may see that here in the grand finals.
Now, Gaskin, from support star to just outright star. Penguin, you mentioned him before, but he's got the highest bracket KD on his team right now. That speaks volumes. Is at a 1.16. I mean, is he the X factor, do you think, for Cloud9 at this point in time? I know there's many names on there that you could pick out, but he really has been a standout star so far.
I think when you look at the disappointment of the early stages of this tournament from Cloud9, someone needed to step up and kind of bring everything through. And if Penguin is the player that does that, just keep doing whatever he's been doing. Keep allowing him to do what he's doing. If he's changed his role ever so slightly, then just do the objectives so that he can go on and slay. I know that his damage output's incredible. His damage taken actually is incredible as well. He's been able to keep away from fights, but also still deal an incredible amount of damage. He's been taking fantastic angles. And I think if Penguin can carry on having that success and the support is around him, no reason why he can't do the same here against Optic.
Very, very true. We actually do have a stat line for you guys, our game type records currently, and things are looking swimmingly on both sides of this pond, to be perfectly honest. Cloud9 obviously have a couple more to their name on CTF, and that's purely because they've been playing more series than Optic have. Optic haven't had to play as many because they've had the cleanest record going. Clutch, what do you make of these statistics?
Just about even, honestly. Nothing sticks out too much. I think if Optic were to play a ton of more flags, they'd probably have a lot of success compared to the style and the success that they've had through the other game types. So the series layout now in front of us for the grand finals, at least the first best of 7. You kick it off with the flag, and Optic's going to show us how to play Aquarius CTF, I have a feeling.
A really interesting series layout because it's a brilliant one for both teams. They've got such impressive records across the board. C9 have only lost Catalyst Slayer out of all 7 of those game maps and modes. On the other side for Optic, they've lost Recharge, King of the Hill, and they've lost Catalyst Slayer. So you could argue it's a little bit better for C9, but as that series layout goes further and further, you've got Live Fire Oddball and Aquarius Slayer. Those have been Optic's best game types throughout this tournament. So if you're Cloud9, you've got to get it done early.
Yeah, you do indeed. And like you said, in terms of that series layout, yeah, C9 4-0 in the first 3 maps of the series, which is actually a little bit nerve-wracking, I think, on the side of Optic, because we could see a bracket reset here. If it does favor them and Cloud9 push through and they can do what they do best, then Optic might find themselves in that last series of the night. And Goofy, is that where you want to be in terms of momentum? Cloud9 coming in off the back of a really pretty, exceptional win, and Optic kind of sitting, waiting. How much does momentum play into this?
It plays a big part, right? We've all been Clutch, and you and I have been there just feeling the effects of that hot team coming into a Sunday matchup. I see you smiling over there, and I don't want to hear what you have to say about that, but I know that the momentum is going to play a big factor here when you're coming off a 3-0 win against Sentinels, and then you're coming off a 3-1 win against FaZe. You got to feel good when you're going up against Optic. I know they're coming from the winner's bracket, and there's a reason that they're the favorites this weekend, but Cloud9 are a historic team, and I can't count them out.
For me, it's a matter of how much cash they have left in the tank, Cloud9, because this could be a long night. I went to the back, catch my breath after the cast, and I see all Cloud9 standing there. It's Stellar, it's Bound, and I said, "What's up, guys? How we feeling?" And Stellar's like, "What time is it?" I'm like, "It's like 5 o'clock, Stellar. What's up?" And Bound goes, "Don't worry. Today, I got time." He said, "You can bet we're gonna reset this bracket. Today, I got time for 2 best of 7s, and I'm looking forward to seeing if Cloud9 can back up those words."
You mentioned Bound there, and Clutch, I just want to quickly, rebound, excuse the pun, sorry, it just happens, off the back of what you're saying and ask you something further there. Bound, this is going to be his first time in a situation like this, right? This is a lot of pressure on his shoulders. It's his rookie year. How do you think he's going to handle it up there? Because this is very different from bracket play. This now is the be-all and end-all. It is in his lap. He just has to take it.
I mean, he does not lack confidence, and I think that that's the best quality he can have. From a player that was probably ignorantly confident like myself, I would have to say that these kind of moments do feel like other series, right? You try not to blow up the moment. The money, it's great after the fact, but you just want to win a tournament, right? You're so hungry. Bound has put in so much work to get to this point, to find himself climbing the ranks in his rookie year. All the hard work for a moment like this. To hold up a trophy at the end of the day, Bound cannot afford to let the moment be too big, and I don't think it's that difficult to really just focus on prioritizing one spawn at a time.
You'd have to imagine that getting past Renegade was a massive weight off of Bound's shoulders as well, because he was always going to be compared to Renegade. If Cloud9 had lost that, then they would have been like, well, with Renegade on the team, maybe they would have got further. I don't know, maybe Goofies. But it is going to be a question now. Has the pressure been lifted? Can he relax going into this grand final? It's going to be tough because, as you say, rookie year, first time he's been in this situation, but I do think that will help.
I got to agree with you there as well. I think the Renegade Bound conversation has totally been obliterated just in terms of Bound's performance. I think, honestly, going into the NA Super as well. So, I think the fact that Bound has managed to do that, overcome that with the boots to fill of Renegade, which was always going to be a hard task, the fact he's done that, you know, that's testament to him as an individual player. On the other side of things, though, Goofy, I want to talk about Optic real quick because, look, yes, they have been perfect. What a clean record they've had so far. But let's not deny the fact that there is pressure on that stage right now. They have an audience packed with fans who want to see this dream become a reality. Is that going to affect them mentally? How are you feeling about this team who yet managed to clutch up, but this right now, again, it's on their laps for the taking?
We've been saying it all weekend, Lottie. Something is in the air, and it's the green wall. They've been here all weekend long showing support, and you can hear them now in the crowd, hyping up their team going into this grand finals. I'm looking for Optic to come out strong and get game one under their belt and show us why they came here from the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I want to touch on what actually having that kind of a fan base does for a team and does against a team that doesn't have the same quality of fan base. Being a member of Believe the Hype, we had about 3 fans, and I believe they were all family members at the time.
And me.
And you weren't in the crowd to help us out because we played the likes of like Straight Rip In, Triggers Down, like the Juggernauts, the guys that have like an absolute monster crowd similar to what Optic Gaming now have. And when the ball gets rolling downhill, you go all 4 down, you hear Roy yelling your name across the stage. But not only that, you can't even communicate because of how loud the crowd is getting in these big moments where they're making plays. That snowball is felt. The emotions that you feel when you're like the oh no moments where it's like the crowd now in it, it's now pure chaos for me coming off spawn. It's so difficult to try and respond to that. So the crowd could definitely be a factor here in this series.
What I will say is if you're an Optic fan and you want to go into the World Championships believing that Optic can win it, they have to win Orlando. They cannot afford another slip up. They cannot afford another game 7 that doesn't go their way. They need to be winning it to show they can actually take a championship. It's got to happen here in Orlando for them to genuinely believe that.
It really does indeed. I got to say, it's really up in the air right now because it's so different in terms of the storylines for both of these teams and the way their bracket, the way their tournament has looked all weekend long. You couldn't have picked 2 different teams to go and match up against one another. But with that being said, it is about time. The stage has been set, folks. It is time for our grand final. We're going to be seeing Optic versus Cloud9 happening very shortly, and someone is going home with a trophy. And as our Orlando Majors, this grand final starts right now. Hello and welcome to the HCS Orlando Major. It is day 3, and folks, you know what that means. It's Championship Sunday.
With the flank, picks up 1, picks up 2, nice double kill, gets the Stalker rifle looking for the triple! Dude, he doesn't care! He wants blood! He wants blood and he wants it now! On center. The stuff for long. A killing frenzy for tripping! What's the kill? Oh my god, Stellar with the no-scope on the snake bite. This kid is on fire right now. 40 kills for
This weekend, we watched the best teams in the world come out here to Orlando to battle out on this stage to become the best, to be Halo champions, and now we only got 2 remaining. You guys ready to get this grand final started? Coming out to the stage first, they have been to every single grand finals, 2-time champions. Make some noise for Cloud9! Coming out, we got Stellar, Penguin, Eco, and Bound. Looking to do it again, it's Cloud9. All right. Cloud9 ready to go, but we gotta bring out their opponent, the finalists. Coming from the winner's side of the bracket, looking to get their first chip this season. Let your voices be heard. Here comes Optic Gaming. Make some noise. Trippy, Formal, Lucid, APG. I give to you Optic Gaming. The stage is set, and it's time to crown a champion. Let's toss it to our casters. On set, Rob, take it away.
It's Sunday night here in Orlando, and you know what that means, people. It's time for a grand final, Andy, and what a grand final we have in store for us. On one side of the stage, we have the Green Wall. We have Optic Gaming. What a story it's been for them so far this year, but the question for me, as it has been for many, can they write the final chapter and finally close that book with a championship?
That's right, their whole season has led up to this point. We've been asking, can they get a LAN championship? Can Trippy and Lucid secure their first LAN wins? And how fitting, they're gonna have to take down Cloud9, a team that has never placed outside the top 2 on LAN in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, Cloud9, what a run they have been on today as well. Like we've seen, taking down the likes of Sentinels, taking down the likes of FaZe in the previous round, and now they get the opportunity to maybe slay Optic Gaming as well. They have been the guardians of the LAN championships in the Halo Championship Series so far this year. Never have they placed outside of the top 2 in the live event environment.
And how about the way they do it? As we saw this event leading up, it's really similar to Raleigh, right? You got some green wall chants going on here, and they're creating a physical green wall in front of the stage. But Cloud9, they love to be those silent assassins, quietly making their way through the bracket. They don't care if there's a bunch of screaming Optic fans here in the front row. They'll make their way through the bracket. They will take down teams one by one.
And Optic Gaming, I mean, like we've said, all the questions coming into this event is, can you just finally get over the line? Everyone's kind of had the thought in the back of their mind, it's not if, it's more when they will win that LAN championship. Well, everything seems to be lining up for them now. They're in the grand final, but not only that, they're in it from the winner's side of the bracket as well.
Right, the first time we've seen that on LAN, the winner's bracket advantage for Optic Gaming. They're always coming in through the loser's bracket and having to win 2 back-to-back series if they get to the grand finals. However, now with that winner's bracket finals advantage, maybe, just maybe, this is their chance to secure their first LAN win this season.
And Orlando's loud, right? At the moment, this crowd is loud. It is pretty one-sided, though. I will say, a lot of Optic fans out there. There's some C9 faithful within that crowd as well. And like you said, I think C9 almost kind of enjoy that environment, right? Always kind of understated, quietly going about their business. And you saw the reaction of Penguin when he came out. There was a couple of boos in the crowd for C9 from the Optic fans. He was lapping it up. It was almost like that was fuel to the fire.
Yeah, he's not too worried about their Penguin on your screen, as you heard, highest KD on the team right now, and an incredible performance all season long as he's burst his way onto the C9 roster. Early on, you also talk about another player that's Bound. Not only is this his LAN debut with C9, but it is now also officially his Grand Finals LAN debut as well.
Yeah, very, very true. And we can take that story even further, right? Because whatever happens in this grand final, there will be a first ever event victory for one of the players that's on the stage. If it's C9 who take home that win, like you mentioned, grand final debut for Bound in the LAN environment, it will be his first ever event win as well. On the other side, we know all about it. Trippy and Lucid in search of that elusive first chip.
What's incredible is just how winning this team has been all year long online. They've secured plenty of online wins, but you know, to Lucid and Trippy, it's going to mean something different to secure this LAN win. And of course, let's not forget, whoever wins this series will be the favorite for the Halo World Championship in just 3 weeks.
3 weeks time, like you say, the Halo World Championship finals are going to be here before we even realize it, but it's enough talk about the Halo World Championships because we've got a LAN championship to decide. Orlando, you're sounding pretty loud right now. Let's talk about our first game time though. It's looking like Aquarius CTF is where we're going to be starting, Andy.
That's right, Aquarius CTF. What a game type to start between these two teams. We talk about an off-the-rip game type. It's Aquarius CTF. Guns are going to be blazing immediately right off of the opening start.
And one thing that I love about this game type being first up in this series, if you say, what's one of C9's best game types? If you say, what's one of Optic's best game types? Aquarius Flag's probably going to be in the conversation for both of them. Yeah. They are both so strong. When it comes to this flag-based game type, it's almost as if we're going to see two of the best just butting heads that mid-map.
Honestly, it's a great game to start with. It reminds me of a mid-ship CTF, a Heretic CTF, a Countdown CTF. You're going to spawn, and your gun is going to be firing immediately, and it's honestly a great way to start our grand finals here at HCS Orlando.
So final adjustments for the players, the hand warmers, getting those fingers nice and warm, ready to go, making sure that when it comes down to those clutch 1v1 fights, that BR is not missing your opponent. It's time for the final to get going here in Orlando. Make some noise for Cloud9 versus Optic Gaming. Let's take a look at the stats so far of Lucid and Penguin.
Look at these numbers here from Penguin. 22.3 kills per game from Penguin with a great KD as well. The man is ready to play. What a weekend it's been for Penguin.
What a weekend it's been for Penguin, and what a game type this is for him as well. We've looked at the statistics across the year for Penguin. Objectively, he is the man who is running that flag home for Cloud9. Well, live everybody, Orlando! It's time for us to crown a champion. C9, let's start off by watching some Penguin.
What a story for both these teams so far this weekend. Optic for the first time coming in through the winner's bracket. Cloud9 ready to upset that Cinderella story yet again.
Well, early on hit, a little bit of a gunfight going down on the bonfire, but it seems like Optic got the better at this start. Cloud9 lost a few players in the early scuffle, which means that APG, who has had a permanent smile on his face, not only because of results, but also because of the backing of the crowd, is now going to be moving in this space with that camo in his hands too.
It's a nice drop side run as well. APG gets it past the halfway mark. Right away, one dead for each side.
Dead for each side, but these kills vital, and they go in the favor of Cloud9. So Trippy now last player alive for Optic. This will be a dead flag. Optic can go lose map control as well, so C9 now making that push through the closet.
Early indication there from Optic though, right? They are here to be the aggressors. They want to force the action. They want to get the flag pulled, but it's back-to-back advantages here for Cloud9.
You are going to see these games just being decided by tiny, small moments, whether it's a 1v1 fight, whether it's a back smack, or whether it's Lucid busting Optic out of their base and pushing them forward with a triple kill.
Wow, just nades into the connector from Lucid, gets the call out and just cleans up the kills. That'll be 4 dead with 3 players respawning right now.
Trippy and APG pick up a couple as well. The first time we're going to see Optic inside of that base with an element of control as well. Lucid picks up the kill. That's 3 dead for Cloud9. Penguin's last alive here, and that Dynamo nade is going to be frying those 2 players off respawn.
Tick, tick, tick goes the Dynamo. The flag runs a little late though. It's just a second late. Lucid will continue.
2 dead here. Optic cannot get that flag moving the way they wanted to, and a couple of clutch kills and clutch grenades coming in from Cloud9 somehow off of that respawn means they can refight for this flag. However, the defensive work not done yet. You can see respawns are coming in for Optic, so Eco's got a huge amount of work to do, and he does it superbly well.
They take an extra second there to run that flag. It cost them in the end. You saw Camo was up top middle with 3 dead for Cloud9. That will be a formal grab for Optic Gaming.
Formal trying to be sneaky, trying to be as silent as possible, moving through the back of this base. That's a dynamite grenade, which might actually kind of hinder him momentarily, but instead he's going to take this 1v1 with Bound. Bound being a nuisance. There's the help coming in. Bound still being a nuisance. Finally going to get taken down. The Help is arriving now for Formal as he picks up one. That's a killing spree for him, but he's the last player alive here, but still going to try and force this flag. Stella being such a nuisance on the bonfire.
Oh my gosh, I'll leave it to Formal there to almost get the flag run going. He will get taken down. But here, with about 3 minutes play into the game, let's get into a listen-in with Optic Gaming.
Brad is already in the fridge. Going, Jen.
Fire, we can
Up car, weak Stellar, half out. Top car, thing, top car, high hall, weak, either, go.
In the fridge, you want to. Their high hall's gonna be weak. That's three.
Somewhere.
That's last guy.
Watch out.
Nice, man.
Let him know.
Two dead. They're fridge.
Just live Joey through.
I can beat down absolute on the commando.
They're Gen. Trap Gen.
Just keep going.
Go fridge.
Okay, they're gonna be dead.
Absolute.
L3 closet, 2 L3.
Multiple Brad.
It's
We're
just
gonna
you,
hunt
Brad.
Brad. 2 on me, weak also.
Yeah, we're split, guys. We're split.
I'm gonna go with Matt.
Front base, very weak.
Base.
They're
break.
Absolute ego.
I'd have to
Put him in. And our flag.
You're dead, guys.
Our shrooms.
That's full joy. That's 3.
Let's go, who's our flag?
I'll stay like that.
Very weak, our Gen. That was full. That's time, guys.
Pick one Stellar.
Just gonna go. There's not big.
You guys pick one weak.
Look at this. You guys are weak. Nice job. 2 dead.
Watch the elite, Brad. He won.
Watch out, Penguin. Pick Penguin or not.
It should be good. There's something. Nice, man.
Nice. Me too. Slayer.
Very weak, our wall. Yes, it's coming down.
Watch up, you too.
We still have control, though. Who's camo?
I'll go for it. I'll go for it.
Nice.
Stellar on you.
Come back into the game from that Astro listening. It's Optic who take the lead. The first flag in our grand final goes to the green wall.
Really starting to pop off as well. They've had a man advantage several times back to back, and it pays off with a flag cap. One player that you and I have been talking about as Lucid deals the damage into the back of the base, that's Formal. He's been on fire this weekend, but I think there's even more room for him to pop off. He's 11-4.
He's 11-4, and all of Cloud9 are currently in the black screen. They are all dead. They're all coming off respawn, and with Lucid with camouflage south, top pink, and the flag moving. It was 1-0 just a few seconds ago, but a few steps away. It's going to be 2. They double their lead here, Optic Gaming. As Formal, the man you were talking about, puts the objective home.
Picks up another one comfortably and brings that flag in. Will avoid these grenades as well, and it looks like it's a different Optic Gaming here, coming from the winner's bracket in the grand finals. They are here to play and looking better than ever.
Scary thing here for Cloud9 is whenever you're watching a POV, whoever it is at the moment, it always seems to be in the Cloud9 half of the map on Aquarius. They're struggling to get out of their base. They're being pinned in by the pressure and the angles that are being taken by Optic Gaming. For now, they've got at least a little bit of map presence. You can see that Lucid is just making sure he's putting up the defensive perimeter.
We talked about Lucid's interview after the most recent tournament, what they needed to work on. It was these little moments, these little adjustments. And so far this weekend, it has paid off and indicated that each of the situations they've worked on, he's dialed in and they are ready to play. Still leading by 2 flags here, 6 minutes and 25 seconds left on the clock.
20 seconds till that next camouflage is coming up as well. That's why he's seeing Lucid go top middle, but not overextend too much. His job is just to try and lock down this position, lay down a little bit of cover fire as Cloud9 are finally inside of the Optic Gaming base. Stella's going to try and want this one through the closet. Gets just about there, but look at the damage that's being done by Lucid. He gets a killing spree, and through all of that, takes one to the grave.
Look at that play as one of the last 2 players alive. Are you kidding me? You do all that damage to a player bottom middle, you stop the flag run, and then you finish the kill as well, and you keep going. Look at Lucid right now.
Lucid's doing everything on the map. He is shooting everyone. They get the flag return as well, and he gets the camo. We say perfect Halo sometimes. The last 30 seconds from Lucid been pretty much that.
There is no player that has made sequences like that more and more often than Lucid. That was once again a clinic in how to run the map, especially from a man disadvantage.
Cloud9 at the moment are getting outslayed pretty heavily. You're looking across the stats from Optic, and every single member at the moment is in the positive ratio, and you're looking at APG, huge amount of assists, and you look at the assists in general from Optic Gaming, everybody is shooting for each other at the moment.
And how about Trippy? Does this man want an event winner? What? He's 16-9 in game number 1.
16-9 for the man who's been searching for excellence. Formal with some nice shots once again, and you can kind of take a pick from Optic Gaming of who's been playing well so far this tournament. I mean, the stats, as you say, back it up. But once again, it's Cloud9 here who are having to do work on their side of the map. Optic continually pressurizing as Penguin finally works with Bound to clear out Lucid and Trippy, and Cloud9 might be able to get up to that 50-yard line.
APG was last alive. He actually will be taken down. Formal is your first spawner here in the utility, but doing very well to guard the connection.
C9 finally trying to flood forward. Optic Now inside of their base. Can they take advantage of the situation? No, APG shuts the door on Bound.
Trippy last player alive for just a second as well. That 2-flag cushion going to come in handy here. Trippy now takes the heat wave out to the Dynamo side of the map, and he'll grab those as a reward.
One player who's having a little bit of a rough start to this series is someone who's looked pretty impressive in the last series. That's Stella. Currently sat 9 and 17, maybe just struggling to find a little bit of rhythm. Maybe he's just running into players like Trippy. It's a 1v1 at the moment, which Stella will come out on top of. The heat wave not going to be quite the weapon needed in that situation to try and bend some bullets around walls, but Stella now moving forward. C9 on the offensive once more. Lucid taken down, Stella now being a little bit of a nuisance on those straight stairs, but look how quickly Optic Gaming just collapsed on those kills. C9 once again find themselves 3 dead. Eco, he's the last player alive, and he might go down soon as well.
Last player alive, and he was a spawner, so that's another rotation yet again. This is a continuation. How often have we talked about how Optic is so precise on the timing in between their kills? They're doing it again here in game number 1. 3:30 left in the game.
Trying to chase down a couple of kills bottom middle. Eco's going to be there. APG with the help as well. 2 down on either side at the moment. And keep in mind, the game clock is starting to become somewhat of a factor here as well as we approach 3 minutes left in this game. Now, keep in mind as well, even though Cloud9 have been on the back foot for the majority of this game, on Aquarius, we have seen the opportunities to double cap even within 30 seconds. So that clock, even though it's dwindling down, do not count Cloud9 out this situation, especially as we saw what happened in that previous series on Catalyst.
That's right. Never count them out here. Still 3 minutes to play and only 2 flags needed to send this game into overtime, but plays like that for the Formal are going to make things difficult. Another thing that you and I were talking about here, nice job double for Stellar. But we take it down though by Formal yet again. The man has started the base. Eco will still start the run.
Eco putting a lot of trust in Bound here. You can see trying to force that one out of the front of the base. Bound was sat up top mid, trying to give him that cover fire. And now you have Bound doing what he does best. That is causing problems for the opposition. He's on the flank, but they've got to pick up a couple more kills here. Trippy will be in position to at least slow this run down, but with 2 players still in the death screen, Stella's going to go for that touch, and he's going to keep that flag alive.
Big kill for Trippy. Trippy knew the down was the biggest threat for a flag grab. Trippy isolates that kill, and he gets it. Now it's 2 dead for Cloud9 as a result.
APG on that return. APG not quite able to send it home. Lucid, you've got some work to do here. Bound's going to try and challenge, as he's going to decide as the head of the flag to pick up that camo. C9 decides the flag is the play, and that is the power up now in the hands of Optic, but there is Stella to take down Lucid top middle, and that flag has been sent home. So C9, through all the hard work, cannot get that flag back to base.
2 dead. Will they take down Formal as well on the back? Trippy and Lucid now pushing across pink.
Eco's got this one back to his courtyard. Bound and Penguin in the kill feed as well. Optic are just going to have to watch this flag go in from the death screen as 1 minute 30 strikes. So to Cloud9. I mentioned the double cap. Penguin's thinking about it.
What do we say here? Watch the kills on the board. This will determine if the C9 run continues. 2 dead. Optic answers back. It slows down what could have been a second run there.
Lucid's getting fried at the moment by those dynamo grenades. Trippy's going to have to try and rotate back in through the pink side of his base to clear it out and make sure that no one from Cloud9 is in position to get another flagpole. Formal going to clear a little bit of room for him though. Stella trying to scupper away and manages to just about do so. But Formal's chasing him down, and now Cloud9 with 3 players down are inside of the last minute of this game. Cloud9 need to win this next team fight if they want to go forward. If Optic win it, they might win the game.
That was your last player alive. He goes down as well. Now Eco goes down 3 dead again. Stellar last player alive. Cloud9 is in the blender.
Optic just going to hold on for a few moments here. Stella trying to escape. Trippy saying, come here, boy. It's time for you to have a little sleep as well. Eco and Penguin. They've just come off respawn. APG running this flag home, and don't worry about a 2-1 win here, Optic fans, because APG might be about to make it 3. Optic go up 3-1 with 20 seconds left.
What a time to do it. That is the dagger, and it's 3 dead as well. APG going to wait for this thrust here to close out the last 15 seconds of play.
15 seconds to go here. Cloud9, even with the ability they have, you don't see this happening. Stella knows it. He's focusing on game number 2 for Optic Gaming. It's the perfect start to a grand final. They go up 1-0 over Cloud9.
You heard the desk talk about just how big game number 1 would be. Oh boy, here's the green wall. Woo! They'll take game number 1 in a dominant fashion. 3-1 on the scoreboard. Business as usual for Optic Gaming.
Strange that we see that in front of the main stage. The only time we normally see that, Gold Boy did that earlier in the back in the green room.
Which we know is hard to believe, but you'll have to take our word for it.
take a look at the stats then. Formal at the top of the kills leaderboard. Matthew Piper, 29, 15, and 13. And I just want to take a little second to talk about Formal, because we were discussing if there was anyone who maybe felt themselves had a point to prove after the performance in KC for Optic. Formal was that man. The words coming from him himself in that interview post-event. He looks like he's a man on a mission here.
He really does. Take a look at the damage as well. Wow. 7,400 there for Formal. Also 7,000 club for Trippy. These guys were laying down some serious fire. As you were saying, if you caught that episode of The Process from Optic Gaming, you saw just how heartbreaking that loss was in Kansas City, and they didn't like how it happened. They have a chance to rewrite history here at HCS Orlando, and here's some highlights from that game number 1.
Little triple kill coming in from Lucid just to clear out the base was always going to put him on the right track, in the right mind to take the fight to Cloud9. That first cap that went in was Trippy stepping up. The second one was Formal, and the final one was APG. If you needed an indication of how the team is working so well together when you've got 3 different players capping 3 different flags, Optic are rolling.
That sequence from Lucid might really sum it up. Does damage on one player, stops the flag run, kills the second player, then goes and gets camo and continues to run the map. Optic Gaming creating so much space for themselves, and it felt like they truly had 1 to 2 dead on Cloud9 the entire game. It was really great map management from the side of Optic Gaming.
We've learned anything though, there is still a long, long way to go. Of course, this is a best of 7. Moving over from the best of 5s that we've had so far in the tournament. So Cloud9 will know that, and they'll know with 1 win here on Live Fire Slayer, the series will be tied up on 1-1. Plus, I think Optic will know this as well. They've been watching the series today, right? They've seen some game 5s, reverse sweeps, 50-49s in those Slayers. They'll be as focused as anyone, but this is the next battleground here, Live Fire Slayer. Question is, are we gonna have a tied series, or Optic gonna take 1 more step forward?
And let's not forget, there was a moment there where Cloud9 could have back-to-back capped, right? But Optic Gaming, they step up in that situation. Here's a Slayer comparison for Trippy and Penguin.
So, again, the Optic crowd, by the way, is so loud. I've got my headphones turned up to 1 billion, which is a technical term, and I can still hear them at the moment. They are just screaming in here. Don't worry about what you're seeing on the
too many players on the left side of the screen.
Don't worry about it. I mean, potential transfer, we start a vicious rumor that Bound's going to transfer to Optic because of that lobby. Let's not do that. But I mean, what an opportunity this is to talk about Trippy. We saw the stats, right? Because it feels like we're taking. You could just pick a player from this tournament, anyone on Optic, and you can say, okay, they did this big play, they've done that big play. Trippy with the shock rifle, we saw him earlier hitting everything, and it's difficult to stop any player on Optic at the moment. It's kind of the continuation of what we saw in the NA Super, right? It was the first time that we watched them when we were like, this is different, because they're not just winning, they are beating people. And they are beating them with teamwork, with precision, and by considerable margins as well.
And as we said, their season truly has led up to this point. I mean, think back to Kansas City. The story was they're winning online, can they win on land? They fell short there, and you saw just how much it meant to the team. You heard the words from Formal saying that he was checked out after that game against Sentinels. Instead, they now find themselves in such a different position here with a 1-0 lead in the grand finals and only 3 games away from a championship.
And trust me, people who are watching in the arena, people who are watching at home, all these things we're talking about, Optic players that are on that stage, they know it better than anyone.
Oh, do they ever.
So if C9 come out firing in this map number 2 and tie up the series, all those thoughts will start to come back in. We're live here in game number 2. Trippy, the POV we're watching, he's going straight for that sniper.
See what Optic can do off the opening. Trippy maybe gets away with the sniper, he does, and the assist. It's nice work to escape with the power weapon and a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, what an opening strategy that is from Optic Gaming. Like you say, a 3-1 trade, make it 4-1, plus the S7, everything you would have wanted. Almost a perfect opening strategy.
Trippy's gonna go window here, look for those garage routes. Playing really sneaky here, not getting too aggressive, wants to just tuck in the corner and deal some damage, but he will see 2 teammates fall.
Unfortunately for Trippy, didn't quite find the back of the head with that shot. It was the left cheek that he found from Eco, as Optic do lose a couple of players here. Formal's going to collect that sniper rifle. Bound is going to keep him under pressure. The remote detonation not good enough to take him down, but the help from APG will. Now we see ourselves at just a 1-kill game, but the pace of this game is very interesting off the rip.
Even for Formal to have the patience there. Shoot those nades, but now Eco with an overshield push. Here he comes on green and Nest.
Eco now is going to be the focal point for the Cloud9 death ball, but it's going to be slowed down a little bit. But you can see Lucid managed to pick one up. APG has no idea of this positioning coming in from Eco. Lucid manages to trade out that kill, and it will be C9 who go 3 down here, and Optic into a 2-kill lead, even though they didn't have that overshield.
Yeah, very well done there. It's a great response from Optic, and oh my god, imagine spawning in the dummies with Lucid looking at you with a plasma pistol. That is a death wish, and it will result in still a 2-kill Optic Gaming lead, but Cloud9 has done well to keep this one close.
Brown picks up 1. Lucid picks up 2. It's a killing spree for him. There's another player above him as well. He covers him in a little bit of plasma pistol. And his teammate comes in to finish it off as well. So at 15-11, now a 4-kill difference between the two teams. Next point of focus for both these teams is going to be that overshield.
You can run, but you can't hide from Lucid. I think that's one thing we've learned, and my god, do they ever hate this new combo right now, because he is absolutely running around the map, corner to corner.
Look at this!
Making a double kill.
The confidence coming in from Lucid. He is just running at Cloud9 at the moment.
And we talked about how much momentum that C9 might have had. Look at Formal on the flank, picks up 1. Teammates pick up 2. He still has some overshield to play with as well.
We talked about the blender. Right now, C9 are feeling it. They cannot get out at the moment, and Optic are just collapsing with those numbers. Finally, Formal will be taken down back tower, but here comes the follow-up damage. Lucid trying to do it. He can't put that thing down, Lucid!
Hold the phone! Lucid is 11-2 right now. Unbelievable from this man, just running the noob combo up against Cloud9.
Sniper rifle, next point of focus. 5 seconds. You can see the game finally has slowed down for just a few seconds. And I think for everyone that's a good idea, because we need to catch our breath. Stella versus Lucid. Who's going to come out on top? Are you surprised at this point that Lucid does?
Not at all. Gonna try, oh boy, thought about doing it. And one thing that you and I talked about, Mark, is the fact that Cloud9 would be coming in with a lot of momentum off that big win in Catalyst CTF, but my god, has Optic Gaming ever slowed that momentum down completely in both Game 1 and now also in Game 2.
A 10-kill difference between the two teams. And C9 now trying to posture to get into a position when they're not going to be traded out straight away. Eco and Stella get kills. Optic try and flood in as well. They want to keep this pressure on, and Penguin and Bound just trying to survive here. Heatwave for Bound. Is it going to be enough to get 1? Yes, but there is that trade again from Lucid.
Exactly. Oh boy, Stellar though answers back. He will finally be taken down, 2v2 on the map.
Formal eats a grenade, somehow stays alive for now. 2 players, no shields, no problem. Formal takes down Eco.
And you got to think Optic Gaming very happy with trades at this point. Your 10-kill lead, Penguin. No, does not grab the overshield. It's a great team shot from Optic Gaming.
And Lucid's got himself the plasma pistol once more. Bound, you got an overshield, but I don't know what I prefer at the moment. Overshield in the hands of Bound or Lucid with the plasma pistol. It seems like Bound is going to come out on top of that battle. Maybe it's a way back into this for C9. 2 dead for Optic Gaming, but they've got to do what Optic did to them. They've got to keep that pressure on. Trades no longer an option here for C9.
That's right, this game's not over yet. Oh, Bound actually gets the best of Formal there with a back smack. Rare that you see something like that. It's only now a 6-kill game. They get 5.
2 players, 3 players trapped at the back of green as well here for Optic. So C9, if they can get damage down, might be able to collapse as well. That lead, which is established, is starting to slowly evaporate. Formal with some great shots from back green, though, to create the opening. Penguin still trying to keep that pressure up for C9. Formal's going to come out with another one as well, and Formal almost single-handedly here is getting Optic out of this spawn trap.
Oh my god, Formal 13-8 in this game right now, and like you said, it's a great team shot from Optic Gaming that gets them out of the back green spawns.
But C9 keeping that pressure on. Optic doing a great job of trading, but C9 getting a little bit closer than they were a few moments ago. The problem here for C9, though, is they've only got 5 deaths to play with.
Was 3 dead for Cloud9 off the respawn. Let's go, Optic Chance are back in the arena here. Home stretch, 4 more kills for Optic Gaming to close this out.
C9 flood top middle. Be trying to isolate a player that they found, but Stella, he's going to be isolated himself. Another couple of trades come in. Optic just need 1. They're 1-0 up in the series. It's just about where that 50th kill is.
Green spawns, Nest spawns. It doesn't look good. Spawns for the side of Cloud9. Damage out of APG, as you say. Only one more kill to close it out.
Bound picks up one, but the overshield coming up at this side of the map completely controlled by Optic surely means it's just a matter of time. But here comes the push from Cloud9. Lucian with the 50th. Optic Gaming up by 2. And at this point in the tournament, they have never looked better.
Never looked better is right. Look at the damage out of this team. How many times do we see them just traveling in packs? Every single time you see shots on a player, it's cleaned up by another player from Optic Gaming, and they are so efficient with those assists right now. They will now lead the series 2-0.
So now the pressure very much on the shoulders of Cloud9. Coming into this final, Optic knew what they had to do. You could say the pressure was all on them coming into this tournament, but now with a 2-game advantage, having won that winner's bracket final, all they have to think about now is winning 2 more games of Halo to call themselves a champion.
16-8 there from Lucid, 15-11 from Formal. Taking a look at the damage as well. 38-91 from Formal in the end. They will close it out 50-41 in a very comfortable game number 2. And like you said, this is the best they've ever looked, and I think on the Optic side of the stage, they know that, but they also know the job is not done.
So many moments we can talk about in that game where Optic had that great start. They got that big lead established where they really did a great job of collapsing on those Cloud9 spawns and keeping them separated off spawn. But I want to talk about that moment where 3 players were trapped at back green from Optic Gaming. Cloud9 had fought their way into position to get a 3 or 4 dead. Sometimes you're looking across the stage, right? And you're looking at a player for a little bit of experience, a little bit of nous on how to deal with these situations. Who's the last man standing who comes out swinging, gets 2-3 kills? His name is Formal. He's been here before.
That man on your screen right there, this was just after that sequence as he ends that and pushes out a Green. Like you said, it's a great team shot from Green onto Nest Bridge to catch Cloud9 off guard. Comes off the spawn like a demon and helps them win the game 50-41. The Green Wall now leading 2-0 as we set our sights on King of the Hill Recharge.
King of the Hill Recharge. Interesting change of pace. We have that fixed objective you have to capture to get those points on the board. Of course, first to 4 points will win. Unless that time expires, and there is a Pure Doggo.
Pure Doggo, back again. She's very happy to see APG and the Green Wall leading 2-0. And Optic fans have showed up in a big way here at HCS Orlando, to say the very least.
There's still some work to do for Optic, but trust me, when your energy gets a little bit low, as a team, you've been on that main stage for quite some time, there is nothing better than looking out onto that crowd and have that energy thrown back at you. It gives you that lift that you're definitely looking for.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is not just like an Optic Gaming section. It feels like half of the venue is dedicated to the Optic Gaming Green Wall here, as they have showed up, as we said, in a huge way. It's been an unbelievable crowd here in Orlando all weekend long, and they've never been louder. And Optic Gaming themselves have never looked better.
It's true. Every single time we have an event at the moment, it seems like wherever the last event was, the next event tries to beat them, right? And we were back in KC, we had that crazy home crowd, and now we have this Optic-based crowd who are getting even louder. Worlds is just around the corner.
3 weeks away.
3 weeks away. I wonder if the noise is going to be there, because people have been waiting for that all year long. It's going to be absolutely all year long. Pandemic. We had 3-4 years, whatever it was.
We've been waiting for this moment for many years, and I think that the Green Wall, as you now hear behind us, starting to erupt again. They've been waiting for this moment for a very long time as well. And my God, you have to think, the players on stage here, they know what this means for the momentum that they would take going into the World Championship. Not to mention, by the way, about $140,000 in cash prize for first place.
The prize pool for this tournament, thanks to crowdfunding, we bumped it up to 350K, which is absolutely ridiculous going into Worlds as well, the biggest money event of the year. And for now, as the players get ready to head into our game number 3, I mean, Cloud9, it's been a long day for them. It's been a very grueling road for them, but this is a game type where I feel like maybe if they're going to turn it around, there's an opportunity to do so.
Certainly, and one thing we know about Cloud9, and we don't say this about every single team in the HCS, but Cloud9 is a team, and Optic Gaming will know this better than anyone. You cannot give them any room. You cannot allow them to come back into the series, because guess what? These guys are fierce. They will run this series. They will gladly send you to a bracket reset. In fact, I think nothing would make them happier. And they are ready to go. So Optic Gaming knows that they need to close out this series quickly and not give any room for the idea of a Cloud9 comeback.
Bound back on the stage, C9 look like they're ready to lock back into the games that we have ahead of us. Maybe just a little mental reset that is required. Sometimes you just need to step away from the intensity of the situation and remind yourself this is just a game of Halo.
Right. That's what we heard so many times, time and time again from Optic Gaming in these interviews, because they keep winning series. We keep seeing them interviewed on main stage. They said, we need to remember these are the exact same games, the exact same opponents we play online when we win these events. There's no reason we can't come here and do the same exact thing. So far, they've done exactly that.
So what's the key here for Cloud9? You step back into the coaching shoes a little bit earlier on, back into the coaching hairstyle, I should say, as well.
I did, thank you. Yeah.
Obviously, you know, you've been there before yourself. You've been in these situations with teams. What's going through their mind, and what do you have to say as a player or a coach, or what's some words of advice you've heard to really get your team back focused into a series like this?
I think if we look at this series so far, Cloud9 has played the entire game, for both games, on the back foot, right? They've gone down to early deficits, and I think that's really cost them, because Optic Gaming, they're firing on all cylinders. They're a bit too tough of an opponent to take down from behind right now. I think if you're on the side of Cloud9, it needs to look at those opening strats, right? Let's not go down early. Let's play our game. Let's dictate the pace instead of being forced to play catch-up for the entire game. I think that's going to be the huge key as to whether or not C9 can get back in this.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think they got to do a little bit better job of just hunting down that fourth kill as well. We've seen them get 2 or 3 kills from Optic, and that last kill just kind of surviving 3 seconds too long for someone to get back onto the map and help them back out of them in that team fight. And that's the difference, right? We always mention it. It was one of your favorite things you noticed in the Super, the speed of kill 1 and kill 4 before a clean white coming in from Optic Gaming. Nobody's done it better in recent time.
Absolutely not. If we talk about Cloud9, look at the way they played the FaZe series, right? They were on fire. They're really being the first one to deal the damage. They're capitalizing on that damage. That's what we saw against FaZe. That's what won them the series. In overtime on Catalyst CTF, we haven't yet seen that from them, that brilliance from them in the grand finals. Let's see if game number 3 is their game.
Maybe we're going to see a little bit of that Cloud9 brilliance now. Maybe we're going to see them reignite this series. We're back underway here in Orlando. It's game number 3 of the series. Optic 2-0 up. King of the Hill recharge.
Lucid, the man on your screen, maybe the most talked about player on Optic Gaming, and for a very good reason. Look at that KD 1.69 in this series.
Little early wins like that from Stellar are going to be big, though. He's inside of that hill, and he's got that camouflage, and he picks up a double onto Formal. Little things like that, like you talked about, winning that opening break. Just reminding yourselves that you can put Optic Gaming on the back foot.
Look at this, C9 ran the same exact strategy that we saw earlier, right? They put Camo in hill, and it could be a huge difference maker, but Optic Gaming shuts it down right away before too many points get on the board.
Map control here for C9 as well. A couple of kills in their favor, and of course, most importantly, a little bit of time on the board. They currently have Optic with 2 players in that depth screen as well, so don't be surprised to see a couple more points put on the board, as Penguin has to fight against these 2 Optic players just flooding around back blue. Instead, he's going to back down, wait for the help coming in from Stella before they re-challenge. It looks like they might be able to catch a couple players off guard. Penguin finds one. Trippy goes for a swim, and Formal sends Penguin to maybe join him.
Great. Look at that, back and forth, 2 dead for each side. What a good little jaunt in the back of the base as we see 2 teams just take each other out. Traditionally in this series, Optic Gaming has been winning those 2v2s and those baiting and switches, but now Bound has the shock rifle in hand, and he's ready to do some damage.
Unfortunately for that Optic player, it's like they got hit in the side by a truck as that shock rifle connected with the head. And look at the amount of information that's just been picked up here by Bound as well. Lucid doesn't care though. Lucid's going to challenge. The shock rifle now down, and Lucid takes a step inside of the hill for the first time for Optic.
3 dead. Stellar is your last player alive. Let's take a look and see. He's stuck in control. He cannot stop the points from going on the board for the side of Optic Gaming, and they will collapse without trading a kill. Very efficient from Optic Gaming.
Efficient, but look at this push now coming in from C9. 3 players fall from Optic. Eco going to step into that hill with a teammate once again, doubling up on that hill to make sure that angles are cut off. But there's that commando from Trippy just shredding away at Eco. Trippy on the flank picks up 2.
Great play from Trippy. That thing hitting so hard in the back and stops all the points coming on the board from Cloud9, and also great shots from Formal as well. Look at how important just that damage from Trippy alone was in the end.
Well, we're going to have some work to do though. Eco flying at him, he deals with him. Bound and Penguin though. They're in the kill feed, lighting up for Cloud9, but Stella finds himself now as last alive for C9. It's going to be a 1v1 around the back of this box, but Stella decides especially just survive for now. The cover fire comes in from Eco. Nobody's stepping foot in that hill at the moment because they don't have the kills to do so, but look how close this is at the moment. A slender lead here for Cloud9, but Stella with those 2 kills allows Eco to step back in.
Great play from Stellar. He takes his time around bottom repulsor tunnel, stays alive. Eco does the damage from Bad Ledge, and Stellar flanks around. That will keep 2 dead. This should be a C9 point here.
Optic Gaming trapped inside Elevator as well, so the worrying thing for them as C9 get that first point on the board is that C9 are in position to maybe start locking down this long haul as well. 2 players from Optic flooding. Eco trying to survive. He's dipping, he's diving, he's grappling. He's swinging his way out of trouble. And now he's going to have the flank too. This is a big battle going down. Formal versus Eco on this long-range seed plats needles. APG is there to help him out in the long haul as well, but he's currently trapped. It looks like C9 might have control along.
They do, and they're starting to find form here. Let's get ready for an Astro listen-in with Cloud9 as they've taken the lead in the game.
Oh, we just get hill. There's 2 going silo, 2 going silo.
C flat.
Yeah, we're here. They're both weak, let's follow.
Watch out, C-stairs.
Okay, I can get that.
Two here, both weak in hill,
I got one.
Watch out in hill.
Watch after that hill.
He's on the box. On the box. One shot in hill, the box. One shot. Two there. Multiple.
Two there.
Needles, one shot. Nice. Last 2, sneaky in hill.
He has a repost. He has a repost in hill.
He's challenging.
Sneaky weak. Be weak in hill.
I'm coming.
We're surge to the long.
Sneaky.
He's in hill. I know. I'm chasing you, Braden. He's on me. And sneaky. One shot sneaky. No, I don't think so. Absolutely sneaky. Live C-bound. Live forever.
They spawn long.
I'm bottom here, guys.
Look at C-plat. Look at bottom here.
One shot glass on me.
Silo and like bottom right, I think. One is silo for sure. We can go glass here.
One of us go glass.
Got glass.
We can know.
Glass, silo.
Dropping on you. Melee.
Nice.
Go hill.
Back C in hill. Back C in sneaky. One shot.
C-plat, guys.
One shot sneaky. Dead.
C-plat.
And
So jump out of the Astro listening. Optic Gaming currently scrapping, fighting desperately for this hill, but C9 giving as good as they got. And listen to the intensity of C9 in this listening.
And Cloud9 undoubtedly looking like a different team in this game number 3. Despite heroic efforts from Formal there to stay alive for so long, they've started to shut them down. They have a 2-man advantage yet again, and they're very close to closing out point number 2.
Eco as well has that shock rifle in the hill, so anyone is going to be challenging. It's going to be a little bit of a risky play because Eco has the ability to rip your head off, but he doesn't need to for now because they're going to be 2-0 up Cloud9. Optic finally being tested here. Cloud9 are back alive in the series.
This is the signs of life that we said we needed to see from Cloud9. We wondered if we'd see that C9 brilliance, and it has now shown up in a big way. Eco finds the last one bottom mid as well. And if you've just joined in, this looks like a totally different C9 team.
It does as well, and the worrying thing here for Optic as well is even though they lost that hill, the next one is the elevator hill. You would argue this is the easiest one to lock down, the most secure to lock down as a team, and C9 almost managed to break them on that rotation, but for good reasons here, Optic are going to be happy as well, because Optic now have held off that push. It looks like they're scoring, and look how quickly that hill is going up.
2 dead. C9 should be able to break here on paper. Let's see if they can get through. Yes, last player alive is up top elevator. If they get this kill, they will be a full break. This will now be points on the board, but not a lot of room for error for C9. Take a look at that point.
Full break, like you say. Optic will only have to break once, but Penguin not only is part of the Cloud9 gang that have got this elevator area on lockdown, they have camo, and Stella has that shot rifle too. If they're gonna get back into this game, this is the opportunity to do so. 2 dead on the cross for Optic Gaming.
Optic Gaming, they take their time. They do a triple push across glass, and it doesn't work. C9 will continue scoring, and he hits the remote detonation on Formal as well. This will be a guaranteed point for C9.
Formal steps on a landmine and gets blown to smithereens. C9 3 up. One more hill to go, and the series will be 2-1.
Running an absolute masterclass here on King of the Hill recharge. Finally, 2 members of C9 will be taken down, make it 3, and it's an opening for Optic Gaming. Can you imagine if they brought this game back?
Look at Bound. Got those Astros cranked up to 1,000, but Lucid's got his commando locked onto him instead. Wins that important fight. C9 now 2 dead. It looks like Optic is set up around this repulsor tunnel hill.
Lucid turns on him, and after the back of that kill, that will be 3 dead. Eco was last player alive. Bound your next spawner. It's great damage from Lucid yet again.
Hello.
Finally, he'll be taken down, though. It's another 2-man advantage for C9.
C9 looking to break this hill once more. Trippy takes some damage. Stella gets the trade. Penguin there to help out Eco stay alive. Last player alive within the vicinity is going to be APG. And look at this sneaky decision from Eco. He knows the repulsor is an opportunity. Lines that jump up with the sword platform. So even if he gets hit by it, he's not going to sink.
You called it perfectly. That's brilliant from Eco. He knew that someone would be expecting the repulse, that APG wanted Eco to drop down. Instead, he takes a perfect angle when the repulsor would not even be a factor. And it's moments like that, plays like that, that have given a 3-0 lead to Cloud9. Now, with less than 2 minutes left, game number 3.
Oh, Eco! Oh, Trippy! Trippy, the trapeze artist. Repulsor pushed him off, but he held on for dear life then.
Oh my God, grapples right back up there, and what a time to have one grapple remaining. He's now gonna have Repulsor as a reward as well. This one's not over yet, but we would need absolutely incredible play from Optic Gaming. They're also 2 dead here.
Trippy absolutely locked in as well. Penguin now gonna be challenging him back silo. Trippy can hear him, but Trippy can't find him. It's a sneaky, sneaky Penguin. And Bound has the camo as well. So even though, much like we saw on this previous hill, Optic out to a great start. Lots of time on the board. Securing that camo and securing a little bit of map positioning might be Cloud9's opportunity back in.
Bound eventually taken down with the camo. Does well to make sure he gets the 1 kill on Formal. Eco with some creative angles there. They'll go all the way down to Mangler Pit as well, and now we'll rotate back to Hydro. Still 2 dead for Optic.
1 minute 15 left in the game as well. Optic 3 dead, but Formal still inside of that hill. But Bound deals with him. Bound gets him out with that back smack, and now you can see C9 with a full setup for the first time around this Repulsor hill. They'll have the information of where the Optic push is coming in. That's why you're seeing C9 turn their attention to tower.
C9 loves it. Oh, nice little angle there to take down APG in the control corner as well. They'll also take down Formal. Another 2-man advantage. This has been slaying dominance from Cloud9. They're just waiting and they're baiting on this last hill.
Trippy says, I'll take the 1v1. He's got the Repulsor, but there's Penguin. Position just quick enough to make sure it wasn't a straight 1v1. Penguin picks up 2 as well, and now he's looking for more. A couple of players trying to burst through the tower. Formal stays alive. Lucid, you won't though. Yes, he will somehow. Penguin on the hunt for Formal, finishes off what he started. And now Trippy, dare you challenge? Probably not.
Look at what Cloud9 is doing to Optic Gaming. 30 seconds left. Look at the stats. Eco, 20 and 14. Penguin, 22 and 13. Dismantling the green wall in game number 3.
And the interesting thing here is Cloud9 have changed their strategy now. They're not worried about winning on the hill.
Yeah.
They want to send a message to Optic Gaming. They are going to try and slay them out as Stella once again shows his gymnastic prowess with that grapple. Nice little headshot as well as he goes for that camo too.
No more grapples to snag the camo, but with 7 seconds left, he's not going to worry about it. Here we go. The time ticks down.
Time ticks down. Optic, after 2 games, might have thought this might be an easy road, but remember, they're up against Cloud9, the guardians of that trophy. C9 answer back, and it's 2-1 now. A 1-game lead for Optic.
And what did we say? Do not count this Cloud9 team out. They're right back in this series. It's a dominant game 3, not just a win. That is a statement, as you said.
I mentioned before this game, as we take a look at some of the stats, by the way, Penguin, I said right at the start of this tournament, West Coast Buff, man, this guy's going to be dangerous. 23 and 14. Penguin turning up when C9 needed it most.
Absolutely enormous. Eco, as we said, also 20 and 15. And Bound, of course, with 13 assists to his name, not to mention also going +3. The entire C9 roster positive in that game. It's a 3-0 win on Recharge King of the Hill. And ladies and gentlemen, we now have ourselves a grand final.
And now I mentioned some of those thoughts. Optic, been here before, probably thought this is looking a little bit too easy. This is what we call a little bit of a mental test for them now, as C9 dominate game number 3. All that will be forgotten if Optic can answer back and go up 3-1 in the series, but as we take a look at some of these replays, it's the style in which Cloud9 just returns to the series that worries me.
I agree. Optic actually played so many of these situations so well. You think back to the long haul hill, Optic was executing great. Formal staying alive, baiting kills. He was about 10 and 6 at that point. Great numbers, but still Cloud9. They hold the gas pedal forward, they time their pushes and hold perfectly. They will win 3-0. Now bring the series just within 1 game.
And now we have arguably the fastest and most unforgiving game type in the entirety of the map mode combos we have in the Halo Championship Series. It's Strongholds, it's Streets. And I gotta ask, Andy, where's your money in this one?
You're crazy if you think I'm going to place a bet on this game right here.
You refused to do predictions at the start of the tournament.
We are just so lucky to be here for these grand finals. Optic Gaming versus Cloud9. What a grand final it's been so far. And we're jumping on with Penguin after a great game number 3. What can Cloud9 do? Can they answer back and tie the series 2-2? Or will we see Optic Gaming take a 3-1 lead in a best of 7?
We already mentioned how important the opening is for both the teams in both games that we've seen. C9 getting the better of Optic in that previous game, gave them the tools to play with. Off the break here, it looks like the advantage will go to Optic. Trippy has managed to steal and get those rockets, but he needs to deal with Bound, taken down to no shields, but manages to just about escape. And most importantly, has a rocket, but no. There's the great communication coming in. There's that man Penguin.
Ooh, great communication, as you said. There, he would have gotten the call up. There was a player coming into Commando. Free fires the rocket, picks up the kill. That will be a VC hold early on for Optic Gaming, but Penguin will start to flip C.
Yeah, it was a momentary, very, very momentary triple cap actually for Optic. Just as Cloud9 managed to flip. Now they're playing the end, so you're going to see pink streak control be very important as to the areas of the map that try to be locked down by Cloud9, trying to pin Optic Gaming in towards that B stronghold. It looks like Optic have broken through to A here. The hold not good enough here from C9.
Keep an eye on the Stalker Bulldog combo. It is going to be a factor in this entire game without a doubt. Optic fans reminding C9 that they are here in the building in a big way, and Penguin just controlling this commando area.
Such a nuisance dealing with this player. You know how he can influence not only the fights that go down at C, but also the fights that go down at B and A with the lines of sight that you do have. Give the man a Stalker, and you can see why Penguin is playing at this pace as well. Optic desperate to get rid of him, but look at the damage he's doing.
Look at that, and the respect from Lucid there, knowing that Penguin with the Stalker rifle can make very quick work of you. That was free dead for Cloud9. Stellar was your last player alive. He's now top A.
To be able to flip this as well. Optic put a lot of resources into dealing with Penguin inside of that C stronghold. Managed to do so, but as you say, just lets that rotation now come in, which keeps Cloud9 scoring. Rockets are going to be coming up, and it looks like Stellar actually is going to leave those for a teammate to maybe pick up on their way through. Eco and Trippy going to trade kills. C9 with the numbers on the map at the moment, but Formal looking to even that one up. C9 2 dead, and it's going to be Optic once again. Have to fight so hard just to get control of that B stronghold.
Yeah, Lucid's trying at Rockets here, not able to do so. Has to actually rotate around back to B stairs. Rockets are still up bottom middle here.
Nobody can get hold of them. Nobody can get an angle on them. Lucid's just trying to survive for now, and Stellar's going to put him on his back. APG is trying to fire onto that rocket holder, but there is Bound. 2 rockets fired though. He only managed to pick up 1 kill along the way, but it will be scoring still here for Cloud9 as they're about to flip over B.
They don't reset from APG. APG off screen was your last player alive for Optic Gaming, and he gets a huge reset on B. Optic Gaming will continue scoring.
Lucid with that Bulldog inside of tires as well. If you played enough of Halo Infinite, at some point you've died to that combination of location and weapon. Lucid now 2 shots to Eco, make sure that B will go back into the hands of Optic. It's a tie game, and now you see Optic just slide into the most slender of leads.
A big factor and contributor there. Look at APG, he's 9-4 in this game, not to mention the reset that we just saw on screen. This might just be APG's tournament. He's looking better than ever.
The way that Lucid's playing at the moment, very slow, very meticulous. And the reason for that, he's controlling the weapons. He's controlling the sandbox here for Optic Gaming. You give the Stalker and the Bulldog back over to Cloud9, you've already seen what they can do with it. But if you've got them in your hands, you can pick up easy kills like that and do a huge amount of damage.
Oh my gosh, look at the way that Lucid plays those angles. Perfectly times the Bulldog push, stays alive somehow, and even swaps out the Stalker. They will continue scoring AB 85-43 on the scoreboard.
2 cap hold has been good for Optic. You can see they've almost doubled their lead. Or doubled the score, I should say, excuse me, over Cloud9. Looks like C9 are trying to get into A, but who else but APG is going to step into A and get that reset. Lucid puts a toe into C just to try and bait back a couple of players, and that secures the Rockets once again for Optic. That's 2 pickup in a row.
Look at the dynamic duo, Lucid and Trippy both working together for their first event win. Second rocket will not connect when the damage still comes in from the backfield. Now Lucid has rotated to driveway.
This is where C9 have got to stay strong mentally though, right? Things haven't gone their way in the last few minutes. They've not had control of the weapons. They haven't had a huge amount of rocket presence as well. Bound with 2, and Stellar, even if things out is Trippy as he takes down The silent assassin on the map. It's going to be Optic who keeps scoring here with a BC hold.
Eco was last player alive. That was huge for him to get that kill rather than falling. That will give them now some presence on B and an opportunity to try to regain control, but it's quite a deficit.
Deficit, but it's not one that's out of control whatsoever. Lucid finally is going to lose that thrust, but no, it's not a back smack, it's a shoulder tap, which means the Optic will put Cloud9 for dead.
Stellar's your first spawner. Huge swing of kills. Stellar spawns PD. They weren't ready for the PD spawns. Maybe a blessing here for Cloud9.
Bounds fighting inside of B as well, but it's Trippy again with that Stalker rifle. He hits the shots required. And again, look at the flood coming in from Optic Gaming. On his way to the grave, Eco picked up one, but Formal with two keeps Trippy alive with that Stalker. So vital to lock down these lanes of sight on street strongholds. Bound finally, again, gets the weapon out of the hands of Optic.
It really has been a huge outslaying difference in this game that has led to this Optic Gaming lead. They're outslaying their opponents right now 41-29 in total.
But now you're seeing the transfer of weapons, and this is where you're seeing C9 start to get back into the game. This is why I was talking about their mentality. You have to expect in these kind of games that when you don't have Stalker, Bulldog, Rockets, whatever it might be, there's going to be periods of damage management. But for now, it looks like the damage has been managed by Cloud9. They're scoring, holding both ends of the map, AC. And as you can see, Bound, well, he's got to think the Bucks.
Absolute bloodbath for that Bulldog over at Commando. Just kills being traded out back and forth. 2 dead here for Optic.
Looks like a reset should come in on C as well from Eco. Stellar with 2 in the feed. Had the Rockets, and look how the game is changing. Cloud9 with his 2 cap. Maybe looking to make a move onto B. The PD spawns are going to come in for Optic, which means that they should have access towards A, or maybe they're going to play a bit of Slayer. Try and get some kills before they think about that objective. C9 are scoring, and C9 are now into triple digits.
Triple digits here, now only down by 50 when it was down by about 90 plus earlier here. Cloud9 back in this game. Like we said, never count them out. This team has been dominant on LAN all season long. They have no plans of slowing down here in Orlando.
Oh, look at this angle from Lucid. He managed to just sneak past bottom middle. APG picks up one as well. And here comes APG again. APG with a commando. Absolutely shredding Eco.
Now 1v1 here. Lucid versus Bound on your screen. Let's see what can happen. Oh, God! Lucid gets behind him somehow. That's a big win. Of course, he's got a drop shield as well. That's going to keep him alive even longer. And Lucid taking matters into his own hands. That will flip B off of his effort there.
Not just B, but look at C as well. Cloud9 have scraped and clawed their way back into this game. But a triple cap here for Optic is going to make that score skyrocket.
Oh my God, it looked like it was 3 dead for Optic, and it was going to be Cloud9 control. Instead, Lucid wins the 1v1 and tees up Formal for a remote detonation now. Optic Gaming looking at this home stretch potentially if they continue scoring.
200 points on the board for Optic, just 50 away now. C9 fighting just to get control of A at the moment, and Formal has things locked down with this Stalker rifle as well. Stellar's going to have a little bit of a peek over the garden fence, but now Formal kind of left on an island. 2 of his teammates have fallen. Cloud9 are inside of B, and they flip the scoring back in their favor, but now we're entering the territory of the game, Andy, where you have to say that C9 don't have many missed opportunities left.
They really don't here. Maybe 2 or 3 pushes maximum should they lose control, and that would be best case. Oh no, Bound gets melted right away by the team shot of Optic Gaming.
But he throws the Rockets back to C9, so he gets them back to the positions where his teammates can pick them up. A big push, a big moment in this game. If Stellar can pick up these kills with the Rockets, then maybe C9 can force their way back into this game, but they lose 3 players in the process.
Oh, if Bound could do something here, it would be huge.
God,
what
Bound.
a nade! Are you kidding me? Picks up one, gets an assist on the other. That's a huge single play from Bound to keep C9 alive.
The guy is moving like a ghostly spirit around the map at the moment, using that thrust perfectly to somehow get in a situation where he comes out with 1 kill and damage on another. But C9, again, they're closing in on this Optic Gaming score. They're fighting, they're clawing. They will not let this game go.
Let's see what happens to B here. Formal, by the way, 16 and 11, huge numbers from him. But as you say, the job is not done yet. These next few kills will determine the score. Look at it. It's 215 to 203. Cloud9 has made the comeback.
Call me crazy. This next team fight could be the game. First kill, massive. If it goes to the favor of C9, we might see a lead flip. It does go to the favor of C9, but here comes the push from Optic, but they lose 3, and C9 go into a lead in the final moments of this game.
Oh my God, only 25 5 points needed here. Trippy is the first one into B. Still 2 dead for Optic. How does C9 play this?
I want to see if they flip the map. They try and go for A. That looks like the play. Pin them at B. Or instead, they're going to use it as a distraction. Stella's going to work with a teammate here towards B. This fight is everything in this game. B is the fight. Trippy is alive on the pillars. Berth with a double. And the killing spree.
APG last player alive. APG wins the 1v1 there. This is huge. Tie game here at 220.
Big push coming in on B. Eco's inside of Red Room. Eco gets one. Eco's getting chased by Lucid. Lucid goes down as well. A massive double kill coming in from Eco. Stella is there as well. 3 dead for Optic. And C9 are back into B.
Formal gets rockets. Does Formal stay alive? He retires. He gets away with the rockets here. Not over yet.
Formal on the flank. Formal gets the trade, but is it enough? C9 have to make the play on C. Penguin on the flank. APG dealt with by Penguin. Lucid, he gets one as well.
Bound is your last player alive for C9. How does he play this? Optic scoring. Optic from a man disadvantage. Only 5 points away.
Bound can't do anything. He cannot turn a stronghold over. And Optic will win. Game number 4.
Wow. With a man disadvantage, they close that game out in the final moments. And what felt like a Cloud9 win is turned around at the last second by Optic Gaming to take a 3-1 lead. They are 1 game away from closing out your grand finals here at HCS Orlando. What a finish from Optic Gaming, and how much have we talked about their late game clutch moments?
Well, they've been practicing. It just goes to show, right, if you can focus on those moments, don't let the moment take control of you. Take control of the moment yourselves. That's where you win close games like that. Would have Optic have won that game a couple of months ago?
Tough to say.
Tough to say. But right now, right here in Orlando, against a spirited C9 side who gave it everything, we have to say, to turn that game around, it's Optic who come out on top.
Formal there, just shy of 5,800 damage. Bound right there with him. In the end, it's really the slaying category that makes the difference. Optic will outslay 72-64 in total and secure a 250-230 win in an unforgettable Stronghold Streets. Now they set their sights on Catalyst Slayer, a potential tournament-winning game type for them.
1 more game. That's all the Optic Gaming need to keep in mind. Get yourself 50 kills before C9 can, and you finally get your hands on that Halo Championship Series trophy, a major trophy, and a major step forward in their story ahead of the Halo World Champs.
Formal and Bound on your screen. Formal wants to secure that win for 2 teammates who have never had a LAN win. On the other side is Bound, also searching for that same few. Here we are in map number 5. Optic Gaming 1 game away from closing it out. Can Cloud9 stay alive?
Such an interesting fact that we're on Catalyst as well. We saw that crazy flag game that got Cloud9 to this position. Take yourself back to the NA Super. It was a crazy Game 5 Slayer where Cloud9 lost, so yeah. C9 have experienced every emotion you could possibly imagine on this map. APG, though, off the rip here is going to have that overshield, and he's going to be ripping away at all of C9 in the base.
Oh boy, just picking them down 1 by 1. It's a 6-1 lead here early on for Optic Gaming with 3 players spawning off of Cloud9. Let's see how they deal with this spawn with an Astro Gaming listening to Optic Gaming.
Backed up.
Go penguin around.
Slip. Joey, just let me know if you hear footsteps.
I honestly can't.
That's fine. That's just.
I'm watching across the radio. We're starting to think all guys.
Joey's somewhat watching our spikes as well.
Yeah.
R2 going to the car hole, 1 eco. At least 1. I'm gonna go back to car hole.
Yeah, listen, bait the fuck. Bait Joey. Bait for Joey.
I'm looking at Joey. I'm starting Joey.
They're just sitting.
I got our back.
Play safe. Yeah. You gotta play super safe, Brad.
Yo, one's going pink. I'm sliding right here.
Brad. Hide right here.
Yeah.
Hide right here.
Should I leave the spot or no?
No. Listen,
Somebody needs to watch Brad. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still sitting here. The three on that side. Three on that thing.
They're pushing towards pink. Hang on one second. Try to get a pick.
On me, I think.
No, you're good. You're good.
Watch out, Tommy, watch out,
Careful,
watch out.
I want to grab spikes. Grabbing these. Backing up.
I'm pick right now.
Hey, listen, I'm about to start.
So it's not bad. If I shot, push this.
Run away, guys. Run away. Look car, guys. Look car, guys. Look car.
We're looking car right now. Just keep going.
I have a grapple.
We're all here. Brad, spawn here.
OS is coming, guys.
I can grapple OS, guys.
Okay, we need to get shots.
Okay, then someone
don't let them flank us, though.
Come car 2 with me.
Yeah, I'm not
Brad, hold the car. Yep.
Somebody watch.
Tommy, look, he's right here. Spike's right here.
I'm on car 2.
Okay, one shot.
Behind you, bound.
One shot.
Right here. One shot Taylor. Absolutely.
Where? We have one. Nice. Three.
That's him.
Leave that guy for a second.
You guys to the west right here, guys.
Behind you, Joey.
We go, Joey.
Joey, kill me. It's one shot on the door. Blue door.
Yeah, we're not gonna kill him probably.
Absolute door.
Slow down. Slow down.
I'm going to inside.
Remember, you keep using our numbers, guys.
Yeah, let's go back.
They're going car.
Skewer is up.
Yeah, 2 there.
They're main in one car.
It's up in 25.
One's car 1 hiding on the fucking.
Grapple. Shot. Penguin on grapple.
Guy, there's cuts.
Car 1 outside. Down.
Hear that.
Left side is 2 guys.
We gotta live there.
We'll jump back into the game from the Astro listening. It's just a 2-kill game, but how big a moment could that have been? He's got cat ears on in this game, Bound, and he was climbing up that wall like a cat himself.
I mean, unbelievable plays there from Bound. The awareness there to fly out, trying to get the kill on Lucid instead of Trippy. Formal tries to close in. He gets 1. Would have wanted more there, and you have to think with that overshot grab and the precision of the pushes there, it's a miracle that Cloud9 has kept the game this close, but now Optic Gaming up by 4.
Yeah, 2 in a row. Overshields. Coming in for Optic. C9 have got to think if we can get hold of one of those, that's our way back into this game. But power-up control with the way that Optic are playing at the moment, very, very difficult, especially when they're shooting like this. That's 4 dead for Cloud9. It's a 7-kill advantage for Optic Gaming.
What a swing there. What was just a 3-kill lead is now a 4-kill lead with that full wipe. APG with the spikes as well. Eco yet to be on the board here. 7 kills. That's the big lead here in the grand finals.
APG spiking things out. Just a trade though. Trippy trying to come in to finish off some damage, but he's got to be careful here. He knows there's 3 players from Cloud9 in front of him. Lucid down to no shields, but positioned himself beautifully to make sure that he can get back in. And there is that noob combo once again. Lucid, a little bit different with that weapon in his hands.
Absolutely.
Oh my!
Almost got the skewer. You heard Lunchbox timing it as well to make sure they would have that weapon in their hand. Overshot also up right now. All eyes going to be bottom middle.
Eco gets the first pick though. Down trying to challenge, trying to position himself, trying to take the attention of Formal away from maybe a player making a move onto that overshield. Looks like Trippy managed to pick it up. He had the grapple, so the call was from Optic. Trippy's gonna grapple this one. He makes it work, but he's getting shredded at the moment. APG trying to flood in with Bound. Trippy trying to stay alive. C9, 3 overshields in a row they can't get. And that's why the deficit seems to be getting wider and wider. Optic controlling the fundamentals of Halo here, and it's resulting in a 24-16 lead.
Absolutely beautiful play from Trippy there. He tanks all of that damage with the overshield, and he's happy to do so because it created all these openings, just baiting out the positions and the damage from Cloud9. That will take them 4 dead again. Now 24-17 in this game. As a reminder, Optic Gaming wins this, they win the championship.
Brown gets caught out there, a bit of a free kill in that situation. Just couldn't quite hit the slide he wanted to get back around that wall. Stellar and Lucid trade out a couple of kills. Bound answers back on the right side of that scoreboard now with a kill himself. There's the grapple. Formal's flying, but he can't get in position to finish off that kill. Bound as well, he gets snapped on a killing spree in a game where Optic need Formal most.
How about Formal? 8-2 in a game that they're winning by 8. Unbelievable stats from him. We talk about him as one of the most consistent FPS players of all time. He's doing it yet again here in Orlando. 29-21, 6 minutes on the clock.
8 kills the difference. Overshield coming up as well in around 10 seconds time. So there you're going to see the attention from both teams again. Locking down on that power-up. It's been all Optic so far on those power-up grabs. The difference here is not only the power-up is up, but the skewer too. Formal dips his head down in-game and out of it to try and get away. Strong siding around that corner. But finally C9 get a power-up. Can they make it work? No.
Lots of time on the clock. That's one kill. Can they continue to connect the dots? Oh my goodness gracious, that overshield is shredded. And Eco with no more to play in terms of the advantage, but now 6-kill game.
But not before the damage was done, right? A little bit like Trippy a little bit earlier. Eco walks in, gets damage down, takes attention away from the other players on C9, meaning they can push in and convert them into kills. This game is not over yet. It's 6 between C9 and Optic, and again, C9 fighting their way back into this game.
C9, a team of veterans, they know what they need to do here. 5 minutes left on the clock, lots of time to still construct a comeback here. And they will make this very, very difficult for Optic Gaming on the cusp of a tournament win.
Stalemate on the map. Penguin with the skewer in his hands. We saw some of the shots he was hitting with this in the previous series against FaZe. Bound's going to open things up here with a kill onto Trippy. It's now a 5-kill game. 1 pick here from Penguin. And C9 put the pressure back onto Optic. It looks like all of Optic are rotating away, though you can see the Penguins just slowly having to step forward, check every single corner, because the last thing you want to be doing is giving away a free kill to a back smack, giving away that skewer and giving Optic the tools back in their hands.
And what a time here, a little bit of deja vu for Cloud9. We've seen them before in a situation like this on this map. They've brought the game within 5. Let's go to an Astro listen-in with Cloud9.
Top and bottom.
Okay, okay.
We gotta be fast though. We should
What do you want to do here? We're gonna play to grapple this.
How are we gonna grapple this?
We need to push skewer. We need to push skewer.
Right there, opposite side.
Yeah,
we should go.
You guys low sword. They're on spikes. Obi, on spikes Obi now.
Yeah, watch out, spikes. Two there.
Where you got spikes? Main ramp.
On both sides spikes.
Go for it now, I think. Yeah, just grapple to spikes. Your Trippy's there, weak. Obi's coming.
On me, guys. Full shield's lucid.
Over your top door. Obi's on your top door.
I don't know. Yeah, Obi's in. Another one shot. That's one tier.
I'm up above you guys.
Nice. I'm coming.
Yeah,
They might run. Watch out. 2 shots. I'm coming. Nice lift. More? No.
I was scared. He's below me. Yeah, two. I'm dead. Skewer's down there. Go there.
Yeah, I got it. Get the skewer. Go there. Go.
They might have it.
Bottom sword, dude.
Hit it.
Spawn there.
Get it. Someone get that.
Hiding bottom sword.
I got it.
Formal could be on our side somewhere. I think Formal's our side sword. I don't know.
One could be hiding.
Let's just keep walking forward, sword. Let's just keep walking forwards.
They're in the skewer hall.
I'm about to walk at this, guys.
Yeah,
I have a repulse.
I'm here.
Top skewer.
We should aim out, see if they go for skewer. They might go for it. Yeah, watch on the skewer. Literally on it. He's got it.
Look in the flag.
Yeah, there's like
2
that side.
There's 2 on the skewer, yeah.
Coming. On me. Trippy. Trippy's weak.
They're
2 there.
Top door.
Top of skewer.
They're rotating. Just there.
Yeah, skewer there. They're in the other flag. Yo, someone hit sword with me.
I'm coming. They're rotating the other sword. We're about to. Yeah.
Back into the game. Astro listening certainly told us that full focus here from Cloud9, as you would expect. In a situation like this, but Optic have managed to eke out a 6-kill, make it 7-kill advantage. It's 13 more to go to call yourself a champ.
I mean, great patience, great rotations from Optic Gaming, and great kills as well from Formal to just keep inching the lead further and further. That leads to an overshield grab for Trippy as well. Now they're up by 10.
10 to go. Count them down, Optic fans. As Trippy has that overshield. There's one of them. Eco down to no shields. Formal sending himself in as well. Stella, Eco down first. 8 to go. 7 to go now for Optic Gaming.
This is what they were waiting for, with the perfect timing on the push. It was just a 4-kill game. Now it's a 14-kill game.
It's the Trippy takeover at the moment. He's got this commando, and the man isn't missing. 12 and 10 on his way. Maybe, just maybe, to a first ever LAN championship. Eco gets taken down by Stella. It's 3 to go now.
Oh my God, look at this. Lucy picks up another one as well. Formal's 14 and 4 as they cross the 48-kill mark.
Send in Formal. 49. Formal might be the man to do it for Optic. Formal and Trippy. And the wait is over.
long have they waited for this moment? You get to see an embrace there from Trippy and Lucid, and it's been 10 long months waiting for the LAN win, and they have achieved it here. We wondered if Slow and Steady would win the race for Optic Gaming, and they've done it here in Orlando, only 3 weeks away from the Halo World Championship.
A first event win, not only for this squad, but for Trippy and Lucid, a moment they won't forget. Optic Gaming, you are the champions.
Months and months and months of work from this squad, working on every little detail to perfect their gameplay, and they've done it here, and what a time to do it. Smiles across the stage as Optic Gaming will win their first LAN event of Halo Infinite.
And in front of an incredible crowd as well. The confetti is raining down. And for APG Informal, they've been there before, but for Trippy and Lucid, this is a new feeling for them. Having that trophy in their hands and calling themselves a champion. You can't take that away from anyone.
I mean, look at that moment. Trippy just taking the time to hold that trophy and read it there.
It's real.
It is real. And this team has fought through so much all season long. Team changes, doubts, tough Game 5 losses. But they are now your HCS Orlando Major champions with a 4-1 grand final win.
What a performance, and like you say, sets them up so well for the big one. 3 weeks time, the Halo World Championships will arrive, but for now, it's time to hear from our winners here in Orlando. A huge congratulations from Bravo and myself to Optic Gaming. Blaze, take it away.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Orlando, once again, give it up to your champions, Optic Gaming! Wow! Let's start down the line here. I'm gonna go to Coach. Coach, you had a fantastic day. We watched you play in the show match. We watched you come out here and get a victory for this team. What does it mean to get one for Optic Gaming?
I mean, this was the goal all along. This is why I came back to coach. So it was a matter of time before Tommy and Joey got there first, and it's about damn time.
Yeah! Let's talk to Tommy and Joey. Lucid, you are a champion, and you do it with Optic Gaming. You have played fantastic this whole season. How are you feeling?
I feel absolutely great right now, man. It's just the culmination of all the hard work we've been putting in, and coming down to this and the absolute discipline we were showing at every single moment. It was a whole nother level that we're all gonna make sure that this is the consistency from here on out.
Ooh, and we talked about consistency throughout our interviews, and it definitely showed. Let's move on to Trippy. Embody it. How does it feel? A trophy in your hand, and you are a Halo champion.
It feels amazing. I mean, it's been a long time coming. Tommy and I have been second, third. We've been pretty much through it for this whole time. For the last, 5 years? So to finally hold a trophy, it feels amazing. It's the best feeling in the world.
Woo! Pass the mic over. Formal. When it comes to your career, we know you're one of the nastiest FPS gamers out there. In Orlando, you brought a championship to this organization for a different game. But how does it feel to be a Halo champion again under the Optic banner?
Come on, man.
Yeah!
Let's go.
You did that.
It feels great. Feels great. I love Orlando. I love Orlando for real. I love playing here. The crowd's always amazing. And I'm just so happy for these two right here, man, for real. It was only a matter of time.
Now, as you pass the mic over to the King Orlando, one of the kings of Halo, APG, you're champion again. Talk to the fans.
Bro, I don't even have any words. I mean, we have, don't be mean. We have about like 24, 48 hours to be happy about it and be celebrating, but then we got Worlds to focus on, so this is just the first step. But we did what we were supposed to do. We came here, we did what we practiced, and I couldn't even be happier. I couldn't be more thankful for my team. I love my team. Thank you to the Green Wall, everybody out here. Thank you guys so much for the support. Our family and friends, our girlfriends, my girlfriend, everybody, thank you guys so much. But just remember, we still got one last step. So.
Yeah, one last step. pass the mic back over lastly to Matt. And Matt, any last words you want to give to this crowd and the fans out there?
Green Wall, come on, man. You guys are amazing. Amazing, as always. As always. And we're looking forward to Worlds. We're going to try to bring that one home for you guys. Thank you guys so much. For real. Thank you.
One more time, Orlando. Give it up for Optic Gaming!
Optic just so damn good. And I've got to say, they dropped one map leading up to this moment, so their perfect record. It's only fair that they only dropped one in the grand final. That perfection is really hard to come by, Clutch. What an insane performance we just saw from the Green Wall. And I had this funny feeling at the beginning of this tournament, coming into it, that they were going to do it here and now. I think a lot of people did. Talk to me about the journey that they had, the progression, the discipline that Lucid spoke of on that main stage that made this moment possible.
I mean, this is by far the best team we have here this weekend. Absolute excellence in every sense of the word. All four of them, lights out, the coach, Lunchbox. I mean, you can't say enough about each individual story to get here. What a monumental moment it is for this team to get this win leading into Worlds with everything that they've been through throughout their careers. Emotional, to say the least. I mean, you can almost see Trippy brought to tears with how much the moment means. And it brings me back to, like, I mean, Faisal, you know how it feels when you get that win, what that relief of the hard work that you've put in, and for Trippy to find that moment. And honestly, Lucid, the entire team has different stories, but wow, what a load off their chest. What an absolute monster performance these guys have, and I cannot wait to celebrate with them.
Goofy, they embodied champions up there. They played like they already had it in their hands when they got up on that stage against Cloud9. Cloud9 obviously pushing back just a little bit, but again, that bounce back factor that we have been missing all season long from Optic is finally here. Is it here to stay?
It looks like it's here to stay. Optic Gaming's first grand finals in an HCS Major, and they take home the victory. Obviously, shout out to that whole team, Formal, APG, Lucid, Trippy, and Coach Lunchbox with Alumni there standing behind them as well, Mr. Lovejoy. And what a moment and what an opportunity for this Green Wall. What a great moment altogether. APG, Trippy, these guys deserve this win. Lucid and Trippy specifically, shout out to them, their first championship, and I expect them to roll into Worlds feeling good and ride the momentum.
Dan, this is your moment. This is your moment. Your team, they came through.
I've been getting ripped all season long for saying Optic should be winning this, or Optic deserve to be winning that. Optic, the best team. Finally, they do get it done. Finally, it is proven that all the practice they put into this event has come into play, and they looked unstoppable. There was a brief moment during pool play where I think all Optic fans were like, okay, maybe it's not going to be as easy, but boy, did they make it look pretty easy after that point. I think Clutch was completely right. The best team here without a shadow of a doubt. And now you truly believe going into a World Championship, Optic are the favorites, and now everyone else is going to be catching them up.
Let's take a look at our favorites and the run that they went on to get to this moment, to this win here in this major. Our winners bracket for you, Optic, a near perfect finish heading into that grand final. And then quite honestly, that was perfect to me. A 4-1 victory in a grand final, going up against the Cloud9 who is heating up respectfully. That is just absolutely insane. You're looking at a different caliber of team here for Optic, and the work they put in Clutch has paid off. What do you expect next for this team? How are they going to perform at Worlds?
I mean, you got to take it from APG's mouth, right? We got 48 hours to celebrate. Guess what? Back to work. Worlds is a couple weeks away, and these guys, yeah, this is a monumental moment. This is something they'll remember for the rest of their lives. So let me tell you, a World Championship, nothing like it.
I'll tell you what else I remember. That cash money getting sent straight to their bank accounts. The prize pool was absolutely insane. Of course, thank you so much to the crowdfunding from the Halo community, because there was a lot of money on the line, $350,000 on the line. I believe 140,000 of that was in first place. And you got to see the HCS points racking up as well, all really important heading into Worlds 2. But this prize pool is absolutely insane. So not only do they have the pride of the pack here, but also Goofy the money to show for it.
Yeah, $140,000 going to Optic Gaming, and shout out again to Cloud9. Bound's first Grand Finals appearance. I'm sure they're going to learn a lot from this event and take it into Halo World Championships with a chip on their shoulder. But for right now, it's all about Optic Gaming. Determined throughout the whole weekend. Talking to these guys when I got the chance to talk with them over the course of the weekend, and they felt confident. They knew what they had to do, and they executed like Lucy said. This is what they expected to do, and it's about time that they executed.
Yeah, indeed, they executed for sure. And honestly, they look like executioners on that main stage all weekend long. And obviously, a lot of this is now leading up to the World Championships. You heard APG on that stage. Before he could even celebrate, World Championships were coming out of his mouth. That's what he's thinking about. He's like, yeah, love this win. Waited so long for this moment, but I'll tell you what, that next step, that's really what they have their eyes on. He said, look, 24 hours of celebration, but it's back to work, it's back to business. And that's the championship mindset. That's the champion mindset coming forward there. So it's actually exciting, I think, to see, and as Optic fans, that this is their new focus.
Yeah.
They've accomplished one thing, but it's on to the next. Halo World Championships, of course, folks, happening October 20th to 23rd. So make sure you guys are tuning in. If you want to see Optic showing up once again, you can do. That will be on your screens. And my goodness me, Gaskin, what an exceptional, exceptional run from this, guys. I'm so excited to see them in Seattle, the home of Halo, Optic Gaming. How far can they go?
If you thought this tournament was good, World Championships is going to be 10 times better. Optic Gaming looked fantastic, but think of all the teams that were under practice this event, had changes recently this event. They're going to come back bigger, stronger. They're going to challenge Optic Gaming. Optic Gaming, it will be tough, but you know full well they are going to be fighting their very hardest. I cannot wait.
They certainly will indeed. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me on the desk. An absolute pleasure to close out the show with you, and an exceptional result, of course, for Optic Gaming. Well, folks, this is going to do it from us. What a weekend it has been. So many big moments to take away, but one of the biggest has to be your Orlando Major champions, Optic Gaming. Next up is Worlds, and you could say it's where everything this season is settled. We will see you all in Seattle, where it's bigger and better than ever, and where we crown our world champions of the Halo Championship Series. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.